The Carrow Haunt. Written by Darcy Coates. Narrated by Carolyn Hewitt. Chapter 1. Esteemed Guests. Remy waited, shivering, on the wide stone porch as the van crunched along the graveled driveway. The near full moon washed light across the overgrown topiary garden and stone guest house as distant waves battered unseen cliffs. Despite the chilly autumn air, she had a full tour booked. From her vantage point, she could see faces pressed against the van's windows, trying to glimpse the building, some grinning, others looking apprehensive. Remy tried to bite back a grin of anticipation. The bus crawled to a halt, and Jones leapt from the driver's seat to wrench open the sliding passenger door. Remy held a lot of fondness for Jones. He was nearly 80, but still had a quick energy in his wiry frame. She paid him to shuttle her guests to and from their hotels or homes. He did the job with an unfailing smile and an eager, bobbing bow. But though he'd worked with her for nearly 2 years, Jones had never accepted Remy's invitation to see inside Carrow House. 8 visitors, a mix of young adults and older guests, descended from the van. Jones greeted them with a quick bow and waved them towards the porch. They clustered just short of the first step, glancing across the house, the gardens, the imposing stone gables, and the dark windows. Remy adopted the familiar pose, one leg ahead of the other to highlight her costume silhouette, her right hand on her hip, and her left thrown towards the sky. She took a deep breath and projected her voice so that it boomed through the night. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the infamous Carrow House. I sincerely pray no misfortune will befall you during your stay." She knew she must look hilarious in her elaborate 1900s-inspired dress, but that was part of the fun. Guests weren't just paying to visit the state's most haunted house. They were paying for an experience. And Remy, lover of period dress and dusty books, was more than happy to oblige. The stiff black silk uniform made her a passable impression of a Gothic Edwardian-era housekeeper and perfectly matched her story's vibe. The guests responded positively, some chuckling, others nodding. One middle-aged lady clapped twice. Remy lowered her hand and twisted, swinging both the black skirts and her long dark hair in what she hoped would be a dramatic way, then fixed her audience with an intense stare. "Tonight, you will hear tales of the macabre and the nightmarish. You will see firsthand the rooms where unimaginable horrors have transpired. And perhaps you may even be visited by a being from beyond the mortal realm." She held up a finger and raised her eyebrows. "Your driver is about to depart, and he will not return for nigh on 3 hours. If any of you fear your courage won't endure, this is your final chance to leave unscathed." The small crowd glanced amongst themselves, but no one moved. They never did, but Remy let the silence stretch a few seconds, enjoying the rising tension. Then she relaxed her pose and dropped the theatrical act as she beckoned them forward. "All right, great. Come on up here, gang. I'm Remy, and I can't wait to show you this house." After a few more chuckles, the tour group shuffled up the 4 worn stone steps. Remy moved back into the shadowed doorway to make room for them. She took a second to assess her group. 2 middle-aged women, probably sisters or close friends, had locked their arms together. The 3 young adults gave off a touristy vibe. One balding man squinted through round glasses and kept smoothing his jacket. A woman who looked equal parts embarrassed and thrilled to be there squeezed her lips together to repress a grin. And a tall, dark-haired man hovered near the back of the group, his face impassive, but his eyes bright in the dim light. Remy put her hands on her hips. Her short height meant she had to crane her neck to see everyone in the group, but she made sure to make eye contact. Anyone here suffer from seizures? Heart conditions requiring medication? Is anyone likely to struggle climbing stairs or walking for an extended period? They were all questions the guests had been asked when booking the tour, but Remy made sure everyone shook their heads before waving to Jones, who remained standing by the van. Smiling, he gave her a quick nod, then leapt into his seat, slammed the door, and hit the accelerator. The engine's roar and the crunch of gravel faded as he sped back to town. It was an hour's drive, but Jones seemed to prefer being on the road to waiting outside Carrow. "All right." Remy grinned at her group. "I'm glad you could all join me tonight. It's going to be a real treat. I've been running this tour weekly for close to 2 years, and this house continues to surprise me. Some quick housekeeping before we begin. Don't leave the group. Some parts of this building aren't as structurally sound as they look, and I'd rather not have to fill out any insurance paperwork tonight. Don't touch anything, no matter how pretty and tempting it is. Most of the furniture in this building is antique, and the owners have been very generous to let us tour their house. Let's keep it clean for them, okay?" She paused to wait for more nods, then continued. "I'll point out bathrooms as we pass them. No photography is permitted inside. Sorry, that's the owner's decree, not mine. But you're welcome to take pictures of the outside. You'll have a chance to do just that before you leave. Some guests have actually caught some supernatural phenomena in their pictures. If you find anything of the sort, I'd love you forever if you emailed them to me. That's about it. We ready to begin?" More nods answered, so Remy swept backwards and beckoned her guests through the gaping doorway. Although she'd been at Carrow for close to an hour before the tour started, Remy had purposefully turned off the lights in preparation for her visitors' arrival. She flicked the switch, lighting the foyer and bringing its treasures into sharp relief. The guests gasped and oohed appreciatively. Remy couldn't keep her grin off her face as she dipped into her theatrical voice a final time. "Welcome, dear ones, to the dreaded Carrow House." Chapter 2. His Cold Eyes. Revealing Carrow House to her guests was one of Remy's favorite parts of the job. The building was the perfect blend of decadence and desolation. She gave the group a minute to appreciate the cobwebbed chandelier suspended high above them, the magnificent twin staircase cloistered in shadows at the back of the room, the slashed portraits hung on the walls, and the mahogany armchairs that still bore axe marks. She beckoned them farther inside. Carrow House was originally built by John Carrow and his wife Maria in 1901. John was a highly respected physician, though possibly not the greatest business mind the world has ever seen. He designed the building as a health retreat, believing the briny ocean air would cure a wide array of ailments. Health resorts had been hugely popular amongst society's elite for close to a decade, but unfortunately, interest in the fad had begun to wane by the time John opened Cliffside Health Resort and Sanatorium's doors. She led her guests to a series of black and white photographs on the wall near the door and gave them a moment to examine the pictures. They showed a building not too different to the modern Carrow House, a sprawling stone mansion dotted with dozens of lofty, dark windows. Clusters of patients sat in a neater and younger front garden, some swaddled in blankets, others in wicker wheelchairs, with nurses lingering nearby. Those who were wealthy enough to afford the resort's exorbitant fees didn't enjoy the rules. John Carrow enforced a strict 7:30 bedtime, insisted his patients bathed in the freezing ocean twice daily, and cut all forms of sugar, fat, and alcohol out of their diets. The institution struggled financially from its earliest days. Remy kept shifting backwards, gradually leading the tour towards a collection of blackened antique items arranged on a table in the foyer's corner. In 1906, barely 5 years after the building's construction, a fire caught in one of the sitting rooms and spread through the building like, well, fire. The pun was awful, but it always earned her a few laughs. Remy waited for the chuckles to subside before continuing. The lower west wing and upper floors were severely damaged. While it was eventually ruled an accident, many suspected either John or his wife Maria of starting the fire in a bid to escape what had become their white elephant. If that was their plan, it certainly worked. They received a considerable sum from their insurance company and used it to remodel the building. Remy indicated the photos showing wicker wheelchairs, tile bathtubs, and nurses in uniform, then spread her hand towards the opulent foyer. They converted the resort into a luxury hotel and renamed it Carrow Hotel. Salt baths were exchanged for silk sheets. Health tonics became cocktails. The medical staff were all fired and replaced with maids, butlers, and a troupe of entertainers. Over the course of 3 weeks, Carrow Hotel went from being an outdated bore to the trendiest place to visit, despite its remote location. It stayed that way for 6 peaceful years. She raised her eyebrows ominously, then turned towards the wingback chairs in front of a magnificent fireplace adorning the opposite side of the foyer. John and Maria Carrow, in their eagerness to revitalize their hotel, hadn't thoroughly checked the backgrounds of their employees. If they had, they would have discovered their gardener, Edgar Porter, had been acquitted of murder just 4 years previously. He was accused of killing his wife, but released due to a lack of evidence. I wonder if the jury would have come to a different conclusion if they'd known the victim was his 3rd wife, and that the previous 2 had both gone missing within a year of marriage and never been seen again. Murmurs ran through the group. One of the younger women clapped a hand over her mouth to muffle a nervous laugh. Remy, loving the reactions her tale elicited, tilted her chin down so that shadows would play across her features. During the evening of November 10th, 1912, a fire broke out in the kitchen. Although it was extinguished quickly and caused minimal damage, John and Maria evacuated the building. When the staff returned the following morning, the doors had been locked, and a note nailed to the wood said Carrow Hotel would be closed while the building was restored. As you can imagine, rumors flew. 2 fires in 6 years? Either the house was one of the unluckiest in the country, or foul play was in action. Carrow Hotel remained shut for nearly 4 months. When it reopened, John stood at the door alone. His wife had passed away, he claimed, bowing his head and placing a hand on his breast. The misery of seeing her hotel in flames a second time had eaten away at her heart and stricken her dead. Remy mimicked the motion, putting one hand on her chest and dipping her chin. Then she glanced up. Guests blamed grief for the change in John's appearance. "Ooh." One of the middle-aged ladies, understanding Remy's meaning, clutched her companion's arm closer. Based on what we now know, it seems that the gardener, Edgar Porter, set the fire. He hid in the house while guests and staff were evacuated, then murdered both John and Maria once they were alone. He'd been living with them for near to 6 years, and had spent that time studying John's speech patterns, his mannerisms, and his laugh. People claim there was already a significant likeness in place, which was only enhanced when Edgar donned his old employer's clothes. A whole new set of staff were hired for the Carrow Hotel's reopening, and no one questioned that the man welcoming them inside was an inch taller and a sliver gaunter than their old host. Remy turned back to the fireplace and lifted a hand towards a magnificent oil portrait above. A thin man with sunken cheeks, steel-gray hair, and sharp eyes glared down at them. Edgar had this commissioned 6 months after taking charge of Carrow Hotel, perhaps to reinforce his ownership of the building. "He looks twisted," the plump, bespectacled man said. He nudged his glasses up his nose and rocked on the balls of his feet. "Like his brain's full of sick thoughts." Perhaps it was. He's almost single-handedly responsible for Carrow House's reputation as the state's most haunted building. Remy let her gaze linger on the familiar image for another second. It had been skillfully rendered, and the gray eyes seemed to follow Remy no matter where she stood. A prickling sensation crawled across her skin. She turned her back to the image and flashed her visitors a grin. "Let's head upstairs, shall we?" She led them across a dusty, worn rug and towards the staircase at the back of the room. The wood groaned as they began to climb, and Remy noticed both of the middle-aged friends were clutching the banister as though afraid the structure would collapse. The bespectacled man jogged up the steps to get closer to her. "Does anyone still live here?" "No, not for close to 20 years. The staircase turned, so Remy stopped on the landing to make sure the other guests heard her. "You'll find out why as I share more of its history. There were talks in the 80s about knocking the house down and building something less grim, but the land isn't valuable, and it's too far away from town to be much use. The most recent owners have embraced its reputation as a highly haunted location, and were very kind to let me run these tours." From their vantage point of partway up the stairs, they had an excellent view of the foyer. Remy indicated to the chairs, the age-worn rug, and the elaborately carved doors. "Most of this is the same furniture from Edgar's time. It spent a while in storage, but was brought back out when the hotel closed for the final time. You'll also get to see some of the original beds and dressers in the guest rooms." She continued up the stairs and raised her voice to make sure it would carry. "Carrow House has 22 guest rooms, plus downstairs recreational areas and lodgings for the staff in the attic. The house's owner, first John, then Edgar, always stayed in the room with the best view of the ocean. We'll visit that a bit later, but first, we're going to room 8. At the top of the stairs, she turned left into the high-walled hallway that led deeper into the building. Even with the ceiling lights turned on, the passageway felt suffocatingly narrow and dark. Remy kept one eye on her guests as they followed her to a door bearing a little bronze Room 8 placard. Sometimes claustrophobic visitors struggled with the hallways, but that evening's group seemed to cope well enough. Remy opened the door and stepped back to let her group enter. On the surface, Room 8 didn't look much different to its counterparts. Tall, arched windows overlooked the ocean, though it was hard to see except for tiny glitters of moonlight on the rolling waves, and decadent, ancient furniture filled the space. Remy entered the wallpapered room last and dusted her palms on the black silk dress. In 1913, 18 months after Edgar replaced his employer, Albert Geiger went missing while staying in this room. The last official sighting was by a butler who helped the inebriated Geiger to his bed. Edgar told police he had seen Geiger riding out from the property early in the morning, though some people noted this story didn't make sense. Firstly, Geiger had arrived at the hotel by coach, not horseback. Secondly, the wardrobe still held his clothes. Thirdly, Geiger was notorious for sleeping in until after noon, especially on the mornings after binges. And finally, none of the staff, not even those who had been working in the garden since 4 a.m, could corroborate Edgar's story. But Edgar, or John, as the police knew him, was a well-respected gentleman, so his word was believed above others. Geiger's disappearance remained a mystery for years, but 9 days after he vanished, guests staying in room 8 complained of a bad odor. They were promptly moved to a new room, and later that night, a maid included a very strange entry in her diary. Remy reached into a hidden pocket in her skirts and extracted the black leather-bound book that contained her tour notes. She flipped to the first tab and began reading. Couldn't sleep. Went to the kitchen to get a drink. On the way, I saw Mr. Carrow dragging a sack from room 8. He appeared surprised to see me. The sack smelled fouler than anything I had encountered before. When I asked what was in it, he replied that an animal had died in the room. Did a guest forget their pet? The sack was large, but he would not permit me to help him, and sent me back to bed. It is very strange. Remy snapped the book shut. The maid, Josephine, went missing shortly after starting her chores the following morning. "Was that other guy in the bag?" the light-haired lady asked. "Geiger?" There was never a definite conclusion, but it seems more likely than any other possibility. Remy put the book back into her skirts, then ducked between her guests to approach the wardrobe. Its heavy carved doors groaned as they opened, and she was greeted by the familiar musty smell. As for how the body had been hidden in room 8 for so long, well, every wardrobe in Carrow was constructed with a false back, possibly for storage purposes. The police later found traces of bodily fluid in this little cavity. She pressed a hidden latch at the back of the wardrobe, and the wooden panel came out. The tour group clustered up behind her, some pressing their hands over their noses as though the toxic smell might linger. The cubbyhole was small, 1 foot deep and 4 feet high, just barely large enough for a grown man to be stuffed into. It was hard to see in the dim light, but patches of wood were discolored. With her companions gathered so close, Remy could lower her voice and add a note of warning. Some guests have claimed to hear knocking coming from this wardrobe, even before the murder was discovered. The stories are all the same. The guests will be in bed, minutes away from sleep, when they hear a soft tap, tap, tap. One woman said it sounded like someone asking to be let out. The guests reacted by either leaning closer to the cavity or recoiling. A couple of the ladies chuckled nervously, and the spectacled man began bouncing on the balls of his feet again. "He was caught, though," the quieter of the middle-aged ladies spoke. The quiver in her voice suggested the tour had been her companion's idea. "If the police found blood..." They didn't find that until nearly 8 years after Geiger's death. Remy carefully fitted the fake wall back into its slot, covering up the cavity. During his career as Carrow's owner, Edgar murdered at least 29 guests and staff, and could be responsible for as many as 63 other disappearances. The statement was met with a mix of gasps and whistles. That wasn't uncommon. Although Carrow House was notorious for its paranormal incidents, most people didn't know the extent of its bloody history. Only the tall, dark-haired man who hung at the back of the group seemed unsurprised. Carrow Hotel had 2 kinds of guests, Remy continued as she closed the wardrobe door. Wealthy socialites who came to stay for the views and the entertainment, and travelers who were moving along the coastline. As the hotel grew older and less trendy, the proportion of the less wealthy visitors increased. Traveling long distances, especially alone, was a risky endeavor back then, and it wasn't unheard of for people to disappear partway along their route. Even though a staggeringly high number of them vanished around when they were supposed to arrive at Carrow Hotel, not all the disappearances were reported to the police, and even fewer were investigated. Geiger's story is significant because he was the first well-known patron to go missing. But he was far from the last. Remy flashed the group a grim smile and nodded towards the door. "We'll go to Louise's room next." Chapter 3. Wash the stains from these walls. Remy led her small group down the hallway towards the other side of the house. She kept her pace slow, ensuring they had time to appreciate the faded red-patterned wallpaper and the oil paintings hung between doors. A runner muffled their footsteps, but the boards still groaned as they were strained. Most of these rooms would have seen death at one point or another. Edgar's favorite method of murder was to choose his victims when they checked in and assign them a room as far away from other guests as possible. He would then visit them in the middle of the night and either strangle them or, less frequently, slit their throats. While no accomplices were ever formally accused, many people think he had assistance from at least 1 or 2 loyal staff. He would have needed help to wash bloodied sheets and dispose of the corpses and their possessions. She stopped outside room 19 and grinned as she opened the door. In you go. Just like before, Remy stood back while her guests filtered inside. The room was nearly identical to the previous, except for the mahogany bureau. A long, ugly crack ran down its glass. Louise Small and her personal maid stayed here for 2 nights before vanishing. Another guest, who had become friendly with Louise, called the police. The officers searched her room and found a crack on the dresser's mirror. Edgar claimed Louise had cut her stay short and that one of the maids had tripped and fallen against the mirror while cleaning. The police accepted his excuse and closed the case. Just like that? One of the touristy young adults scratched his long hair out of his face as his eyebrows pulled together. They just took his word for it? Remember, John Carrow was a respected member of society, and especially in small towns like the ones nearest Carrow House, there was a pervasive, subconscious assumption that the rich and influential couldn't be criminals. Vagrants stole and killed. The wealthy were above such base behaviors. Remy shrugged. At the risk of stepping into politics, I sometimes wonder how much that attitude has changed. Even now, someone can spend years in jail for stealing from a convenience store, but bankers who siphon millions out of trust funds get a slap on the wrist for bad behavior. The man with glasses leaned forward to examine the mirror. But wouldn't the police look more closely as the number of missing person reports increased? You said he was doing this for 8 years, didn't you? That's right. And especially towards the end of his career, some people in the community had grown suspicious. But evidence was hard to find, and there was always 1 or 2 staff members who could vouch for their employer's alibi. Edgar Porter was, from all reports, a highly intelligent man. He seemed to plan his crimes carefully. Remy indicated to the cracked mirror. Louise's body was never found, but her story doesn't stop there. The bureau's mirror was removed and destroyed the day after the police investigation. Edgar had an entirely new mirror installed. Then, 2 nights later, while the room was unoccupied, it cracked again. No kidding, one of the young adults muttered. A maid reported it in the morning. Once again, the mirror was replaced. And 5 nights after that, a couple staying in the room woke half the hotel with their screams. They claimed they'd been disturbed by a woman's weeping, and while they were trying to figure out where the sound came from, they'd seen the glass crack in 2. Remy, careful not to touch the mirror, let her finger trace the length of the dark fracture. After that, the bureau was put into storage, but the house's most recent owners returned it to this room. Several people, including 2 paranormal investigators who stayed here a few years back, have reported hearing the sound of crunching glass when the lights are turned off. Remy let her words hang for a beat. Most of the group seemed excited by the story. Only the shyer of the middle-aged ladies looked nervous. Remy licked her lips. A couple of those accounts have come from guests on these tours. This isn't something I offer to every group, but would you like to try listening with the lights off? That prompted a flood of murmurs and nervous chuckles. Even the light-haired woman lost her earlier embarrassment as her eyes lit up. Remy made sure to meet each guest's eyes and wait for a yes or a nod in return, then crossed to the door. I'll stay by the switch if we want the light back quickly. Everyone keep as still and quiet as you can. And don't touch the mirror. She pressed the button. The ceiling light went out. With the window's curtains drawn, they were submerged in perfect darkness. Remy closed her eyes and let the room's ambient noise flow over her. She could hear faint breathing. One guest swallowed audibly. Someone shifted their weight, and the board below their feet creaked. Out of the 20-odd tours she'd offered this option to, only 3 had heard an audible phenomenon. Remy counted the seconds. She didn't want to leave her guests in the dark for too long, when every beat increased the anxiety in her chest. 30 seconds. A woman took a deep breath. Someone else shifted their weight again. 45. "Did you hear that?" The sharply whispered question came from Remy's left. She turned in its direction. They all held their breaths. Very faintly, almost imperceptibly, came a high, grinding noise, reminiscent of glass crystals being scraped against each other. Remy's heart rate kicked up. Her fingers were pressed over the plastic light switch, but she hesitated to flip it. Her ears strained to catch more of the noise. "Turn the light on, please." Remy pressed the switch and blinked in the sudden, harsh illumination. One of the middle-aged women had her arm around her companion, who was wide-eyed and shaking. "Did you hear that?" she cried, her eyes darting around the room. "Did you hear the glass?" The spectacled man peered at Remy. "That wasn't a prank, was it?" She held up both hands, palms out, to show she wasn't holding any glass. Her fingers were trembling, so she dropped them and folded them behind her dress. "Might have been something else," one of the young adults said. He had his arms crossed, but his eyes were bright with excitement. "Like, this window looks out over the ocean, right? Could have been a big wave or something." "That's possible," Remy agreed good-naturedly. She was glad her voice didn't waver. "This is an old house, too. Sometimes floorboards will settle in the cool night air." The middle-aged woman shook her head. "I know what I heard. It wasn't waves and it wasn't floorboards. Get me out of this damn room." "Of course." Remy opened the door and held out a hand to beckon her guest through. "Are you okay? The kitchen is warm and comfortable if you'd like to wait there for the rest of the tour." The woman shot Remy a sharp look as she passed. "I want out of the room, not out of the tour. Just don't turn the lights out again, okay?" Remy nodded. "That's a promise." "All right. Everyone else doing okay?" She scanned the faces passing her. A few were dotted with perspiration, but her little group seemed happy otherwise. "Then we'll keep going. I wish I could say the tour gets better from here, but Carrow House doesn't make my job so easy." Chapter 4. Unforgivable. Remy pulled an antique pocket watch from the folds of her dress and checked it. The timepiece had belonged to her great-grandmother, and it fit in with the Edwardian-era aesthetic better than a wristwatch. The tour ran for 3 hours, the longest an average guest could tolerate before fatigue and sleepiness took the fun out of it, and there was never enough time to cover all of the house's mysteries. Remy recounted some of her favorite stories as she led her group through significant rooms. Hobby researchers had taken photos showing a faint white blur in the servants' quarters, so she pulled the pictures out of her black book and passed them around. They spent some time in one room examining torn wallpaper that had reportedly been caused by one of Edgar's victims, and she showed them the path the infamous Grey Lady's spirit looped through. At last, when only 20 minutes of the 3 hours remained, Remy led them back to the stairs. "We've looked at Edgar's deception, his victims, and his triumphs. Now I'm sure you want to hear about his downfall." A chorus of agreements came, and Remy chuckled as she stopped on the landing that had the best view of the foyer. Tiny hints of suspicion against Edgar had been accumulating for years. Each accusation carried no weight on its own, but they collected like drops of water in a cup, making it fuller and fuller until a nudge spilt it over. That nudge came from a maid called Sarah. On the 2nd of March, 1921, she ran into a police station, hysterical and bleeding from a gash on her neck. She'd held her hands over the cut for the entire 4-hour run from Carrow to the town, and gasped her story while the physician was called. She'd gone into Carrow's basement, to fetch a bag of flour for the kitchen, she said, and found a corpse lying on the stone floor. Before she could fully comprehend what she was seeing, John stepped out of the shadows and cut her neck. She fled the house, barely escaping with her life. Her story made the cup of suspicion overflow in a major way. A riot began, and by the early evening, a mob of 30 civilians stormed Carrow Hotel. Some went to see the basement, others had brought axes, knives, and guns, and looted the entryway. Remy pointed to the cuts in the high-backed chairs and the slashed paintings. Leading the mob was Annabel Carrow, John Carrow's estranged sister. A rift in the family meant they had only talked through letters for the previous decade. Whether she'd intended to protect or accuse her brother is uncertain. All we know is that Edgar met her on the stairs and failed to recognize her. She screamed, "Imposter! Imposter! This man isn't John, he's an imposter!" At the same time, the men who had ventured into the basement came running out, yelling about a profane burial ground. And the mob, already overwrought, descended into a frenzy. Someone threw a rope over the chandelier. Edgar was bodily dragged to it, and before the police had a hope of interceding, he was hanged. The guests all turned towards the dusty chandelier, and Remy could tell they were picturing the gray-haired man kicking at the end of a rope as a crowd cheered around him. She didn't let them linger on the picture for too long, but beckoned them farther down the stairs. The subsequent police investigation lasted for nearly 4 years. The bodies in the basement were retrieved. As many as possible were identified, and they were given respectful burials. The investigation wasn't finalized until 1925. The old furniture was put into storage, and the building renamed Carrow House. It remained closed for 9 years until Mr. Preston, a well-off business owner, bought it to be a luxury seaside retreat for his family. He hired 4 separate construction companies to renovate the building, but each one canceled their contracts after crew members died. Mr. Preston passed away from a heart attack before he ever got the chance to stay in his house. Carrow House changed hands close to 12 times over the following decades. There's a recurring theme of tragedy befalling anyone who lives in the building. The most recent is from 20 years ago, during one of the building's stints as a struggling hotel. A young child wanted to explore the house at night, became tangled in the attic's ropes, and was strangled. The hotel closed for the final time the next day, and except for brief research-related stays, no human has attempted to live in it since. The current owners bought Carrow House for virtually nothing a few years ago, and restored as much of the original fixtures as they could. Unlike previous owners who tried to remodel it, they're happy to embrace Carrow's notorious history and celebrate it for what it is, the state's most haunted building. Their shoes echoed over the dusty tiles as the small group crossed the entryway. There wasn't much time before Jones's van would rattle back up the driveway, but Remy had one more location to show her guests. She picked up the oil lamp she'd left on a small side table at the back of the room, lit it, and waited for the flame to stabilize before turning to the narrow door beside the kitchens. "The basement doesn't have electricity," she explained. "The stairs are steep, so please move carefully and watch your step." The nervous lady gripped her companion's arm tightly, and even the young adults looked uneasy. Remy went first, lamp held high to share its light, her spare hand brushing along the rusted metal handrail that stood between them and a steep drop to the flagstones below. Dozens of maids rushing up and down the steps each day had worn indents into the stone. The cold, moist air tickled Remy's nose. The basement always sent uneasy prickles running up her spine like invisible spiders. As the realm of maids and footmen, it had none of the luxurious proportions of the rest of the house. The stairs were steep, the ceiling low, and no attempt had been made to soften the stark stone walls. They used to store the wine and dry goods here. Remy reached the base of the stairs and moved back to make space for her companions. "Please don't go past the barrier. This is one of the less safe parts of the house." A cordon surrounded a 10-foot square at the base of the stairwell. Remy's guests clustered to the edge of the area, and she raised the light to help them see. This is where they found the bodies. The basement stretched onwards for more than 40 feet. A dozen of the huge, worn stones had been torn out of the floor and propped against the wall. Where they had once lain, dark holes tunneled 4 feet deep into the dirt. "We're not allowed any closer," Remy said. Noise traveled too far in the basement, so she kept her voice soft. The bodies were removed, but there are still tiny bone fragments in the dirt, and the house's owners don't want them disturbed. One of the middle-aged ladies moaned and clutched at her companion. "He buried all of his victims here?" the bespectacled man asked. "Not all. That's why his total number of victims is unknown. 29 bodies were retrieved from the basement, and they're what he was posthumously convicted for, but it's likely that many more travelers and servants from that time met their end at his hands. Researchers have theories for how he disposed of them. He could have thrown them into the ocean, buried them somewhere away from the house, and— this is one of the less savory theories— one historian believes a chef was Edgar's accomplice, and some victims were turned into the next day's lunch." The middle-aged lady moaned a little more loudly. Remy squeezed her lips together. I probably shouldn't have told her about that part. "There's a horrible atmosphere down here," the blonde woman whispered. "It feels bad." Remy rubbed at the goosebumps on her arms. She'd always mistrusted the basement, and not just because of the safety risks it posed. There was something unseen in the space that turned her stomach sour and made her heart feel heavy. A lone spider descended from the ceiling, spinning its web to hover in front of her face, legs twitching. "I know what you mean. Head back up the stairs when you're ready. The kitchen's at the opposite side of the foyer." Chapter 5. The Proposition. The kitchen's shining tiles, clutter of bronze pots, and wide benches were a welcome relief after the basement. Remy could hear her guests release their breaths and see them flex their shoulders as she crossed to her oversized thermos and began pouring hot chocolate. "Congratulations on making it through the night," she said as she passed out the steaming mugs. Even after 2 years of tours, she still felt a small measure of relief when they ended. "Jones will be here to pick you up in about 5 minutes. The doors behind you open onto the front yard. If you'd like to take some pictures from outside the house, now is a great time. And if you need a hug, come see me. I've been told I'm a world-class hugger." Chatter filled the room. The spectacled man stood still just long enough to accept his cup, before pulling a camera out of his pocket and speed-walking for the doors. The 2 middle-aged women and one of the tourists, who pulled out a pack of cigarettes, followed. Remy settled in to take questions from her remaining companions. She had plenty of practice at coping with late nights, but the exercise and after-midnight hour was clearly weighing on her tour group. They leaned on the bench as they chatted, looking wrung out but happy. The blonde woman who'd seemed embarrassed at the beginning of the tour couldn't stop giggling. Empty mugs began to filter back to the kitchen, and the rest of the guests moved outside to wait for the van. Remy piled her mugs into the sink and checked her pocket watch. It would take an hour for her to clean and lock up once the guests were gone, and if she took the scenic route back to her town, she would arrive just as the bakery opened. "Do you have a moment?" Remy startled. The tall, dark-haired man lingered in the kitchen's shadowed corner. He shot her an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you." It was the first time he'd spoken all night, and his voice was surprisingly deep and sharply enunciated. Remy laughed and pressed a hand to her jumping heart. "My fault. I'd thought everyone was outside. What's on your mind?" "I enjoyed the tour." The man clasped his hands behind his back and crossed to a china cabinet. "You must know a lot about this house." "I sure do." Remy kept her voice friendly, but something about her companion struck her as a little strange. He hadn't relaxed like guests normally did at the end of the tour, but seemed to be growing tenser, almost anxious. His eyes flicked across the cabinet's contents, apparently without seeing them. As Remy unscrewed the thermos lid, her mind strained to remember the man's identity. The booking forms ran together after a while, but she thought he was either Mark or Piers. Both men had given local addresses. "You run the tours fairly often, don't you?" Mark or Piers was still focused on the cabinet, but he shot her a glance out of the corners of his eyes. Remy tipped the thermos's excess milk down the sink. "Weekly during the warmer months, and as often as the weather will allow me during winter." "And you enjoy it?" "I wouldn't do it if I didn't." He finally turned to face her. His eyes were bright and keen. "I have an offer I hope you'll consider. I'd like to hire you for a private, extended tour." Remy blinked at him. "Private? Extended? This isn't a come-on, is it?"
Thank you, but I'm happy with my current job."
He reached for something in his jacket's pocket.
"You haven't heard the proposition yet."
Remy swallowed and glanced towards the door.
"The van's going to be here in a minute. Why don't we head outside?"
Mark or Piers pulled a business card out of his pocket and held it towards her. Remy mutely took the white square, but only glanced at it long enough to see her companion's name was, in fact, Mark. The card didn't list an occupation.
"I realize the house's owners would need to give permission," he said, "but if you pass my details on to them, I can handle the negotiations."
Remy frowned.
"Wait, this is a real offer?"
He blinked twice, and his eyebrows pulled even closer together.
"It's not a joke, if that's what you mean. I'm very interested in the supernatural and the phenomenon of this house in particular. I'd like to study it for a stretch of time. 2 weeks, ideally." It took Remy a second to readjust her assessment of the man standing before her. He was strikingly tall and thin, in a way that made Remy think of a sleek cat. The stilted way he spoke suggested he was rusty at social interactions, but he didn't seem crazy, at least.
2 weeks is a lot of time to spend in this house."
"It is, but I think it would be the ideal length of time to become familiar with the building."
"Right." The faint crunch of the driveway's gravel told her Jones had arrived to collect his charges. "Well, I'll pass your details on to the owners so you can discuss it with them directly."
"I'd like you to be there as well."
He took a step nearer and licked his lips.
"I believe I'd be hard-pressed to find someone who knows the building's history better than you, and so I want you to act as consultant. I wrote my offer on the back of the card."
Remy was starting to feel as though she'd fallen into a very strange, very confusing dream. She flipped the card over and found a dollar amount written in black ink. It was more than she would earn in 3 months at her day job. "I don't need the money, but even so..."
"I would also pay the owner's rent, of course, and provide food and any other supplies we might need."
Mark's eyes continued to rove across the kitchen's stone walls, wide benches, and long stovetop.
"I can handle all of the preparation. All I require from you is your availability and willingness to contact the spirits here."
She turned the card back to its front to see his full name, Mark Sullygent. Sullygent. Your name's familiar. Have we met before?
"Maybe you know my father. He's a surgeon at Royal Henry Private."
"Right." Remy remembered seeing articles about him in the newspaper. She cleared her throat. "Mr. Sullygent, thank you for the offer. I can't accept, but I'll send you the contact details of some other local historians." His restless eyes finally returned to her face.
"But they won't know the house like you do. They won't care about the house. I saw the way you looked when you talked about it. You were radiant."
Remy felt color spreading over her face and across her ears. She was spared having to answer by the sharp toot of a car horn. Jones wanted to leave.
You'd better go. Sorry I can't help. Mark appeared to be lost for words. He looked from Remy to the door and back, blinking rapidly. You didn't even think about it. Is it the money? I can give you more. Hot, frustrated anger rose to tangle with Remy's embarrassment. Look, I don't want to be rude, but it's not the money, it's... She floundered, hunting for some way to convey her feelings without offending. I barely know you. I can't just spend 2 weeks with a complete stranger. Motion drew her eyes down. Mark flexed his hands at his sides, coiling and uncoiling the long fingers almost reflexively. She looked back at his face and saw faint perspiration shining over his sharp bones. He was anxious. Because of me? Why? Mark's gaze didn't quite meet her eyes. His voice was quick, hushed, and tight. I'm sorry. I've explained this all backwards. It wouldn't just be us. I've already contacted a spirit medium as well as a paranormal researcher. And of course you would be welcome to bring any guests of your own choosing. I would ideally like a group of 7 or 8 persons who are open to the supernatural. But your knowledge of Carrow is invaluable. I doubt I could replace you. Remy, still flustered and confused, looked back at his card. It didn't list Mark's job, only his address and phone number. Jones hit the car horn again and held the harsh, high-pitched note for several seconds. I'll think about it, Remy said at last. Mark's tense expression broke into a cautious smile. Ah, good. Good, thank you. You have my number. He gave her a quick nod, then crossed to the exit and disappeared into the night. Remy followed him as far as the door, but stopped while she was still inside the well-lit kitchen. Mark's lanky silhouette was barely visible as he jogged across the lawn to the van and leapt through the door. She listened to the faint murmur of voices as he apologized for making Jones wait. Then the engine revved as the van turned back towards the town. He wants me to stay here 2 weeks, researching Carrow? I'd love to spend more time in this building, but there's got to be a catch. Things like this don't happen outside of movies. Remy blew out a slow breath as the van's headlights disappeared from sight. You'd probably save yourself a lot of angst if you just threw his card in the bin now. She looked down at the innocent square of white paper in her gloved hand, then flipped it over to reread the offer he'd written on the back. She hadn't seen him holding a pen. He must have prepared the card at home before he came on the tour. Just throw it out. She rubbed the smooth paper for a second, then snorted, slipped the card into her pocket, locked the door, and set about the long task of cleaning up. Chapter 6. Negotiation. Remy blew on her steaming cup of tea. She'd arrived at the little bakery cafe behind her house just as Michelle opened its doors. Remy felt drained after a night of no sleep, but practice had taught her the day would go better if she had something to eat before collapsing into bed. Tucked into her favorite corner, she was the only patron in the little brick building at the early hour. Michelle dropped off a plate bearing a generous cheese croissant on her way to put salt and pepper on the outdoor tables, and Remy picked a corner off her breakfast. The business card felt as though it weighed a ton in her skirt's pocket. Obviously, you need to say no. You shouldn't have even told him you'll think about it, because now it will be harder to reject him. The croissant was chewy and fatty, and should have helped sedate Remy, but her mind was jumping so badly she wasn't sure she would get any sleep that day. She tore off another strip, but her chews slowed to a halt. Why can't I say yes? Mark had painted a tempting picture, exploring the mansion and digging up its long dormant secrets alongside a spirit medium, a researcher, and a handful of spiritually in-tune souls. Despite voraciously researching Carrow and visiting the building nearly every week for 2 years, she knew she'd only scratched the surface of what it offered. Being responsible for the tours had meant being cautious, and as a result, Her experiences were tame compared to what others claimed to have seen in the house. She'd never glimpsed the Grey Lady, never felt poltergeist activity, never heard the widow's wails in the early hours of the morning. Remy scowled and shoved a large piece of the breakfast into her mouth. For a second, she allowed herself to imagine leading a new tour group through the building and saying, "Here's where I saw Lady Eleanor's ghost. She looked at me, then whoosh, she was gone." It would be nice to be able to share some first-hand experiences. Right now, I'm only parroting other people's stories. Remy exhaled and flopped back into her chair to stare at the ceiling. I've got to stop being stupid. I can't say yes. And yet, that frustrating, niggling, why not, refused to dissipate. I don't even know the guy. He wants me to spend 2 weeks in a remote house with him. That's a crazy level of stranger danger right there. There was nothing stopping her from doing a little research, though. Remy fetched her phone out of her skirts. She typed, "Mark Sullygent," into the search bar and skimmed the results. Mark didn't have much information about himself online, but she was faintly surprised by what she did find. Most of the results were small news articles applauding his charitable contributions to various causes. He'd bailed a no-kill animal shelter out when government fees had threatened to overwhelm it. He sponsored a college education for 12 underprivileged children. His money was responsible for many of the first response efforts after a hurricane had left 60 people homeless the previous year. He's rich, then. That shouldn't be surprising, considering he plans to fund this operation. He'd probably be insufferable to work for. As soon as that thought passed through Remy's head, she realized how wrong it was. Mark had been almost painfully awkward when making his offer. He wasn't used to dealing with people face to face, Remy was sure. But he'd been scrupulously polite. How did he make his money, then? His father's a private surgeon, but even that's not enough of an income to be a philanthropist on. Remy returned to the internet. It took nearly 10 minutes of digging to find Mark's business name, which led directly to her answer. Mark designed web apps, developed them until they were profitable, then sold them to larger companies. He'd been doing it for close to 8 years and had gone through nearly a dozen programs in that time. Remy whistled. She put her phone on the table next to her empty plate. The sun was starting to reach over the tree line, and thin, long lines of its light speared through the cafe's windows and shimmered up the walls. Remy chewed on the inside of her lip. The financial offer was generous, but she didn't need money. Between her day job as a freelance graphic designer and the weekly ghost tours, she lived quite comfortably. The other guests staying at Carrow could either be the best or the worst part of the deal. It was rare to meet people who were involved in the supernatural in her tiny town, but on the other hand, an out-of-control ego could make the fortnight unbearable. Without knowing who Mark had contacted, the assembly could go either way. Gah. She rested her head in her hands and used her thumbs to massage her sore eyes. I'm actually considering this. And why not? I don't have any family waiting for me, and I can take time off work. If the offer is genuine, to hell with it. She directed the words to the crumbs of her croissant. When did I get so boring? A sharp laugh made her startle. Michelle swept past on her way to the kitchen, still fighting snickers. Remy could barely hear what she said to the chef. Get a load of this, Polly. The ghost tour lady thinks she's boring. Remy bit her lip so that her own laughter wouldn't overflow. It wasn't quite 6 a.m. She was sitting in a tiny bakery cafe, wearing a black Victorian-era dress and considering throwing herself into an escapade unlike anything she'd been a part of before. Michelle had every right to laugh at her. Mark's business card waited on the table, seeming almost dangerously innocent in its simplicity. Before she could second-guess herself again, she dialed the number. The phone had rung twice before Remy remembered the time. Unlike her, Mark would have almost certainly gone to bed when he got home, and the call would ruin his night's sleep even more than the tour already had. She was about to hang up when a groggy, slightly dazed voice answered.
Hello? Mark here.
Oh, hi, Mr. Sullygent. She'd thought using his surname would bring some sobriety to the situation, but it only made her feel more ridiculous. She cleared her throat. It's Remy, your, tour guide from last night.
You're going to do it?
All tiredness had melted from his voice. She could imagine his keen eyes glittering in the half-light of dawn. Yes, I mean, possibly, on a couple of conditions. Remy ran a hand over her face. She was starting to wish she'd slept before making the phone call. She knew she should put boundaries in place before committing herself, but her sluggish mind was struggling to think of what they should be.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Firstly, she couldn't believe what she was about to say, and squeezed her eyes closed as though that would make it better. Firstly, I won't accept any payment.
Oh.
Confusion tainted his polite tone, but he recovered quickly.
I mean, if that's what you want, but I really feel that you should be compensated for your work.
That's exactly why I can't accept payment. If I'm going to do this, it has to be as an equal partner, not an employee with job obligations. Being trapped by a contract could be disastrous if the trip turned sour. This leads into my second condition. I, and by extension anyone else staying in the house, have to be free to leave at any time and for any reason.
Yes, of course. I'm hardly going to keep you there against your will.
Okay. Remy chewed her lip. And, can I bring some of my own companions?
I'm hoping you will. Ideally, we would have 7 or 8 people there total. As I mentioned, I've already hired a spirit medium, Marjorie McAllister.
Oh, I know Marjorie. They'd met at a convention several years before. Although Remy hadn't had much of a chance to talk to her, she'd seemed like a pleasant woman.
Good. Marjorie is coming with her assistant. I've also met a gentleman named Taj Sadhana, who will bring video cameras and other equipment.
Remy frowned. I haven't heard of him before.
He has a YouTube channel, very enthusiastic. I don't think he's been in the business for long, so he's eager to record and observe as much as possible. So, including you and me, that makes 5. Another 2 or 3 guests would be ideal. Does that sound all right to you?
Sure. Her tours normally topped out at 8, so Remy was comfortable with that number of companions. She chewed on her thumb for a second. The only problem would be coming up with her guests. She'd struggled to make friends since moving to the small town, and none of her family lived nearby. You still need permission from the house's owners.
You're right. I don't suppose you have their phone number.
Hang on. Remy reached into her skirt pocket and pulled out the black leather notebook where she kept their contact details. She recited the number to Mark, then added, That will contact Patricia Mahone. She acts as an intermediary for bookings, so it might take some back and forth to work out a deal.
I don't mind. Thank you, Remy.
Mark's smile was audible. She shook her head. All right, well, good luck. Give me a call when you have some concrete details.
I'll do that. Phone me anytime if you have questions or suggestions.
Remy hung up and tapped the phone on her front teeth. She wondered how Mark would react when he found out that Carrow House belonged to a very peculiar 17-year-old girl. April Mahone was technically too young to own property, but the house was hers in all but title. Her mother, Patricia, signed the contracts, but April had the final say about what would happen to her building. Remy didn't doubt April would say yes. Like Remy, the teen was fascinated by Carrow House and would eagerly welcome a research team. I'm really doing this, huh? Remy slid the phone into her pocket, left payment on the table, and turned to the cafe's doors. The sky was brightening, but all she could think about was her bed. 2 weeks in the state's most haunted house. This is either going to be a great decision or the worst experience of my life. Chapter 7. Welcome to Carrow House. I can't believe this is actually happening. Barely 3 weeks after her phone call with Mark, Remy slid out of her car to open Carrow's main shed. The space had once been a stable for the guests' horses, then later been used to store the building's original furniture. Now it would protect the research team's vehicles for the next 2 weeks. She drove into the vacant shed, easing her car into the back corner, then returned to the expanse of grass leading towards Carrow. She'd grown used to how the house looked at night, and it was hard to adjust to the area's atmosphere during daytime. In the dark, it was easy to forget Carrow sat on what was essentially an island. Crashing oceans surrounded it on 3 sides, and its only access came from the massive stone bridge that crossed the strait dividing the house from the mainland. Despite being separated from the true shore, Carrow had more than 8 acres of land. A crop of pines grew along the cliff edges, twisted and weathered by countless storms, and Carrow's own front garden, though largely dead, would give them plenty of room to stretch their legs if the house's atmosphere became overwhelming. Remy checked her watch. She'd arrived an hour early to open the house and pull some light into the neglected rooms. As she began moving towards the building, she was surprised by an engine's rumble. A small van appeared on the stone bridge and clattered its way onto the quasi-island. Remy watched as it pulled up at the front garden's gate. I shouldn't be surprised, she thought, as Mark Sullygent emerged from the driver's seat. He was dressed just as impeccably as he had for her tour, but had at least been sensible enough to wear jeans and boots. He waved as she neared him. I see we had the same idea to arrive early, he called. I'm grateful. I was halfway here before I remembered I don't have a key. Remy laughed as she reached him. I was just going to let some air through the house before everyone got here. It's horrifically stuffy for a building that's constantly buffeted by wind. No cancellations? Mark ran a hand through his dark hair as he stared up at the house. None that contacted me. Good. We should have a full party of 8, then. They passed through the stone fence that bordered the house's front garden. Remy noticed Mark's dark eyes danced across the haphazard shrubs, stone figurines, and crumbling seats. John Carrow loved English aesthetics, she supplied, so he decorated both the yard and the house to match, even though it didn't fit the climate. Talking about climates, they say we're likely to have some storms while we're here. Oh, I don't doubt it. As soon as winter hits and the current shifts, the area can be blanketed in rain for days on end. That's why winter tours are subject to the weather. Almost a third of the time I have to cancel them because the roads are too dangerous. Remy shrugged. We'll be fine inside the house, though. Once you light some fires, it's not as cold as it looks. I brought plenty of firewood. Mark ticked points off on his fingers as he followed Remy up the stairs to the front door. Food, clean mattresses and blankets, spare toiletries in case anyone forgets theirs, candles in case the electricity goes, bottled water in case the plumbing goes, a 2-way radio for worst-case scenarios, and a medical kit. Plus, I did a refresher first aid course last week. Remy stopped at the door to give Mark an amused, faintly impressed grin. Ha! You're almost as paranoid as I am. A hint of color flushed over his ears as he shrugged, not meeting her eyes. The course might have been overkill. You already know my father's a surgeon. He's nagged me into attending them every year since I was 8. Well, better to be too prepared than the opposite. Mark was surprising her. He seemed so much more relaxed and jovial that morning compared to the awkwardness of his proposal. In fact, he was downright charming. Maybe it was just nerves. She fit the key into the lock and enjoyed the screeching wail that greeted her every time she turned it. The doors shuttered on their hinges as they ground inwards. Remy snorted to clear her nose as dust and stale air swirled around her. Then she stepped back to let Mark inside. We'll leave the doors open to circulate the air. See if you can budge some of the windows over there. I normally don't open them for the night tours, but they'll be worth it today. Huge casement windows adorned both sides of the foyer. Remy worked on the right side, while Mark tackled the left. The handles were stiff from decades of infrequent use, but she managed to shift one of hers open a crack. She turned just in time to see Mark straining against his, one hand on the handle and the other applying force directly to the frame. "Try not to break it," she called. The window groaned as it opened, and Mark, breathing heavily, stepped back. "That should help." He rubbed his hands on his jeans as he joined her on the worn rug in the center of the room. "The wind's pretty sharp, so we might need to close them again before night." Remy nodded as she surveyed the room. "Talking about night, we've only got a few hours of daylight left. It might be wise to start bringing in the supplies and choosing where we'll sleep." "Oh, bloody hell!" They both turned to the sharp voice that came from the front door. A teenager glowered at them as she drummed her fingers on the wooden frame. "I wanted to get here first. I swear I hit every red light in the country, and now you two are early to boot." "Hey, April," Remy called. As the teenager moved inside, Remy quickly made introductions. "You two haven't met yet, have you? April, this is Mark. Mark, April Mahone, Carrow's owner." To Mark's credit, he greeted April with the same respect he showed Remy. "I'm glad you could come." "I'm looking forward to this," April said as she shook Mark's hand. She'd dyed her hair since the last time Remy had seen her, adding a marine blue streak to the long black waves. Remy secretly found the teen fascinating. April's family was rich enough to own properties across the country. When their daughter had begged them to buy and restore the state's most haunted house so that she could develop her psychic gifts, her parents had put up minimal objections. April's fascination with spirits and ghosts was so all-consuming that she'd accepted Remy's ghost tour's proposition without a second of hesitation. And on hearing that Mark intended to spend 2 weeks there, April had called Remy to simultaneously beg and demand she be included in the party. Remy was quietly pleased. If nothing else, April would keep them from being bored. April blew a wisp of dark hair out of her face as she surveyed the room. "This place looks older every time I visit." "Well, technically, I guess it is." Remy matched April's grin. "You said Lucille was coming, didn't you? Is she here?" "Yep." April stepped to one side and gestured to the garden with a dramatic flourish. "The mud is in the process of consuming her shoes, so don't wait up." Curious, both Mark and Remy moved forward to see the slim, immaculately dressed woman mincing her way up the path. Remy had only met Lucille Price once, when April had wanted to come on a tour. The tall, glamorous-looking woman's role seemed to be something between a family friend, a nanny, and a modern-day chaperone. Anytime April wanted to see or do something her parents deemed even mildly risky, Lucille was dispatched to accompany her. "Good afternoon!" Remy raised a hand as Lucille neared them, earning herself a grimacing smile in response. "Yes, I suppose it's wise to stay optimistic under such circumstances." Lucille's heels wobbled on the uneven stone steps, and for a second Remy was afraid they would have a broken ankle on the first day. Lucille made it to the top of the porch safely, though, and exhaled as she smoothed her skirt. "Be honest, dear. You don't think this lark is likely to last a full 2 weeks, do you?" Remy managed a laugh. "I guess we'll find out. Lucille, this is Mark Sulligent. Mark, Lucille Price." "Oh, charmed." Lucille's smile widened discernibly as she shook Mark's hand, and added with a wink, "Call me Lou. All of my favorite people do." Remy only had a second to note that she'd never been invited to use the pet name. Then she caught sight of April standing behind her guardian. The teen gave such a prolonged, excessively melodramatic eye roll that Remy had to bite her tongue to keep the smile off her face. "Well?" Mark looked faintly uncomfortable as he nodded towards the van. "I'd better start unpacking. Lovely to meet both of you." Lucille exhaled heavily as she watched Mark jog down the stairs. "I didn't realize he was the host. Have April and I been assigned rooms yet?
No, that's fine. We'll go and choose them now. I'd like one with an ocean view. That's good. You don't have much choice in this place, Remy said. You're welcome to any of the guest rooms on the second floor. Very well. Come along, April. April gave her guardian a deadpan glare as she leaned against the door. Nope. I'm going to help unpack. This visit is only for 2 weeks. We need to start strategizing to make the most of our time. Lucille looked ready to argue. Then she shrugged, patted her hair, and turned towards one of the double staircases. Suit yourself, dear. As the blonde started climbing, Remy heard her say, Only 2 weeks. Only? The child's demented. Chapter 8. Cautionary. We're going to have séances, right, Remy? Possibly? Remy and April waited at the back of the van. Mark stood inside the vehicle, gathering plastic crates full of supplies and passing them to Remy, who stacked them next to the garden's stone fence. April seemed oblivious that there was work to do as she paced back and forth, rubbing her thumb over her lower lip. Can we do that thing where someone goes into a trance and writes ghostly messages on a piece of paper? I saw them do that in a movie one time and it looked super cool. Remy laughed so hard that she almost dropped the carton of cereals Mark passed her. That's psychography, and it's not as exciting as the movies make it look. But we might try it. I'm not a spirit medium, so I'll leave that side of things to Marjorie. Do you think she could teach me? I'm sure I have some crazy abilities. I just need the right environment and a good mentor to bring them out. A catalyst. April wheeled back to stare up at the building. The sun neared the horizon, creating dusky red streaks across the sky and silhouetting the house's shingle roof. Yeah, Carrow is going to be my catalyst. Remy carefully placed a carton by the fence, but kept silent. The ability to communicate with spirits was a gift people had from birth. Most spirit mediums could recall seeing and speaking with ghosts as some of their earliest memories. If April's talents hadn't appeared by her 17th birthday, they were likely non-existent. That didn't mean that regular, non-gifted individuals never saw ghosts, but the spirits had to manifest strongly. Remy likened it to eyesight. Someone with great vision might be able to read every letter on an optometrist's chart, but someone with poor eyesight would only see the biggest letters, while the smaller ones disappeared into a blur. Most spirits were small letters. Only the strongest, poltergeists, ghosts that were able to physically manifest, and exceptionally powerful specters, could be equated to the chart's largest, clearest letters. But unlike eyesight, 20/20 spiritual vision was very, very rare. And there were no glasses or contact lenses to improve it. Most people would go their whole lives without perceiving a single ghost. Some glimpsed one or two, often fleetingly. A true, strong spirit medium could see them all. Remy's ability was slightly above mediocre, but only slightly. She'd seen 2 ghosts in her life, the first when she was a child, and the second as a teen, but neither had been clear or visible for long. She hoped she would have a chance to exercise her modest gift during the stay at Carrow. She was contemplating the difficult task of explaining spiritual sight to April without shattering the girl's heart, when a hand touched her shoulder. Mark had jumped down from the van and approached without her hearing. "Are you all right? You look worried." She blinked, then grinned. "No, I'm fine. Just thinking about some stuff. Nothing serious." "Good. I didn't want to lose my tour guide before the visit had even begun." They both picked up a carton of food and began carrying them through the garden, up the stone stairs, and into the foyer. While Remy had been lost in thought, April had wandered off. It took her a moment of searching to spot the girl's red jacket and blue highlights near the copse of pine trees. Remy grimaced. She wasn't sure if she should let April wander around the hazardous island alone, but then it was her property. "The others should be arriving soon, as long as they're on time," Mark said. "Once introductions are over with, what should our first tasks be?" They dropped their burdens in the center of the foyer and returned to the garden for another armful.
Dinner, I'd say. Remy glanced behind them at the dipping sun. Then setting up our rooms. If there's time, we might be able to discuss a plan for the next few days. But I don't think we'll get to the actual researching today. Not unless we pull an all-nighter. Mark handed her one of the lighter crates, then hefted 2 jugs of water. No, you're right. Better we're well rested. You're not disappointed? He laughed. No. There's not much about today that could disappoint me. Except... A hint of mischief brought light to his eyes. If I'm being honest, I was rather hoping you'd come wearing that black dress from the tour. Ha! He's so lively compared to that night in the kitchen. I don't mind this change. Remy jostled her companion, then jogged up the stairs. Not a chance. I only cosplay at night. They stepped into the foyer. An ethereal figure stood in a band of dying light that flowed through the window. The sunset's glow sparkled off her glossy gold hair and gray dress, and her pose reminded Remy of the female saints that often adorned Renaissance paintings. Then the woman turned, and Lucille's decidedly unsaint-like face glowered at them. These rooms are disgusting. Remy gave her a tight-lipped smile as she set down her carton. Well, no one's lived here for a couple of decades. There's going to need to be a bit of cleaning before bed, I'm afraid. Lucille stalked forward, her face contorted in repulsion. As she neared, Remy noticed a cobweb had become caught in the woman's fringe. It took all her self-control not to stare. Dust everywhere. The words escaped Lucille as little staccato gasps. Rat, excrement, in the hallway, filthy windows, and blood on one of the walls. I can't believe you let our building devolve into such a wretched state. What are we paying you for? Remy blinked aggressively to collect her thoughts. Wait, hold up. You're not paying me. I rent from you. And what did you say about blood? Sprayed across the wall. Lucille threw out a hand to demonstrate. Do you have any idea how unhygienic that is? Where's April? I've got to talk some sense into her. Remy exchanged a look with Mark. I check all of these rooms after my tours. I didn't see any kind of stain last time I was here. Perhaps, Lucille massaged the bridge of her nose, perhaps April and I can stay in a hotel in town. She's only slightly unreasonable. Surely we can come to a compromise. Which room? Remy pressed. Oh, I don't know. One of the bedrooms. Remy was already jogging up the stairs. She could hear Mark's quick, sharp steps behind her. Does anyone else have access to the house? He asked as they reached the landing. Not that I know of. Remy looked down both sides of the hallway and chose the right first. The doors were already open, so she checked inside each room before moving farther into the house. I'd suspect vandalism, except it's nearly impossible to get into this place without a key. You saw how hard it was to open the windows. They reached the end of the hallway without finding anything unusual, and started back up the opposite way. Remy was beginning to think Lucille was either mistaken or exaggerating, until she stepped into room 9. Oh, no, that definitely wasn't here during my last tour. Mark came to a halt at her side. Together they stared at the dark red marks blooming out of the wallpaper near the window. It does look a bit like blood, doesn't it? Wonder tinted his voice. He stepped nearer to the marks, hands extended, but didn't touch them. The stains weren't big. The largest was smaller than Remy's palm, and the rest could have come from fingertip taps, but close to a dozen of them spread across the wallpaper in a vaguely oval shape. Remy frowned as she scanned the pattern. Tell me if I'm talking crazy, but I don't think those marks look like something was splashed on the paper. He glanced at her. What do you mean? They look like a liquid is seeping out of the wall. Mark blew out a breath and scratched a hand through his dark hair. Yes, I see that. He reached for the window handle. It squealed as the long frozen pane moved, but he persisted until the opening was wide enough to poke his head through. His body contorted as he examined the external wall, but when he pulled back inside, he looked more confused than ever.
I can't see anything out there that could cause it.
Remy leaned close to the wallpaper. She touched the largest mark and grimaced as her finger came away slick with red liquid. It's still wet.
Well, damn.
Mark's laugh was shaky.
The only person who's been up here since we arrived is Lucille, and I can't imagine she did this.
Room 9's door slammed open, making both Remy and Mark jump. April entered, followed closely by a dark-haired, stubbled man Remy didn't recognize.
Lucille wasn't joking,
April said, her eyes round.
This is bloody amazing. What do you think it is, Remy? A spirit's manifestation? Ectoplasm?
Remy didn't answer. She rubbed her wet finger against her thumb, feeling the fluid's distinctly tacky consistency. She could smell a biting metallic undertone. It was hard not to think about blood, and the idea made her stomach flip unpleasantly.
Well, what are you waiting for?
April flapped her arms.
Tear the wallpaper off. I want to see where it's coming from.
Mark looked from her to the wall.
Oh, are you sure that's all right? Isn't this antique paper?
It's my bloody house. Tear the bloody stuff down.
Mark gave Remy a final, questioning look, as though seeking her approval. She shrugged to indicate it wasn't her choice to make, so he retrieved a Swiss Army knife from his pocket. He flipped out one of the blades and used it to score the discolored, patterned paper. Remy retreated to stand beside April and the strange man, whose expression was almost as rapt as the teenager's. He caught Remy looking at him and thrust a long-fingered hand towards her.
Taj Sadhana, ghost hunter.
Hi, Remy, tour guide. Remy, reluctant to extend the liquid-tainted hand, offered him the opposite one. It was awkward, but they managed to shake. I'm glad you came.
That's a joke.
He grinned good-naturedly as his hungry eyes returned to the wall.
I'm the grateful one here. A dozen of my peers are turning green from jealousy as we speak.
Mark was working at the wallpaper carefully but diligently. He pulled back a long strip, exposing a second, dingier layer of paper below. Remy knew the pattern from photos. That would be from the 1955 renovation.
Keep going,
April urged. Remy silently agreed. The stains appeared to be bigger with the first layer gone. He nodded, returned the knife to the paper, and scored deeper lines. A second strip of paper came down. The stains were larger. Remy recognized the gold and red paper. That's the house's original layer. Try removing it too. There should be plaster behind it. For a moment, the room was silent except for the sound of ripping paper. Then Mark stepped back from the wall and continued backing up until he'd joined them in the doorway. Even April was speechless. Gore, bright red, seeped out of the plaster as though from an open wound. The distinct spots that had been visible on the top wallpaper layer had merged into an egg-shaped patch that was almost as large as a person's torso. April broke the quiet with a loud swear word.
You're all seeing this, right? I'm not imagining it.
Grinning, Taj shook his head.
We need to document this. I'll get my camera.
Yes. Remy's voice sounded hollow in her ears. She looked back at her hand, where the bright red liquid marked two of her fingers, and nausea rose. Get a camera. I need to wash this off. Taj was already at the door.
Can someone help me carry my equipment?
I'll do that.
April pointed at Mark.
Stay here and guard the whatever that is. We'll be back in a moment.
Taj and April barreled out of the room at the same time, thumping into the hallway walls in their eagerness to collect the cameras. Remy waited until their footsteps had faded. Then she turned to Mark. Will you be okay here alone? Despite looking a fraction paler than he had earlier that day, he gave her a bright smile. Absolutely. Go wash your hand. She nodded mutely and left the room. It seemed easier to breathe in the hallway, and Remy began collecting her thoughts as she jogged to the nearest bathroom. This has to be of supernatural origin, doesn't it? The small bathroom's off-white tiles glittered when Remy flicked on the light. She twisted the sink's tap and sighed as cold, clear water erased the red marks from her fingertips. None of the accounts about Carrow talked about blood coming through the walls. What does that mean? Have we unintentionally angered the spirits? Is it a warning? Her mind flashed back to the photos of bruises, cold burns, and cuts that ghost hunters had earned while investigating Carrow. But in all of those cases, the researchers had spent prolonged periods, sometimes days, taunting the ghosts to provoke a response. There had been plenty of calmer research projects where nothing threatening, let alone violent, had been recorded. And Remy's own tours had run without a hitch for nearly 2 years. Despite all of that, maybe it would be wise to cancel the visit, even if April throws a fit. She kept the tap running longer than was really necessary and scrubbed her fingertips until they were pink. She was drying her hands on her jeans when a muffled, furious "No!" echoed through the house. Remy slammed the tap off and raced back into the hallway, her focus re-centered on room 9. Chapter 9. The Dining Room. There wasn't far to run between the bathroom and room 9, but anxiety had Remy breathless and her heart pounding by the time she caught herself on the doorframe. April and Taj had returned from collecting his equipment, and April, the source of the cry, had slumped against a wall. "What's wrong?" Remy grabbed the teen's shoulders and pulled her around as she searched her face. "Are you hurt?" "Only my morale," April spat and waved a hand towards the wall. Mark stood near the stain, shoulders hunched, and hands clasped behind himself apologetically. "I'm afraid this was a false alarm. Listen." He knocked his elbow against the wall a foot away from the red marks. Remy frowned as a low, clattering, gurgling noise rose from the house. The stain glistened as fresh liquid seeped out of the plaster. "You mean—" "From what I can tell, it's a burst pipe." He shrugged. "I made the mistake of leaning against the wall and it started rattling." Remy pressed a hand against her chest, where her heart was still fluttering. "Rust could account for the reddish color and the metallic odor." She laughed as tension slipped from her shoulders. "Sorry, April." "This is literally the worst thing that could possibly happen," the teen muttered. Taj, his cheerful attitude unchanged, nudged her. "Stay positive. Maybe a ghost burst the pipe." "Either way, you'll need to hire a plumber," Remy said. "If the pipe is going through the house's external wall, it's probably carrying water from the roof. This'll only get worse with rain." April curled her lip to show Remy exactly what she thought of plumbers. Chuckling, Taj nudged her again. "I'll get a camera set up just in case. But I wouldn't complain if you guys helped carry the rest of this stuff back downstairs." Remy noticed he was standing near an impressive stack of equipment, a camera and a tripod, an EMF recorder, audio recorder, black light, and several odd-looking pieces of equipment she didn't recognize. He'd come prepared at the very least. "Yeah, no problem. Come on then. It's getting late and I'd like to be in bed before midnight if possible." April shot a final, regretful look at the wall, then joined Remy and Mark to take a share of the equipment. The others followed Remy single file down the hallway, then the stairs. Lucille's sniffles were audible as soon as Remy entered the foyer. She'd perched herself on the edge of one of the fireside seats, apparently trying to touch the dusty upholstery as little as possible, and directed a 1,000-yard stare at the opposite wall. A familiar, portly figure sat opposite, hat held neatly on his lap, and he leapt to his feet as Remy appeared. "There you are." He pressed a handkerchief to the perspiration on his forehead. "What's happened? She's been wailing about blood. Then those two ran past like the devil were on their heels, and I heard a cry. Has someone been hurt?" No, nothing like that." Remy placed the boxes on the ground and gave the man an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Piers. It's been a bit of a strange afternoon." Following Mark's confirmation that he had a booking for the house, Remy had sent an email to her database of past tour guests, offering a spot in the extended stay. Although close to 20 had replied to say they wished they could come, only one had committed: Piers, the spectacled gentleman who had coincidentally been a part of Mark's tour. Remy supposed she shouldn't be surprised by the low turnout. 2 weeks was a long time for people to take away from their jobs and families, let alone spend in a haunted house. While discussing the plan's details, Piers had shared that he was recently retired and wanted to dedicate more of his time to exploring a subtle supernatural gift he believed he possessed. Gift aside, Remy was grateful to have him there. He'd struck her as pleasant and enthusiastic, two traits that would help diffuse the irritability that inevitably crept over people stuck together for an extended time. Remy quickly introduced him to Mark. Even though they'd been on the tour together, they hadn't actually spoken. Then to April and Taj. Piers let slip that he believed he was paranormally gifted, and April's eyes lit up as she latched onto him, demanding he tell her everything. Lucille, still sitting on the edge of the seat, sniffed and glowered at the pair. Taj excused himself to retrieve the rest of the equipment from his car, leaving Remy and Mark together. "Now we're just missing our spirit medium and her assistant." Remy checked her watch. "They're a bit late. Do you think we should start dinner while we wait for them?" "Yes, definitely. I'm starving." He beckoned her towards the stack of cartons in the center of the room and began digging through them. "Where do you want to eat? The kitchen?" "There's a dining room, but it'll be phenomenally dusty." "Can't be worse than the rest of the house," he said cheerfully as he unpacked a stack of plates. "Lead the way." The dining room was, as promised, phenomenally dusty. Remy and Mark spent a few minutes washing the table and serving bench, and dusting the chairs to get it to an acceptable state. Then Mark returned to the kitchen to prepare their food, while Remy set the table. She had to make several trips to carry the tableware and food into the dining room, and each journey took her past the foyer, where Lucille pointedly ignored everyone around her, and April and Piers continued their excited discussion in hushed tones. It would have been less work to eat huddled around the kitchen's bench, but Remy was glad they weren't having dinner there. She wanted to make a good impression on their first night in Carrow, and the dining room was a surefire way to achieve that. The vaulted ceiling that stretched high above their heads was fitted with skylights that would have allowed the day's natural glow through if there had been any left. A banquet table large enough to seat 30 filled the room. Serving tables stood at each end, and velvet drapes shuttered the tall, narrow windows overlooking the garden. The table was too large even for their group, so Remy clustered the food and drinks at one end. The sconce lights fitted to the walls provided poor lighting, so Mark went to find candles while Remy rallied their small group. "Serve yourself," she said, as she ushered April and Piers, who were still talking, through the doorway. "There's wine for anyone of legal age, and soft drinks for April. We're still missing 2 of our party, so save some food for them." Lucille's offended glower faded as she looked about the room. She exhaled a murmur as she took the seat beside April. "This place could be glorious if it were fixed up." "That's exactly what the last 8 owners thought," Remy said with a wink. She waited by the door until Taj, having run down the stairs, entered, followed by Mark. "It's an incredible house, but not in a good location. Plus, its history doesn't do it any favors. It hasn't been profitable since Edgar Porter was hanged." "Still, though," Lucille directed her attention towards her ward, "I'm sure we could do something with it. Turn it into a luxury spa, perhaps, or maybe a convention center." April looked at Lucille as though she'd gone insane. "But it wouldn't be spooky if we did that." "Dig in," Remy interjected loudly enough to interrupt the brewing argument. "Don't let it get cold." For several long minutes, the room was silent except for the rhythmic clatter of cutlery as the pastas and cold meats were consumed. While April, Taj, and Piers all wolfed down their meals, Mark seemed distracted as he picked at his plate, and Lucille refused to eat anything except the salad and the wine. For her own part, Remy was lost in her thoughts. It felt surreal to be staying in Carrow, rather than visiting for a handful of hours at a time. She only prayed they would find something to justify the hefty price Mark must have paid to bring them there. Taj stopped chewing, and his eyes flicked towards the door leading to the foyer. Did anyone else hear that?
No. Remy glanced behind them. What was it?
Don't know. Like, voices or something. April leaned forward in her seat, her eyes huge.
Are the spirits trying to speak to us?
He grinned and shook his head. Doubt they'd make it that easy. I can't hear it anymore. It was probably just the wind rattling a window. This house is noisy.
Even so, the entire group held still and listened. They could hear the wind tugging at the building, the dulled roar of crashing waves, and a groan as the wood above their heads flexed. Then a door slammed. Chapter 10. Gathering.
I knew it.
April leapt to her feet, but Lucille clutched at her arm to keep her at the table. One by one the group stood, all turning towards the double doors leading to the foyer. Remy glanced towards Mark and saw he was already looking to her, apparently waiting for her lead. She licked her lips and took a step towards the doors. The grand, carved doors burst inwards, making Lucille shriek and Piers knock his chair over. Remy exhaled and pressed a hand to her fluttering heart as she saw the tiny, wrinkled woman in the opening.
Marjorie! I see you've started dinner.
Marjorie trotted into the room, her narrowed blue eyes scanning the occupants with a quick sweep.
I suppose it was a bit rude not to call and tell you I'd be late. You must have worked yourselves into a frenzy if a closing door is enough to startle you.
Lucille sniffed. You did a bit more than simply close it. A tall, sallow man entered after Marjorie, carrying a suitcase in each hand. He inclined his head a fraction in greeting, but remained silent as he placed the suitcases on the ground, took 2 plates, and began filling them with food. Remy cleared her throat. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Marjorie McAllister. She's a highly talented spirit medium who has worked on several significant haunted locations with great success.
This is a lovely little gathering,
Marjorie said as she stripped off her gloves.
Sorry we couldn't be here earlier. I sensed a strong psychic connection on the freeway, and we had to pull over to clear it. Young man killed in a car crash a few years back. Wasn't keen on moving on.
The sallow man, still silent, tightened his lips and turned his eyes towards the ceiling. Remy suspected he wasn't as pleased about the detour as his employer.
This is Bernard,
Marjorie continued as she wiggled into a free seat beside Piers.
He'll be assisting me during these next 2 weeks. Say hello, dear.
Bernard exhaled a barely audible response as he placed a plate in front of Marjorie, then chose a seat at the opposite side of the table, next to Lucille.
Thank you for coming.
Mark folded his hands on the table as he glanced about them.
That makes our party complete. Would now be a good time to make some plans?
He turned towards Remy, and she nodded. Apparently, she wasn't sure when or how, she seemed to have been elected the leader for that evening. She enjoyed playing the role during the tours, but it felt strangely foreign that night. She cleared her throat and spread her hands.
Welcome, everyone. I'm glad you could all make it. If no one minds, maybe we could go around the table and introduce ourselves and our purpose here. I'm Remy Allier, and I know a library's worth of mostly useless trivia about Carrow. My experience with ghosts is limited, but I've always been fascinated by them, and especially this house. I'll be acting as a guide, fact-checker, and helping out anywhere else I'm needed.
She nodded to Mark, who sat at her right.
Mark Sullygent.
He raised a hand in a brief, awkward greeting.
If I had to sit in a box, it would probably be labeled sponsor. Like Remy, I'll help out wherever I'm needed.
Remy would have liked Mark to share more,
She still didn't know his underlying reason for coming to Carrow, but he motioned to Piers before she could ask.
Well?
Piers seemed faintly embarrassed as he polished his glasses.
I'm here as a sort of spectator, I suppose. I used to see spirits when I was a child, and now that I'm retired, I'd like to explore that some more. As far as hobbies go, it's more exciting than golf and cheaper than a yacht, and will make a great icebreaker at parties.
Remy chuckled, then turned to Taj. You?
I'm a bit more mercenary than my friend,
Taj said, inclining his head towards Piers.
I want to capture irrefutable proof of the supernatural. I produce documentaries featuring haunted locations, and I think Carrow will give me some phenomenal, potentially groundbreaking material.
Documentaries? Lucille perked up instantly. You're a film producer?
He nodded cheerfully. An indie producer, that's right. I post to my YouTube channel. The pay is peanuts, but it's unbelievably gratifying.
The scowl returned as Lucille slumped back in her seat. Hoping that Taj hadn't noticed the dismissal, Remy quickly said, I saw you brought equipment.
Everything I owned or could borrow.
His face lit up as he recounted them.
Cameras, both the plain and the motion detection kind, EMF recorders, a surveillance system, blacklights, a specially adjusted radio.
Marjorie made a noise that was somewhere between a cough and a laugh.
I see you've embraced the 21st century, dear. That's good and all, and I'm sure those gadgets may pick up some residual effects from a spirit's presence. But the most effective results always come from connecting with the entities on an emotional, empathic level. That's the only reliable way to communicate with them.
Taj's smile tightened.
Yeah, it's a real tragedy that they won't admit feelings into scientific journals. Science. Marjorie threw her hands up. Why must everything be attached to science before it's believed? Open your eyes, boy. Not everything in this world can be put inside a test tube.
Remy and Mark shot each other a quick, concerned glance. The evening's civility was unraveling rapidly. In an attempt to save it, Remy interjected, From where I stand, you're not too different. Both Taj and Marjorie looked incredulous. She hurried to continue. You both want to touch, to see, to talk with a realm that the average person doesn't believe exists. Yeah, your methods are different, but I don't see them as conflicting. And if they both get results, who's complaining? Taj gave her a nod and leaned back in his seat. Marjorie, on the other hand, continued to look righteously offended.
Those cameras, those nasty EMF readers and electrical devices, they just frustrate and upset the spirits. You're poking at a hornet's nest by bringing them here.
She turned to Mark.
I was led to believe we were truly attempting to communicate with the dead, not putting on some inane circus act in hope of getting a few clips we can string together into a sensational video.
We're not. Mark shifted forward with both hands spread on the table. Be patient with me. I've never participated in this sort of event before. I hired both you and Taj specifically because your methods are different. Maybe one will work better than the other. I don't know that yet, but I'd rather try too much than not enough. Marjorie leveled a searching glare at him. After several painfully long seconds, she exhaled and resumed her grandmotherly smile. I believe that. You have a bright aura. You, at least, came here with good intentions. She sent a pointed look at Taj, but he pretended not to notice. Remy cleared her throat. I think that works as Marjorie's introduction, too. As our spirit medium, she'll be overseeing most of what we do here. And, Bernard?
I'm here because she's paying me.
Bernard's voice was as flat and emotionless as his expression, and invited no further questioning. Lucille raised her wine glass. Ditto. So that leaves our host, April. April flipped a lock of hair over her shoulder and flashed a wolfish grin. I own this joint. I'm awesome. And I can't wait to see some crazy, messed up stuff here. Marjorie exhaled a small, affronted noise. Well, maybe we can save the crazy, messed up stuff for tomorrow. Remy glanced at her watch. It was after 10. Unless anyone here considers cleaning to be crazy and messed up, in which case there's plenty of that.
One question.
Bernard, whose long face had been growing steadily more morose as the evening progressed, rolled his head towards Remy and held up his mobile.
I've been trying to get a signal since I arrived. Is anyone else having problems?
Oh. Remy looked at Marjorie. Sorry, weren't you told? Carrow doesn't get any signal. Anyone who wants to make a phone call or check their email will need to drive to town.
Bernard's lips twisted in disgust.
Tell me you're joking.
Oh, don't make such a fuss, dear. Marjorie patted his arm. They brought a two-way radio in case of emergencies. You can listen to some tunes if you get bored.
He let his head drop back. Remy barely caught his mutter of, "Lovely."
Are we done here?
Lucille downed the last of her wine and wiped a dribble off her lips with the back of her hand. The bottle next to her was half empty.
I still don't know where we're sleeping.
Yes, definitely.
Remy rose and began gathering plates. You can have your picks of the upstairs rooms. Mark kindly brought fresh sheets, pillows, and quilts, so collect yours from the foyer. The gentleman might be kind enough to carry the new mattresses upstairs. I would recommend not taking room 9 because of the water leak. And,
She pulled up a brief mental tally of Carrow's history.
Rooms 2, 5, 11, and 14 are less haunted, if that's important to anyone.
Less haunted?
Piers had been quiet through virtually all of the dinner but was cleaning his glasses aggressively.
I'll, be the first to admit I came here hoping for some spooks, but, I'd rather not meet them while I'm sleeping. Are any rooms not haunted at all?
Remy dearly wished she had different news. She gave him an apologetic smile. I won't sugarcoat this. There has been at least one death in every bedroom in this building. There have been supernatural phenomena experienced in most of them, too. But 2, 5, 11, and 14 are the least awful.
Least awful?
Lucille sent April a sour look.
You spent a small fortune on this hole, and the very best it can offer is least awful?
April met her guardian's frown, then turned to Remy with an expression of such ferocious stubbornness that it was almost laughable.
I want to stay in the most haunted room. Are you mad, child?
Marjorie laughed.
There'll be plenty of time to meet the spirits in the morning. I'm not mad, and I'm not joking.
A cold smile curved the teen's lips.
Give me the most awful room. I'll spend all night in it.
Remy, feeling helpless, turned to Mark. Judging by his tight-lipped, wide-eyed expression, he didn't have any clue on how to handle the situation either. She owns the house, but on the other hand, she's not even an adult. April leaned across the table, eyes narrowed.
The most awful.
Remy held both hands up to beg for mercy.
Okay, how about you pick?
Do you want the room where Edgar bludgeoned a widow and her child to death, and now she rattles the window panes? Or do you want the room where the guests mysteriously suffocated during the night, and now their gasping last breaths can be heard at 4 a.m?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
April's eyes lost their squint. She turned to Lucille with a mischievous smile.
We're sharing. Which one do you want?
I don't care. Lucille scowled at the ceiling. It's all nonsense, so you can have whatever you like, just as you always do. Color bled from April's face as cold, tight anger squeezed her lips together and flared her nostrils. When she finally turned back to Remy, a vicious, blazing determination lit her eyes.
Give us the bludgeon room.
Room 6, Remy said weakly. Piers leaned close so that he could whisper to her.
Sorry. I mean,
Would it be okay if I called dibs on one of the better ones? Room 11, she whispered back. Hardly anything happens there. Get some luggage in it before one of the others moves in. Piers beamed at her, quickly rose, and trotted back to the foyer with April and a sniffling Lucille in his wake. Marjorie stood slowly and gave the remaining guests a polite nod. I'll rely on my empath abilities to choose a room. Good night, all. I'll see you nice and early for breakfast. Come, Bernard, I need you to make my bed for me. Bernard's mouth curled, but he made no comment as he followed his employer. Taj stayed just long enough to thank them for dinner. Then he hurried out, leaving Mark and Remy standing beside the stack of dirty dishes. Remy raised an eyebrow. Looks like I'm on washing duty tonight. I'll help. Mark hefted an armful of plates, grinning. It'll give the others a chance to get settled. Theoretically. Chapter 11. The Woman in the Hall. It was nearly an hour later when Remy and Mark, their arms full of luggage and clean sheets, reached the top of the stairs. The time had passed faster than Remy had expected. Mark had been chatty and made her laugh easily. She found herself looking forward to getting to know him better during the following weeks. Marjorie paced the second-floor hallway. Her eyes were half-closed and her fingers stretched out so that they barely brushed the walls. She chuckled when she saw Remy and Mark. Sorry, don't mind me. Just getting a feel for the place before bed. Remy raised her eyebrows. Are you having trouble choosing a room? Oh, goodness no, dear. I've already staked out my territory. Room 11 was my first pick, but Piers had already slipped in there, darn him. I opted for room 5 instead. Bernard's fixing it up for me. Glad you're settled. Remy passed Marjorie to check who had taken the other rooms. April, true to her word, had placed herself and Lucille in 6. The room only had a single bed, so Lucille's mattress had been dropped unceremoniously on the floor below the window. Her mouth scrunched into an unhappy grimace, Lucille hung her tailored clothes in the wardrobe. Taj's jacket dangled from the doorknob of room 2, but Remy found him in room 9, the room with the leaking pipe. He was focused on the screen of a camcorder he'd set up earlier. Found anything? Nah. His smile was apologetic. I got excited when it caught some motion from a few hours ago, but it was just the loose wallpaper moving in the wind. I'll leave it running overnight. All right, don't stay up late. Remy turned back to the hallway where Mark waited politely. Out of the remaining rooms, 14 is the best, historically speaking. It's yours if you want it. Which will you stay in? Room 7, she answered easily. It's got a ghastly backstory, but at least it's near the bathrooms. That earned her a laugh. Then I'll take 8. That's the one where the fellow was stuffed into his wardrobe, right? I can handle that. Have a good sleep. Good night. She waited until he'd closed his door, then turned the handle and entered room 7. The air tasted stale, so she pushed the window up to let a breeze in. She used her sleeve to rub the worst of the dust off her side table and put her linen bundle on it before switching on the room's lamps. Shadows bled away from the matching collection of dark wood furniture and age-stained wallpaper. The room wasn't large, but it was plenty for one person. She pulled the old mattress off the bed and replaced it with one of Mark's that had been left in the hallway. April had insisted on maintaining as much of Carrow's original furniture as possible, and that had included the mattresses from the building's last opening in the 80s. That was a long time for anything to sit dormant, and Remy was impressed the bed hadn't developed mildew in the interim. The multiple renovations had erased every trace of death from her room, but they were all preserved in Remy's mind, catalogued by year. 5 guests had disappeared from the space during Edgar's reign, including 2 sisters and a maid who had reported a dark stain in the carpet. The police investigations had turned up bloodstains on the bed's underside, where one of the victims had tried to hide and subsequently been stabbed to death. Remy tried not to think about it as she tucked fresh sheets into the mattress. Quiet noises from up and down the hallway created a reassuring background melody. She hadn't chosen room 7 just because of its proximity to the bathroom. It was also central to where everyone else was staying. While room 14 had a less violent history, she was more concerned for the living than the dead. She wanted to be close if anything went wrong during the night. April's and Lucille's voices rose above the background noises. From the snatches Remy caught, Lucille hated everything about the room and wanted them to drive back to town and stay in a proper hotel. April threw around a handful of names, including ungrateful whiny wretch and insipid killjoy. Remy didn't want to eavesdrop, but it was hard not to when the words shook the walls. At last, the bickering subsided. Remy shoved the original mattress and sheets into a pile near the wardrobe, then retrieved her pajamas and toothbrush and went to the bathroom. It was nearing midnight when Remy clambered into her bed. Despite how bone-tired she felt, sleep refused to visit her. She lay in the alien bed, staring at the peeling off-white ceiling 6 feet above her, as the house gradually settled. The other occupants turned off their lights and fell quiet, and soon all she could hear was a faint rattle of plumbing and the mournful groan of flexing wood. A series of niggling questions ran through her weary mind. At the forefront was concern for April and Lucille. Why were they together when they were so hostile towards each other? If April's parents were pliable enough to buy her a mansion, surely they would find her a new chaperone if she didn't like Lucille. Frowning, Remy rolled over to see her bedside clock. The red digital numbers crept towards 1 a.m. Another question plied for attention. Mark had been nothing but pleasant and accommodating since they'd arrived at Carrow. He hadn't asked any questions, made any plans, or given them any tasks. And during the dinner, he'd implied that he didn't know much about ghosts or spirit mediums. So why did he spend a small fortune renting Carrow for the fortnight? She groaned and flipped onto her other side, facing the door, hoping she could shake some of the buzzing thoughts out of her brain. Somewhere outside her window, a bird cried out in alarm, then was silenced. A low, agonizing creak reverberated through the dark. Remy sat up as her door drifted open. "Hello?" She kept her voice to a whisper, but the word carried in the quiet house. She slid her feet out of bed and felt them indent the rough rug. The only light in her room came from the LED clock, and it was barely enough to see the wall, let alone the hallway beyond. Just the wind. You didn't close the door properly, and a breeze pushed it open. The wood felt faintly cold under her hand as she pushed the door closed. She waited to feel the click of a latch catching, then shuffled backwards until her legs hit her bed. Just the wind. As she curled back under the blankets, she tried to force her breathing into a slow, steady rhythm. It was hard to stop her fingers curling into the corner of the pillow as though they needed to hold on to something. "You're being ridiculous, Remy. It's barely past 1 a.m. The tours routinely keep you in Carrow much later than this." Despite that, her fingers wouldn't relax. Spending the night in Carrow while fully dressed and busy with chores felt vastly different to spending the night in a bed, in the dark, listening to the crash of waves below her window and the creak of wood flexing as it cooled. Wait, that's not just the wood relaxing. They're footsteps. Remy's heart leapt painfully. She stayed curled in her bed, her eyes frozen on the barely visible door. "No, calm down. It's someone going to the bathroom, that's all." But that didn't make sense. The house was too dark to move through without some kind of light, and the space below her door was solid black. The creaks grew closer. They were steady, rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Remy clenched her teeth and dug her fingers into her pillow as the presence neared, then passed, her door. A second later, a drawn-out groan sent shudders down her spine. Her door drifted open. Remy's breaths were quick and tight, She slipped out of bed, crept towards the door, and turned on her light. The lamp was dirty, and the light didn't spread as far as she would have liked. Remy leaned through the doorway, her heart fluttering, and looked down the hall. Some kind of flowy white fabric disappeared around the corner. The glimpse was so brief that Remy couldn't give it any other attributes. She couldn't tell how large it was or how fast it was moving, only that it had turned down the opening that led to the stairs. The night's cold was starting to seep through her pajamas and spread goosebumps over her skin, but the niggling worry urged her to step into the hallway. What if one of the guests is sleepwalking? The house was dangerous, and if they couldn't see, it would be too easy to step on unstable flooring or fall down the stairs. Remy balled her hands into fists and folded her arms across her torso. She kept her footfalls light as she moved down the runner, past the row of closed doors, and towards the staircase. She wished she'd thought to bring a torch in her luggage. The house was loud around her. It seemed almost alive as its wood shifted and the wind whistled through tiny cracks in the stone. She reached the landing and squinted down the staircase. The foyer was pitch black. To light it, she would need to find the switches near the front door on the other side of the room. Remy swallowed. She tried to pretend her shakes were from the cold alone as she descended the stairs, stretching bare toes into the darkness to feel for each new step. Unlike the hallway, the foyer seemed eerily still. Remy was almost certain she could hear her breaths echoed back at her as she passed the first landing and continued to the base of the stairs, one hand running along the cool wooden rail, the other stretched into the dark ahead of her. The floor to her right creaked. Remy turned towards it, blind but straining to see, unsure whether it was a presence or simply the house's normal noises. She'd lost count of how many steps she'd descended. Her feet touched carpet-covered stone, and she knew she'd arrived at the foyer. She could visualize the vast space, but no moonlight made it through the windows to illuminate it. Remy felt swallowed by the dark, and the only audible noises were her quick, gasping breaths. The lamp. Remy turned right, away from the front door and towards the entrance to the basement. She kept a lamp there for tours. It was closer and wouldn't have any furniture obstructing her path. Her outstretched hands touched a wall. She moved along it, using her fingertips to trace the rough stone until they brushed against the frame she knew belonged to the basement's entrance. The table was just to its left. She fumbled over its doily, found the lamp, found the matches, and worked to strike one. The wick flared, and Remy sucked an icy breath into her aching lungs. She lifted the lamp, turned, and cried out. Marjorie stood a pace behind her. The elderly woman's steel-gray hair fell over her shoulders like waterfalls, as loose and limp as her arms. Her white nightdress's hem dragged along the floor, already discoloring in the grime. Her face was a blank, emotionless mask. Her eyes were wide and pure white. They had lost both iris and pupil. Remy pressed her back to the wall, her heart hammering, one hand over her mouth to muffle her breathing. Marjorie stared at her, perfectly motionless, then twitched and turned away. Is she sleepwalking? Remy's hand shook so badly that it rattled the lamp. Marjorie walked slowly and deliberately across the foyer. She stopped underneath the massive portrait of Edgar Porter, lifted her chin to admire it with her sightless eyes, then turned again and began walking back towards the basement. Remy moved out of the medium's path as Marjorie neared. Like before, the older woman came to a halt in front of the basement door, staring at the space Remy had occupied a moment before. She convulsed, turned, and began pacing back to the portrait. Except for the twitches, Marjorie's movements were steady and slow, as though her limbs were heavy. Could it be a trance? Either way, I need to get her back to bed. Remy cleared her throat and moved closer to the medium as she made another loop towards the picture. Marjorie? The medium's head twitched to one side, making her long silver hair shimmer. Remy took a deep breath and stretched out a hand to touch Marjorie's shoulder. Her fingers had just grazed the fine white nightdress when something yanked her back. Chapter 12. Guided. Remy turned and found Bernard looming over her. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a noise. Bernard held her wrist in a vice-like grip, his eyes cold and his lips a hard line. Then he released her, and Remy stumbled back. "Don't wake her." He turned his unforgiving eyes towards Marjorie, who stood under the portrait as she blindly admired the shadows. "Don't disturb her when she's sleepwalking." "Why not?" Remy's voice shook, so she took a gulping breath. "Are you sure she's sleepwalking?" "Yes. She reacts badly when she's disturbed. It's best not to touch or talk to her." Remy clenched her hand into a fist so that Bernard wouldn't see the fingers shaking. "Why are her eyes like that?" "They roll back." Bernard reached into his pocket. He pulled out a string with a series of small round bells tied to it. Remy lowered her voice to a whisper as she looked back at the other woman, who was staring at the portrait once again. The words still felt too loud as they echoed around the foyer. "Marjorie can't stay down here. It's not safe." Bernard's lip curled. "I know how to handle her. Go back to bed." He stretched his hand towards his employer and shook it to jingle the bells. The sound was faint but crisp. Marjorie's pacing ceased, and very slowly she turned towards the tinkling melody, her pure white eyes glowing in the lamplight. "Go back to bed," Bernard said again. "I'll take care of her." He backed away from Marjorie, still shaking the bells. She followed with hesitant, shuffling steps, as though magnetically attracted. Bernard turned as he reached the stairs and began climbing. Remy watched, afraid that Marjorie would trip over the barely visible steps, but the medium scaled them as though she'd known them her whole life. Remy stayed in the foyer until the jingling bell faded from hearing, and the distant clack of a door told her Marjorie was back in her room. Then, feeling faintly sick, Remy placed the lamp on the floor and braced her head in her hands. I really could have done without that on the first night. Now that she was alone, Remy realized she was freezing. Carrow's stone exterior insulated the building, but once its insides were chilled, it could take days to warm up again. A leak was letting cold air in and dropping the house's temperature. A breeze skimmed over Remy's exposed neck, making her shudder. She turned towards the wall and caught the glitter of lamplight on glass. That's right. Mark and I opened windows earlier today. It was hard to see what she was doing in the lamplight, but Remy managed to close both windows on one side of the house, then crossed to the other. The final window, the one Mark had struggled with, was frozen in its frame, and she was afraid it might break if she strained on the handle too hard. It couldn't stay open, though, not unless they wanted to maintain permanent fires to ward off the icy ocean wind. She strained harder, trying to turn the handle and pull the window down at the same time without crushing her fingers. Lightning flashed outside. The window slammed closed, and Remy had a split-second glimpse of a long, thin face looking at her through the glass. She stumbled back, but the vision was gone before she could even focus on it. She picked the lamp up off the ground and held it near the window, trying to see through, but the space outside was empty. Angry thunder shook the air in the lightning's wake. The window was closed, but a long, thin crack now ran up its center. Remy swore under her breath. The windows were the house's originals. They were so old that the glass had become warped and blurred. April would be furious. The rumbling thunder faded and gave way to the subtle ping of rain hitting the glass. Remy watched a drop run down the length of the crack and disappear into the sill. More soon followed. She had a distinct, paranoid impression that she'd spent too long wandering the house's halls, and inhaled as she turned back to the staircase. The shock of meeting Marjorie and Bernard had chased away any desire for sleep, but she knew she had to try if she didn't want to be a walking disaster the following day. As she reached the top of the stairs, she caught faint snores coming from Piers's room. The sound was so mundane compared to her surroundings that Remy smiled. No light was visible under Marjorie's or Bernard's doors. Remy let herself back into her room, extinguished the lamp, curled up under the now cold blankets, and stared at the cracked ceiling as she pleaded for sleep to take her. Time passed in a dull blur. Remy fell into the twilight stage just before sleep and dreamed she heard a woman crying. The noise shocked her back awake, but when she sat up, the house was silent. Grimacing, she rolled over, squeezed her eyes closed, and waited for her heart to slow again. When she next opened her eyes, her alarm clock showed it was after 9 a.m. The room was still dim. Steady rain beat against the window, and rolling, near-black clouds obscured the sun. Muted noises came from deeper in the house. People seemed to be talking, and she caught what sounded like a scraping chair. She got up, dug fresh clothes out of her luggage case, and changed into jeans and a simple, comfortable blouse before going downstairs. She found the entire group, minus Lucille, in the dining room, and the smell of warm toast, bacon, and scrambled eggs infused the room. "Good morning." Mark, seated near the door, waved to her. "We saved you food. Help yourself, or I can make you an omelet if you feel like one." "This is good." Remy fetched a plate, piled it with bacon and scrambled eggs, then made herself coffee from the machine set up on the end stand. Instead of sitting at the vast dining table, her group had pulled their chairs into a messy half-circle near the fireplace, which had been lit. Mark shuffled his seat to one side so that Remy could fit next to him. "I wasn't sure if I should have woken you or not," he said, "but Bernard said you had a disturbed night, so we thought we'd let you sleep in." "Thanks. It's definitely appreciated." Despite the patchy sleep, Remy didn't feel tired. She glanced at Marjorie. The medium looked serene as she sipped at her cup. If she was aware of her nighttime wandering, she didn't seem concerned by it. Remy stretched her legs toward the fireplace and glanced at the floor-to-ceiling windows behind them. Sheets of rain drenched the landscape, hiding most of the garden from sight. "Good thing we arrived yesterday. I wouldn't want to be unpacking in this weather." "You weren't joking when you said it was a rainy area," Mark agreed. He seemed in a good mood that morning, and Remy hoped it was a sign the house hadn't disturbed him during the night. She glanced around the rest of the group. Most were either talking in subdued voices or focused on their food. How did everyone sleep? "I'd say like a log, but Bernard tells me I went for a wander last night," Marjorie said. "That was probably my empathic side tapping into the emotional needs in this house. I hope I didn't startle you too badly, dear." Remy's mind flashed back to the white-eyed woman, her long hair and nightdress flowing behind her as she paced between Edgar's portrait and the basement door. She made a vague, non-committal noise in response, then cleared her throat. "While you were, sleepwalking, you seemed especially interested in Edgar's portrait." "Oh, did I?" Marjorie raised her eyebrows, but she didn't look too surprised. "I did pick up on some energy around the portrait yesterday. Occasionally, photographs and painted images can imbibe some of a person's essence, which could explain why I was drawn to it." Remy turned to Taj. "That might make it a good location to investigate." "Yes, absolutely." He ran his thumb over his lip as he thought. "I'll get some sensors and a camera set up there." Did anyone else wake during the night? Remy hesitated, uncertain of how much of her experience she should share. Investigating the unexplained was their entire purpose at Carrow, but she didn't want to lead them down the path of reading something into every creak or shadow. Air pressure changes in the house or uneven hinges could have caused the door's movements, and she wasn't fully certain what she'd seen in the window wasn't simply reflected lamplight. "I would have slept fine except for Lou," April spoke around a mouthful of scrambled eggs. "It was incessant. Oh, April, it's so dark. April, did you hear that? April, I think I saw a spider." I was about ready to throw myself out the window by the time she fell asleep.
Remy noted Lucille was still missing. Is she sleeping in?
Yuppers. She gets nasty when she's tired, so it's best to let her wake up on her own.
Sorry to hear that, Piers said. April waved her fork cheerfully.
She's the one who's suffering, not me. I didn't see any ghosts, though. Did anyone else have any luck?
Taj broke into chuckles and ran a hand through his long, dark hair. You're incorrigible. I used to think I was on the obsessive end of enthusiastic, but I've never been disappointed that a ghost didn't frighten me awake.
Oi, remember this is your career. My parents have a strict no ghost hunting in the house rule. Staying here is like being in the world's best amusement park. I don't want to waste a second.
Remy cleared her throat. On the subject of time limits, we should come up with a plan for today. I want to lay down some cameras and readers. Taj scraped the last forkful of food into his mouth and stretched to shove the plate back onto the table. The sooner I get my equipment set up, the sooner I can actually use it.
Do you need any help?
It's best if I do the setting up myself. A lot of my equipment is borrowed, and I promised the owners I'd be the only one to handle it. But it would be super helpful to know where to put it. Edgar's portrait is one good location, but I need to find out which rooms have the most activity, that sort of stuff.
I can help with that.
Remy noticed Marjorie was starting to look sour, and quickly added,
I hope Marjorie will come with us. I can tell you where spirits have been sighted, but she'll be able to tap into the house's energy and give you up-to-date readings.
Marjorie nodded solemnly.
That dovetails nicely with my suggestion. I wanted to look through the house this morning, become acquainted with it, I suppose, and introduce myself to the lingering souls. Can I come?
April asked. Piers cleared his throat. If you're accepting spectators. Remy glanced at Mark and he gave a quick nod.
How about we all go? She asked. Marjorie can feel out the house's energy, Taj can figure out where he'll set up his equipment, and the rest of us can get a crash course in Carrow's history.
Brilliant, Piers said. The dining room's door groaned open. Lucille, dark shadows under her eyes and her blonde hair a disheveled mess, blinked against the room's lights as she entered.
What's brilliant? Are we going home? We're going ghost hunting, April crowed.
Lucille's face contorted into a grimace that threatened tears, and Remy rose to put an arm around her shoulders. You don't have to come, she promised as she guided Lucille into a chair. Now, do you want tea or coffee?
You're a saint. Coffee, black, enough sugar to give me cavities.
Lucille pressed her fingertips against her temples, and Remy remembered how many glasses of wine the woman had downed the night before. She was likely nursing a hangover on top of a bad night's sleep, so Remy made the coffee extra strong and brought Lucille a plate of bacon and eggs along with it.
Shall we leave once we're done with breakfast? Marjorie asked.
Once it's washed up, yes. Remy hurried to finish her own drink. We need to devise a roster for food preparation and cleanup.
Bernard doesn't have anything to do, so give it to him.
Marjorie gave a dismissive wave in her companion's direction. Bernard's lips twisted.
Well, it's not fair to ask Bernard to do it all the time. If we split into teams of 2, we'll only have to cook 1 day out of every 4. Suit yourself, but he's being paid to work. Don't be afraid of giving him jobs.
Marjorie turned towards her assistant.
Mark did the cooking this morning, so you can do the washing up. You didn't want to be part of the tour party anyway, did you?
No. He rose, gathered an armful of plates, and strode out of the room. Remy felt a rush of acute second-hand embarrassment for the man. She didn't know how he'd ended up in Marjorie's employment or why he didn't leave, but Marjorie treated him like a servant. Remy collected the remaining cups, mumbled something about being back soon, and hurried after him. She found Bernard in the kitchen running hot water into the sink. He glanced at her as she entered, then turned back to his task. The way the shadows fell across his face mimicked his appearance during the previous night. Back then, in the darkness,
He'd looked wild, almost dangerous. In the light of day, the threat had melted away into tired, bored apathy. "Hey," she said, placing the cups on the bench. His hostile exterior made it nearly impossible to find the words to express what she wanted to say. "We can leave this for later. I'd be really glad if you joined us for the tour." "I like being alone." "Oh." Remy rubbed at the back of her neck. I just don't want you to feel like you're not an equal party here." "I don't." He flipped a tea towel over his shoulder and turned off the tap. After a second of silence, he added, "But thank you." Remy shrugged. She'd kept her questions to herself during breakfast to avoid embarrassing Marjorie, but the words tumbled out of her before she could stop them. "And thanks for last night, for looking after Marjorie." "It's my job." "Does Marjorie, sleepwalk often?" "Every single night." He placed 2 plates on the draining board and dunked more in the sink. "Oh." Remy hesitated, not sure if she could ask more without being rude, but to her surprise, Bernard spoke without prompting. "That's part of my job, to make sure she doesn't walk into a pond or in front of a train while she's asleep. She panics if she's woken and fights if you try to touch her. She follows the bells, though." Remy raised her eyebrows. "Wow, she wanders that far?" "Yes, and she's clever even when sleeping." Bernard's face was blank as always, but a vein throbbed in his throat. "If I lock her in her room, she finds the key and lets herself out. If I take the key away, she breaks the lock. It's unnatural." Remy chewed on her thumbnail. She'd heard of sleepwalkers who could hold conversations, even perform some simple tasks, but Marjorie's level of subconscious cognizance seemed to go beyond that. Is it because of her medium abilities? Could she be following spirits? "I was serious when I said I like being alone," Bernard said, a hint of frustration in his tone. "Oh, right. Thanks. If you ever need help or—" His mouth twisted into a sneer, and Remy beat a hasty retreat back to the dining room. "Already?" Marjorie asked. She stood by the dining room doors. The others gathered around her like an audience, including, to Remy's surprise, Lucille. She'd placed herself close to Mark and kept shooting him glances as she patted her hair. Marjorie flipped her shawl around her shoulders. "Good. Let's go." Chapter 13. Turned Stones. The morning felt surreal to Remy. In some ways it was reminiscent of her regular tours, but with enough differences that she found it hard to fall into her usual flow. She recounted the house's history, from its fires to Edgar killing and replacing his employer, to the prolonged string of murders and, finally, Edgar's death. April, Piers, and Mark had already heard the tour, but listened politely as Remy led them through the upstairs rooms. One of Carrow's better-known spirits is a young, unidentified girl. People call her Red because of her crimson dress. Even when Carrow was still open as a hotel, many people heard quick, light footsteps disappearing down the hallway, or caught glimpses of a brown-haired child in a red dress racing into a room. We don't know whether she was one of Edgar's victims or an unrelated death. Because Carrow House was originally a sanatorium, some of the ghosts may belong to patients who passed away in the original building. Either way, Red seems to have a mischievous streak, because it's common for visitors to lose 1 or 2 of their possessions after seeing her, and later find them in a completely different room. "She's friendly?" Piers kept close beside Remy, even though he was slightly breathless from the quick pace. "I'd say she's more shy than friendly. She's certainly not malevolent. At least we have no reason to suspect she is. Some of the other spirits in Carrow appear to be resentful or even aggressive, but Red only ever lets us glimpse her." "Aggressive?" Lucille, who hung beside Mark, blinked quickly. "How do you mean?" Remy hesitated. Her book of tour notes held photographs of researchers covered in bruises from thrown items, and an account from a man who had broken his leg after falling down the stairs, though he claimed he'd been pushed. But she hadn't personally experienced anything worse than faint noises or moving shadows, and it was always difficult to know which paranormal researchers could be trusted and who was spinning fiction to make a quick buck. Remy opted for a middle ground and only recounted events from researchers she trusted. People have experienced patches of cold, a bitter taste to the air, heard voices that demand they get out, and even seen some poltergeist phenomenon where objects fall off tables. Some visitors report bad feelings, too, like they can tell they're unwelcome. April rubbed her hands together. Sounds like great fun. Remy could only laugh. It took a certain kind of person to appreciate a malevolent supernatural entity. She stopped at a set of huge double doors, one of her favorite parts of the tour, and rested her fingertips on the ornate handle. We're at the master bedroom. As a physician, John Carrow insisted on being at the heart of the house so that he was never far from his patients in case of a midnight emergency. It's harder to be sure why Edgar continued to live in his predecessor's room. He might have thought it would look suspicious if he moved, or more likely his ego liked it. Being in this room may have made him feel in control of the entire house. The door hinges complained as they turned. The curtains were drawn, and the only light came from the hallway's lamps. Their glow shimmered off the furniture and caught on two pairs of eyes. Remy turned the light switch, and the eyes resolved into a painting hung opposite the master bed. The picture depicted a couple, a wiry, gray-haired man and his dark-haired wife, nestled close to each other, faint smiles hovering about their lips. John and Maria Carrow. Remy gestured to the portrait. This was created a year before their deaths. You can see how closely John's appearance matches Edgar's. They're not quite perfect doppelgangers, but it was enough to fool an entire town. She paused to let her group appreciate the portrait, then revealed the part of the story that always turned her blood cold. This portrait used to hang in John's private sitting room at the opposite end of the house. Edgar moved it into the bedroom sometime during the 4 months the hotel was closed, after he murdered John. No one's sure why. If he was trying to hide it, he could have put it into storage or destroyed it. Instead, he made sure it had the place of honor in his own room. April blew out her breath. I would have gone mad. Imagine having a picture of your victims watching you while you sleep. For 8 long years, Remy agreed. It's baffling. Was this another way for him to establish dominance over his old employers? Did he relish the memory of killing them? Or had he started to think of himself as John? Had his identity blended with his fake persona so thoroughly that he no longer recognized the man in this painting as a separate person? She took a few steps farther into the space, leading her little group with her. When she bought the house, April took a lot of care to get the original furniture restored and returned to this room. This is the same bed both John and Edgar slept in, and it even has the original sheets and pillows. The clothes are all John's as well. She opened the wardrobe door to show them the age-worn outfits. A dead moth tumbled out. Edgar adopted all of John's clothing. He even used the same hairbrush. I won't say I'm sad, but it's almost a shame Edgar's death was so sudden. I would have loved for him to be put through a psychiatric evaluation. Taj had been making notes on a small piece of paper, and he tapped his pencil against his teeth. Is there any chance Edgar's ghost became trapped in Carrow? It's a possibility, Remy said. None of the reputable ghost sightings match Edgar's description, but he might not be showing himself. Some ghosts, such as Red and the Grey Lady, are seen frequently. Some are only seen once in a blue moon. Remy closed the wardrobe doors and nodded for them to return to the hallway. I'm going to show you something the regular tour guests don't get to see, she said as she led them back to the ground floor and towards the darkened area below the stairs. It's my favorite room in the house, but sadly it can't be appreciated at night. She shoved against the heavy double doors, and their hinges groaned. Dull light washed over them as they stepped into the recreational room. "Wow," Mark said behind her. Remy grinned. "I know, right?" The room was designed to seat more than a dozen guests. A massive, empty fireplace had pride of place against the wall to their left, and to their right, bookcases were stacked with old novels. The most impressive feature was straight ahead. A massive floor-to-ceiling window filled the wall. Piers moved towards it, then stopped an arm's length from the glass. Remy didn't blame him. Her reaction had been exactly the same the first time she'd seen the view. Instead of looking out onto a yard, the recreational area's window was positioned against the cliff's edge and overlooked the ocean. "I had no idea the house was so close to the water," Mark said. Remy beckoned her group forward. "It doesn't look it from the front, does it? There's barely 2 feet separating parts of the house from the cliffs. Isn't it spectacular?" The rain blurred the horizon ahead. As she drew closer to the glass, she could see the waves smashing over black rocks far below. A large wave gathered farther out from shore, and Remy watched it, knowing what was going to happen. The wave built as it neared, then crashed against the cliff face. Spray burst up, drenching the window and making most of her companions jerk back. "The waves only get this high during bad storms," she said as the seawater trickled away from the glass and was replaced with droplets of rain. "Normally it's a much more serene view. Don't worry, though. The house was built to withstand the weather." Lucille moved closer to Mark and placed one hand on his forearm. "Imagine it at sunset. I think it could be quite romantic, don't you?" He made a vague noise in reply and carefully extracted his arm from her manicured fingers. "This room has amazing energy." Marjorie had her eyes half closed and her fingers stretched out as though caressing the air. "It doesn't have the sour taste that permeates other areas. This may be a good place for our séances." "Yes." April, hands on her hips, grinned at the large, overstuffed chairs and carved wood coffee tables dotting the space. "We can make this our headquarters. It's not as stuffy as the dining room." "It'll be colder than the rest of the house," Remy said, nodding towards the window. "But shouldn't get too bad if we keep the fire going. Let's keep moving. I haven't shown you the basement yet." She led them back into the foyer and towards the door near the kitchens. As she neared it, she saw the table beside the door was empty. "Damn, I left the lamp in my room." "I've got a flashlight," Taj said. He dropped his backpack off his shoulders and riffled through it. "Hey, jackpot, I've got 2. Taj gave his spare to Remy, and they opened the door. "Watch your step," she cautioned, just as she did with her tour groups. "The stairs are narrow and uneven. People have been seriously hurt falling down them. The air has a strange taste." Marjorie closed her eyes and stretched her hands out while continuing to descend the stairs, giving Remy a pang of terror that she would trip. Just like the night before, though, her steps were confident despite her blindness, and she reached the landing unharmed. Something I've never felt before." "This is where Edgar buried his victims," Remy said, shining her light across the open graves. "The police removed as much of the bodies as possible, but many were severely decayed, and there are still bone fragments remaining." "Yes, that certainly won't help a spirit's attitude." Marjorie opened her eyes and inhaled deeply. "There's at least one lost soul down here, possibly more, but I can't make contact. I don't think they want to talk." "Maybe a camera?" Taj's smile was hopeful. Marjorie exhaled and shrugged begrudgingly. "If you must." He unzipped his backpack and began setting up a mini camcorder and tripod. The others gathered around the edge of the landing, where the cord divided the even ground from where slabs of stone had been dug up. "How many did you say were buried here?" Piers asked. 29. They were often buried on top of one another, which made separating the remains tricky. Marjorie made a faint, surprised noise, and Remy turned towards her. The older woman was in the corner beside the staircase, clutching her hands to her chest as though she'd been burnt. "Come here," she said. Excitement made her voice waver. "I want to know if you can feel it, too." Remy stepped forward first. The rest of the group followed, except Lucille, who stood with her arms crossed and scowled at the darkness. At first, Remy didn't understand what Marjorie wanted felt, but then she extended her hand and gasped. It was like her fingers had been plunged into freezing water. A cold spot. Exactly. Marjorie moved her arms in slow arcs, feeling out the area. There's no breeze. In fact, the air here is unusually stagnant. Oh, it's big, too. It extends all the way over here. Piers cleared his throat. What causes cold spots? It could be a specter, Marjorie said, or simply an imprint. Sometimes cold spots gather for no discernible reason except that an area's energy is elevated. Imprints? By the sound of it, coffee hadn't dissolved Lucille's irritability. Specters and energy? You're all starting to sound like you stepped out of a New Age cult. Mark glanced between Remy and Marjorie. Forgive my ignorance, but what's an imprint? Remy answered. When people think of ghosts, they often think of a see-through person floating around. But ghost is actually an umbrella term for several different apparitions. A specter is an entity that can think, though often primitively, and react to changes to their surroundings. They may move from room to room, and usually have some kind of impetus keeping them on Earth. They're the closest to the pop culture concept of ghosts. Imprints, on the other hand, are a small amount of energy left behind at the point of death. They're not conscious. Most commonly, they replay their death, often at the same time each day, or on the anniversary of when they died. Remy motioned to the floors above them. If you think about Carrow's ghosts, the girl in red would be a specter. She's shy. She's been glimpsed in various parts of the house. Sometimes she hides guests' possessions. On the other hand, Louise Small, the woman who died in room 19, seems to have left an imprint. If you turn the lights out, you can sometimes hear crunching glass. That would be a memory from her death, when the mirror was cracked in the struggle. She's not aware, and she can't be reasoned with, but her presence lingers. Don't forget about poltergeists, April interjected. Her eyes appeared huge and round in the dim room. You're right. Poltergeists are the third classification. They're not an entity in their own right, though. They're altered versions of either specters or imprints. When a ghost becomes highly emotional, if a researcher taunts them, for instance, or if they see a scene strongly reminiscent of a powerful moment from their life, they can gather additional energy and start affecting the physical world. Usually that manifests as objects being thrown or as gusts of wind. Sometimes poltergeists will try to touch you, which I'm told feels like an ice cube being run over your skin. Remy stopped to take a breath. Marjorie and April were still feeling around the cold spot, but the others had shifted back. Ready to head upstairs? Just a second. Taj had set up one camera to face the open graves and was fiddling with the settings on a second that had been turned towards the empty corner. And okay, I'm done. On top of regular film, these babies can track heat levels, so we'll know what time the cold spot disappears, if it ever does. Marjorie reluctantly stepped away from the corner. It's phenomenal. I've felt small patches of cold before, but this is massive. It must be at least 10 degrees cooler than the air. That confirms what I suspected. Carrow has an immense energy stored here. You keep talking about energy. Lucille, arms folded around her torso and a wary glare leveled towards the empty corner, sniffed as she followed Remy up the stairs. I don't think you realize how ridiculous you sound. Remy kept her torch angled at the steps to light them for the people behind her. Actually, Marjorie is right. Carrow is supposed to have unusually high energy levels. It's part of the reason its spirit activity is so elevated. Marjorie's head bobbed with eager nods. This whole island area is saturated. They came out in the foyer and turned towards the nearest room, the recreational area. Remy caught Lucille's skeptical look. Humans, animals, and plants are made up of energy. It's what makes us aware and responsive to our environments compared to, say, dirt or dead wood. When a person dies, they can leave their energy behind. Under the right circumstances, it can form into a ghost. There's environmental energy, too. Marjorie settled into one of the recreational room's overstuffed armchairs. It surrounds us constantly, but it's especially concentrated on ley lines, or in places like Carrow, where the air has been infused by death and suffering. Exactly. Ghosts need energy to stay present, to stay powerful. They eat it like we eat food. Sometimes they have their own energy. The more impactful or distressing the death, the stronger the energy their passing leaves behind. Those ghosts can subsist for decades, or even centuries off of it. Weaker ghosts, especially imprints, consume environmental energy instead. That's one of the reasons Carrow is such a haunted building. A series of horrific, gruesome deaths charged the land and keeps its spirits restless. Marjorie said, "Don't forget the landscape. Powerful weather can increase an area's energy. There's an aggressive easterly wind coming across the ocean, plus plenty of storms and lightning strikes. It's no wonder this place is hopping." "Perfect," April crowed. "I knew I made a good investment in this building. It'll be the ideal place to learn how to be a spirit medium." "Oh?" Marjorie's eyebrows rose. "Have you ever spoken to a ghost before?" "I mean, I feel like I've been close a couple of times, and it's not like I've been able to spend much time at haunted locations. I keep asking Mum to take me to the Mary Celeste for our holidays, but she insists on dragging me to boring resorts instead." Marjorie burst into heady, giggling laughter. She pressed her fingers over her lips to stifle the mirth, then said, "Oh, you poor, sweet thing. Hotel resorts are some of the most spirit-heavy ground you could ever walk over. All of those depressed businessmen throwing themselves out of windows. My dear, I'm afraid I have a better chance of winning the Olympic men's 100-meter sprint than you do of being a spirit medium." Remy cringed. It was the truth, but delivered with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. April's cheerful smile had been a near-permanent fixture for the entire morning, but at Marjorie's words, it quivered, drooped, and disappeared into a tight-lipped mask of displeasure. The teen swallowed audibly. "You can't say that. The ability is like a muscle, right? It can get stronger with practice. I just haven't had much training." "You can't exercise a muscle that doesn't exist, honey." Marjorie folded her hands in her lap. "Trust me, if you had any sort of gifting, you'd have felt it by now. I'm afraid you'll have to resign yourself to mediocrity, just like 98% of the population." She gave a smile that she probably thought looked grandmotherly, but came across as condescending. "There are worse fates." "April?" Remy started, but didn't know what to say. The teen glowered at Marjorie, a vein pulsing in her temple, then stood. Her voice was a tight, barely audible whisper. "Excuse me. This room's too stuffy." She crossed the space in 5 long, fast steps, wrenched open one half of the double door, and slammed it behind herself. Remy flinched at the noise. No one spoke for a beat. Then Lucille said, "About time someone knocked that nonsense out of her head." Cold, bubbling frustration rose in Remy's stomach. How can Lucille be so callous? April's dream just got crushed. It was an unrealistic dream, sure, but that doesn't stop it from hurting. "I'm going for a walk, too," she said as she stood. Mark rose and followed. He stopped her just as she was about to open the door. His face tightened with concern. "Can I do anything to help?" She smiled and patted his forearm. "I don't even know if there's anything I can do, but thanks." They shared a brief smile. Then Remy slipped through the opening and ventured into the house in search of April. Chapter 14. Mistrust. April was no longer in the foyer. As the recreational room door closed behind her, Remy wrapped her arms about herself and flicked her eyes across the space. To each side, the twin grand staircases rose to the second floor and its maze of bedrooms. Various carved doors set into the walls would take her to the dining room, the kitchens, a smoking room, and a ballroom. No footsteps or slamming doors reverberated through the house, so Remy chose to go straight ahead, towards the entrance that led outside. Her hunch was right. She found April crouched on the top step of the porch, as close to the garden as she could get without sitting in the rain. Remy moved forward to join her.
"She's a stupid fat windbag,"
April said as Remy settled at her side.
"And I'm not going to apologize for calling her that. She doesn't know what she's talking about."
Marjorie had been a full-time spirit medium for close to 40 years, but Remy suspected it wasn't a good time to share that with April. Instead, she let the silence draw over them as they stared at the drenched shrubs, the muddy gravel path, and the now-filled bird bath.
"She acts like she's an expert, but no one can be an expert in ghosts when there's so much about them we still don't understand."
April wasn't crying, but her eyes were rimmed with red when she lifted them to beg for Remy's agreement.
So, just because I've never seen a ghost before doesn't mean I never will."
At least that was something Remy could agree with.
Exactly.
And even if you never develop a gift to communicate with spirits, doesn't mean you can't work with them. Look at me. I'm not a medium. I've got about as much gifting as a potato, but I get to walk through the state's most haunted house every week. Marjorie hasn't even visited Carrow before this. April wiped her nose on her sleeve.
"No one thinks I can do it. Mum says it's a phase. Dad doesn't care. And even Lucille groans when I try to talk about it. But I'm going to prove them wrong."
Remy nudged April's shoulder.
"You know, I suspect Taj doesn't have an affinity for ghosts either.
But it sounds like he's seen some amazing things on his equipment."
"Yeah."
Fresh light appeared in April's eyes.
"Maybe that's where I should focus myself. The sciencey side. None of that stupid emotional empath nonsense. Who's to say she's gifted anyway? She can't show us any evidence. She could be making it all up and we wouldn't even know."
The brief bit of research Remy had done on Marjorie before the trip had convinced her the medium was the real deal. Marjorie could pick up on details about deceased parties no casual observer should be able to know, and she had even helped the police solve a high-profile murder case. Remy diverted the discussion. "You mentioned Lucille doesn't like talking about ghost stuff. Are you and her okay? I mean, I don't want to pry, but if you'd like to stay in different rooms tonight." April laughed. The sound lasted only a moment, then faded, swallowed by the drum of falling rain. The pause became so long that Remy was preparing to change the subject again, when April said, "It's so stupid."
"What is?"
April's face twisted as she glared at the rain.
"Lou and I were best friends, like best friends for life. We're polar opposites, but we got on so well. We'd stay up way past midnight, laughing. She covered my butt so many times when I got in trouble with my parents. I can't believe we fought over something so stupid."
Remy waited while April sniffed and scuffed her sneakers.
"My dad became friends with this small-time politician last year. He started visiting Lou and me. He'd bring flowers and presents and stay to talk with us for hours. Lou was smitten. She was sure he'd want to make it official, and soon. But turns out she wasn't the reason he visited."
"Oh, boy," Remy murmured and propped her chin up in her hands.
"He was old enough to be my dad."
April's face scrunched up in revulsion.
"I don't even want to get married anyway. I'm going to be single my whole life. I'll have 12 cats and live in a haunted house and be the happiest spinster you've ever met. But he had to go and propose with a freaking huge diamond ring in front of everyone. And he made such a big fuss when I laughed at him."
For a moment, her face lit up with a vicious smile, but it died before it could reach her eyes.
"Lou was crushed.
She thinks I tried to steal him. That sucks. Like I said, it's stupid.
She continued to scuff her shoes, her eyes gloomy and frustrated.
The more I think about it, the more I doubt he would have wanted Lou, even if I hadn't been in the picture. But she's desperate. She's 32.
She wants to have a family? Remy could sympathize with that. She'd let her work consume too much of her life, and had found herself becoming increasingly lonely in the evenings.
Hell, she just wants to have a husband.
The glance April sent her held a hint of guilt.
Don't tell her I told you this, but she's destitute. She stays in our home and wears Mum's second-hand clothes and drives a car we lent her. But without us, she'd be living in a shelter. She always intended to marry well and be a stay-at-home wife, but no guy has proposed, and she's starting to get too old to be wanted for a trophy wife.
Remy didn't know what to say except for, geez. Once April started talking, she seemed incapable of stopping. Words rushed out of her in a torrent.
She's never had a proper job unless you count being my au pair when I was a kid. No qualifications, no skills, no way to support herself. She thinks her only option is to marry well. And she knows time's running out, that she won't look young and pretty for much longer, so whenever she meets a rich guy, she flirts like crazy. It's embarrassing to watch her.
Images flashed through Remy's mind. Lucille perking up when she'd thought Taj might be a director, her overly warm attitude towards Mark on the first evening, and how she'd tried to get closer to him during the tour. April's expression darkened.
And since we had that fight over that stupid politician who I didn't even want, I've started thinking, maybe she never actually liked me. Maybe she's only pretended to be nice because she needs a home. We're rich. We have lots of rich friends. What if she's using us to get access to them?
Do you really believe that? April scowled, then huffed out a breath.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. Can we go back inside?
Of course. Remy rose and extended a hand to help April up. Her head was buzzing with the revelations about Lucille, and she wasn't looking forward to returning to the stuffy house. Are you okay to go in alone? I'd like to stay out here a bit longer and clear my head.
Yeah, of course. It sucks about the rain.
April sent one last bitter glare towards the garden, then turned to the front doors.
It would be nice to go for a walk.
Remy watched the door grate closed, then sucked in a long, slow breath to savor the rain-cleaned air. She had a lot to process. Poor Lucille. She puts on such a sophisticated, haughty act, like she's a class above the rest of us, but even her clothes are second-hand. That must burn her pride. I don't envy her. It felt good to be out of the house. Remy stretched, relaxing her spine, and filled her lungs with the cold air. Something moved near the copse of pine trees that grew by the edge of the island. She frowned, stepped towards the porch's stone rail, and leaned so far over it that icy raindrops hit her arms and face. A faint, barely visible figure skipped through the grass near the trees. The rain blurred it, but it seemed to be a boy, no older than 5 or 6. It leapt over a log, then turned into the forest and vanished from sight. Remy pressed a hand to her thudding heart as shock and wonder rose inside her. Wow. Chapter 15. Glimpse Between the Trees. Remy burst into the sitting room, too excited to care that she was interrupting conversation. I saw a ghost! Someone had lit a fire, and the occupants, April, Taj, Marjorie, and Mark, were all gathered around it. April pushed away from the wall she'd been lounging against. You're joking! Is it still there? No, it disappeared into the woods. It was a child, I think. I couldn't see it well, and it was only there for a second, but... She laughed, giddy, and began shaking the rainwater off her arms. Taj beamed at her. First ghost of the season goes to Remy. Congrats. First? Marjorie sniffed. We're surrounded by ghosts, you nitwit. You just can't see them.
Taj stoically ignored her. We should make a list of the presences we find here. Start a diary or something with dates and times. Mark touched Remy's arm. Something bright and urgent shone in his eyes. You said it was a child. What did it look like?
It was so far away, and the rain was so thick. I'm pretty sure it was young, though. Maybe 5 or 6.
He chewed on his lip as his gaze turned towards the window overlooking the ocean.
I can't believe I missed it,
April wailed.
I was right there.
Honestly, it was so brief and so faint there wasn't much to see. But it's a good sign. Carrow's energy levels seem to be increasing with the rain. Today might be a good day to make contact with spirits. That's convenient. Taj nodded towards the corner of the room. I just finished setting up a surveillance center. Check it out. For the first time, Remy noticed a jumble of equipment tucked beside the bookcases at the rear corner of the room. Taj had co-opted the desks there and arranged 4 monitors into a tidy row with multiple modems and cables connected to them. She moved forward to get a better look.
Taj was just teaching me about them when you came in,
April said, bounding up to join them.
Look, this is a live feed for the foyer, and this one's in the basement. He's going to set up more cameras later, too.
Run some cables up to the bedrooms. Taj agreed, pride making him glow. We'll be able to monitor a good part of the house without leaving our seats. Nice, Remy said. The best part is this. He tapped the 4th monitor, which was blank. It's a custom setup one of my friends has. It's connected to a motion sensor camera in the hallway and will only turn on when something moves. But it'll record whatever it captures, so we'll be able to review the event without having to fast forward through hours of nothing.
That will save a lot of time.
Remy pointed to a black box on the table.
What's that?
EMF sensor. It's picking up signals from meters in different parts of the house. He grinned and rubbed at the back of his neck. Well, it will, when I actually go around and put them there. It's a work in progress. April leaned her hip against the table, beaming.
It's amazing, though, isn't it? He really knows what he's talking about.
She glanced at Marjorie for a split second, before fixing her adoring gaze back on Taj.
I'm so grateful we have a real researcher here.
Marjorie's expression had grown increasingly sour through the discussion. At the final barb, she huffed and adjusted her shawl.
Enjoy your gadgets and flashing lights, child. I'm sure you'll have great fun analyzing shadows and stray specks of dust.
Oh boy. The fragile civility was dissolving again. Remy looked for Mark to see if he had a way to salvage the situation, but he was no longer in the room. A sense of abandonment tightened her stomach. It really is a good setup, Taj, she said, feeling as if she were treading on eggshells. I'm looking forward to learning more when it's fully ready. Marjorie, what were your plans for the day?
Well,
she pursed her lips and turned towards the windows.
I was thinking of conducting a séance shortly after lunch while the energy is still high.
April's eyes brightened, though she kept them fixed on the screens. Remy knew April had been dying to take part in a séance for years. I'm looking forward to it, Remy said. Would you like to do it here? The table's large enough for all of us. A tiny, cruel smile twitched at the corners of Marjorie's mouth.
Don't worry about that. I'm only inviting a limited group. It can distress or offend spirits if disrespectful, narrow-minded individuals try to take part.
Remy cringed. It seemed that Marjorie had found a way to get revenge for April's snubs. It was a harsh punishment. Well, how about we work out the details later? After lunch, maybe. Some food might help calm tempers.
Very good. I'll retire to my room and meditate to prepare.
Marjorie rose with great ceremony, wrapped her shawl about her shoulders, and stalked through the doors. Remy turned back to April. I'll talk to her.
You don't need to.
The teen's face would have looked calm except for the crease between her eyebrows.
I don't care about her silly séances. Taj and I have plenty of work to do without her.
Remy sighed. Don't poke her too much, April. You don't have to agree with all of her beliefs to be civil. Remember, she's Mark's guest, not yours. April's eyes narrowed a fraction, and she squeezed her lips together. Remy looked about the room, which felt unusually empty with only 3 of them left. Do you know where Mark went? And Lucille, Piers, and Bernard, for that matter? Bernard and Piers are cooking lunch, Taj supplied. Lucille said she was going to have a nap. Not sure about Mark. April shrugged. He was here just a moment ago. Maybe he got tired of listening to that windbag, too. April, Remy said, a hint of warning in her tone, but the teen refused to look ashamed. Taj stepped in and nudged April's shoulder. Come on, I'm going to lay down the EMF readers. You gonna help? Yes. Her irritability melted away as she took the armful of black brick-like objects he passed to her. Bedrooms first? You know it. Remy, want to come along? She waved them off. Thanks, but I'll see you at lunch. I want to enjoy the quiet while I can. As well as wanting to find out where Mark disappeared to. As the sound of their footsteps faded, Remy sighed and rubbed her hands through her still damp hair. She hadn't anticipated it would be so hard to maintain peace. Maybe it's inevitable in this house. It's oppressive. Like the air is thicker here. I can feel it weighing on me, and they must as well. The pressure's making us edgy and hostile. It's especially bad with the rain locking us indoors. She crossed to the vast windows as a wave swept up and sprayed foam across the glass. The storm wasn't easing like she'd hoped. Where did Mark go? He'd been in the room 1 minute, asking about her ghost. Then she'd turned around and he'd vanished. It sent uneasy prickles crawling up her arms, and she stepped back into the foyer. Taj and April's chatter echoed from the upstairs hallway, and the clang of cutlery and plates came from the kitchens. But the rest of the house was eerily silent. On a hunch, Remy moved around the stack of supplies still piled in the foyer's center and went to the front doors. One was open a crack, but she could have sworn she'd closed it when she came inside. Mark? She pushed on the wood, but the porch beyond was empty. She squinted through the rain, searching the front garden, then the fields beyond, and saw a hint of dark color near the wood's edge. Oh, damn it. The cluster of pine trees grew against the edge of the cliffs. In the dim of the rain-darkened day, it would be all too easy for a distracted person to tumble over the bluffs and into the roiling, rock-dotted ocean below. The thought made Remy sick with fear, and she jogged down the stairs. Mark was moving slowly, but he'd disappeared behind the tree line before Remy left the garden. She increased her pace, head bent to keep the rain out of her eyes as she dashed across the field. She was breathless and gasping by the time she reached the edge of the small woods. Rain drenched her, trickling off her hair and seeping under her clothes. The dribbles stung as they sucked warmth out of her skin. She stepped between the trees, searching for the telltale gray of Mark's jacket. Mark? There wasn't any response. She moved farther in. The trees were tightly packed and badly misshapen, forcing Remy to contort herself to fit amongst them. Pine needles littering the ground made her footing unsteady. The dim day, combined with the thick branches, left her nearly blind and only able to see hazy shapes. She stretched her hands out to feel her way through the maze. Her breathing was shallow, and each icy inhalation burnt her lungs. A crunch of dried leaves drew her to her right, and she caught sight of a figure between the branches. Mark stood in a small clearing, one hand braced against a tree, as he stared into the shadows. Remy's breathing came a little easier as she stumbled towards him. Mark! He finally turned to look at her. He appeared slightly dazed, as though she had interrupted some deep thoughts, but he moved to meet her halfway. What are you doing out here? She grabbed his arm once he was in reach, to prevent him from disappearing back into the trees. He looked about himself, then gave her a sheepish grin. Sorry, I wanted to see the ghost. I'm a bit of an idiot for coming out here in the rain, aren't I? Little bit. She chuckled, half from relief, half to shake off the lingering anxiety. Come on, let's get back to the house. It's not safe out here. The cliffs start right where the trees end, so it's easy to fall over if you're not paying attention. A hint of motion flickered between the trees behind Mark. Remy caught her breath. She squinted as she tried to make out the shape, but it was gone before she could focus on it. Mark's voice was a whisper. Was that? I think so. Against her better judgment, Remy took a step towards it. Mark followed. They crept around a tree, and a small, translucent shape darted through the trunks ahead of them. Remy's heart thundered with nerves and wonder. She followed the ghost as it wove through the forest. It allowed them only split-second glimpses before vanishing again. She had the impression of cropped mousy hair, a fluttering jacket, and bright eyes, but it always hid behind a new tree before she could see more. Remy, desperate to catch up to the pale figure, began moving faster, changing from a walk to a jog as she clambered between the tangled growths. Wait! Mark's hand clamped onto Remy's shoulder and yanked her back. She slammed into a tree and gasped as the impact jarred her. The trees had ended without her realizing, and barely 2 paces ahead, the ground disappeared. The thick clouds blocked out almost all natural light, but she could still see the cliff's edge like a jagged knife edge ahead of her. Remy lifted her eyes. A young child's laughter floated through the air, then faded. Her whole body turned clammy. You okay? Mark kept his grip on her shoulder. She patted his hand as a weak laugh escaped her. Yeah. Wow. Sorry, I should have listened to my own caution about the cliff edge, huh? We both got caught up in the moment. Mark tugged her back, and Remy followed as he led her back into the safety of the trees. I don't think I'll ever forget that. It was a boy, wasn't it? Yeah, I think I know him. Byron Crystal, 4 years old. His family stayed at the hotel during one of its reopenings in 1965. Remy turned to read Mark's expression, but it was too dark to make out anything except his outline. He wandered into the trees while his family was picnicking on the lawn. When his nanny went to look for him, she couldn't find him. Byron's body turned up 4 days later, washed up on shore 4 kilometers away. Oh, Mark exhaled. He fell over the cliff. Apparently so. And he wanted me to follow. The heavy rain dripped off Remy's nose and chin. She shivered. Let's get back to the house. They retraced their path through the pines, both of them weaving and ducking to get through the branches. Remy released a held breath once they were back in the clear lawn before the house. It was easier to see Mark once they were out of the woods. Although his face was serene, shadows clouded his eyes. He was drenched. His dark hair stuck to his face, and his clothes were a sodden mess. Remy suspected she didn't look any better, and fought back a laugh. Come on. I'm freezing, and there's a fire in the recreational room. Remy set a brisk, half-running pace back to the house. Mark matched her speed easily. Once they'd reached the foyer, they pulled off their jackets and slung them on the coat rack by the entrance, where they could drip without ruining the carpet. Faint voices echoed from the second floor, where Taj and April were setting up their cameras, and the sound of knives on chopping blocks echoed from the kitchen. As they passed the pile of supplies, Remy stopped to dig out an armful of towels, then followed Mark into the recreational room. It was empty, but the fire was starting to warm it. She pressed 2 of the towels into Mark's arms, then turned so that her back was to the flames as she dried her hair. How many ghosts are in this house? Mark's question caught her by surprise, and she frowned as she thought. Depends on who you believe. A fellow called Carvarello claimed to sense over 100 spirits, but he tends to exaggerate. Most estimates put them at between 8 and 25, but that's only based on the ghosts that show themselves. There could be others that are staying quiet. Mark stared at the towels in his hands, but made no move to dry himself. What makes someone become a ghost?
Energy, mostly. Remy, finished on her hair, began rubbing her towel over her clothes to wring the water out. Because ghosts are made from energy, there needs to be a lot present when they die. That can come from suffering, such as murders, suicides, and prolonged illnesses. Or energy can come from a powerful character. Someone with an exceptionally strong personality is more likely to leave a ghost than a passive person. It's a bit of a cliché, but unfinished business can create spirits and imprints as well. If the person refuses to die, despite their physical body failing them, their spirit may linger. And he seemed to be phrasing himself carefully. Are the ghosts unhappy? Are they distressed? Remy slowly lowered her towel. You know, that's a really hard question. Mark was watching her, so she tried to think it through as she squeezed the towel between her fingers. I guess it's not natural for ghosts to remain on Earth. Most seem happy or relieved when they're finally cleared. But there's debate about how much a ghost can feel and whether they count as sentient beings. He looked confused, so she brushed her hair away from her face as she tried to explain what she meant. There are 3 parts to a person: a body, a spirit, and a soul. When the body dies, the soul goes into whatever is waiting for us after death. But the spirit can sometimes get stuck behind. That's what a ghost is: a spirit anchored to Earth by residual energy. The soul, the part that goes to the afterlife, is our core person, the identity we were born with. The spirit is our emotions, our temperament, our intelligence, the parts of us that are created and changed by our time on Earth. So, when a ghost is formed, it's missing both the soul and the body that it needs to be a full human. It's like an echo of what it once was. She shrugged. That's how it was explained to me, anyway. Does that mean they can't feel? I don't know. Many ghosts appear distressed. But I don't know if they're actually suffering or just mimicking the emotion. Mark was staring through the window at the raging ocean. He looked older, Remy thought. Tireder. He still held the folded towel, so she gently took it out of his hands and stretched onto her toes to dry his hair. What's wrong? He sighed. Then, after a second, he said, It's just a lot to process. You're not alone there. He finally smiled. Remy hadn't realized how much she'd missed the expression until it created a little bubble of joy in her chest. He looked nearly comical with his damp hair poking out from under the towel and his clothes still dripping onto the carpet. But at the same time, his eyes riveted her. She'd stood close to him to dry his hair, and the contact was more intimate than she'd intended. For a split second, the crazy part of her mind wondered what it would feel like to move even closer, take away the space between them, lean up to kiss the droplet of water off the tip of his nose. You'd better get into some dry clothes. Remy let the towel drop around his shoulders and stepped back. We both should. Lunch must be ready by now, and Marjorie said she wanted to conduct a séance after. She won't be happy if we make her late. Chapter 16. Séance. Piers and Bernard had prepared sandwiches, and Remy almost laughed when she saw the plates. Bernard's were perfectly aligned and evenly filled, and the cuts were so immaculately centered that she thought he must have used a ruler. Piers's were uneven and crammed full of every type of filling, so generous that it was impossible to hold them without dropping bits of lettuce or tomato. They ate in the main dining room, once again gathered around the fire. Because Carrow's insulated design held its temperature for a long time, it also took ages to warm up. They'd started fires in several rooms, but the temperature was still a few degrees too cold for all of their comfort. Between bites, Remy filled the group in on what they'd seen in the woods. She finished by saying, "Be careful if you're going outside. The cliffs are hard to see, especially in the rain, and not every ghost is going to have your best interests at heart." April blinked her owlish eyes. "It was trying to kill you."
I don't think so. Not deliberately, at least. Remy glanced at Mark for confirmation, and he gave a small nod. It was more like he was trying to lead us to the place he had died, which happened to be at the base of the cliffs. Sometimes that's all ghosts want, to not be forgotten. Taj frowned as he picked lettuce out of his sandwich. I brought 4 boxes of equipment, but not a single waterproof plastic cover. That forest would probably be a brilliant place to set up a camcorder if it wasn't raining. It sounds like a harrowing experience. Lucille scraped her chair a few inches closer to Mark's. You poor thing. Actually, it was exhilarating. Mark avoided her eyes as he took another bite of his sandwich. I can see why people dedicate their lives to catching glimpses like that. Lucille's expression tightened. Remy tried to smother a smile as the woman scraped her chair back to its original position. On the subject of glimpsing ghosts, I've begun preparations for our séance, Marjorie said as she stretched her slippered feet towards the fire. We will conduct it in the recreational room after lunch. Piers, Remy, Mark, would you do me the honor of joining me? Remy glanced towards April. The girl refused to speak or look up from her meal, but her face scrunched up and her eyes looked watery. Thank you. Remy chose her words carefully. Since this is our first séance, I was hoping we could all take part. Marjorie made a happy humming noise in the back of her throat. No, I don't think so. Remy licked her lips. What if some of us sit at the back of the room and just watch? Not this time, dear. April stuffed an entire half of a sandwich into her mouth, apparently to stop words from coming out. Lucille gaped at her bulging cheeks, her expression equal parts horrified and revolted. I'm going to get a cup of tea. Mark rose. Anyone else want one? A couple of muted replies followed him as he crossed to the thermos. He set up the cups, then called, Marjorie, you know how to use this thing, don't you? I can't get the water to come out. How do you mean? Marjorie's eyebrows rose. You press the lever. It's quite simple. Which lever? She exhaled a frustrated sigh and rose. Have you lost your brain, dear boy? It's your machine. She joined him at the other side of the room, and they leaned over the drinks together. The discussion was hushed and lasted far longer than Remy would have thought a thermos warranted. When Marjorie finally returned to her seat, she wore an odd expression. Now that I think about it, she spoke slowly as Mark passed around the steaming cups, it might be best to have a 5th party at the séance. April, would you like to join us? The teen's eyes bulged, and the words tumbled out of her. Yes, please. Very good. Marjorie blew on her drink, her face serene. Remy glanced at Mark, eyebrows raised, and he gave her a small, secretive smile. Taj cleared his throat, his hands clasped as he turned a polite, wide-eyed expression towards Marjorie. Is there the chance that a table of 6 might be even better than a table of 5? Oh, fine, all right. You can come too. To heck with it. You can all come. But be respectful and don't talk too much. Marjorie's tone was full of exasperation, but Remy thought she saw a glow of satisfaction in the woman's cheeks. She was pleased to be the center of attention again. Bernard collected their plates and disappeared into the kitchen, and the rest of them filed through the foyer and towards the recreational room. Remy hurried to catch up to Mark. She leaned close and whispered so that the others wouldn't overhear. How did you manage that? He placed one hand on his chest, his expression intensely serious. You should know by now that I'm an extremely talented negotiator. Remy lifted her eyebrows, and Mark's serious act crumbled into a laugh. I said I'd double her fee if she let April sit in. Ha! Remy jostled him. That's really sweet of you. I know April will appreciate it. They stepped through the double doors of the recreational room. Marjorie had moved a large, round table to the center of the space and shifted the comfy couches and lounges out of the way. An unlit candle, a box of matches, and a pen waited in the center of the table, surrounded by sprigs of herbs. "I must ask for a respectful silence during this process," Marjorie said. She wandered among them, grasping their shoulders and dragging them to the seats she wanted them to take. "And please remember, this isn't some parlor trick or cheap spectacle for you to gawk at. We're handling lost souls, some who may be afraid or angry or confused. Treat them with compassion." Remy found herself between Mark and Piers. She took her seat, trying to look suitably polite. April sat opposite. The girl's eyes were huge, and she was nearly trembling from anticipation.
"I'd rather not be included,"
Bernard said, refusing to sink into the chair Marjorie pushed him towards. "Very well. Sit in the corner and stay quiet." Lucille shot the table a wary glance, then followed Bernard to the back of the room. Remy had barely gotten settled when Marjorie's sharp bark made her startle. "No, absolutely not." Taj, camcorder in one hand, gave her a sheepish smile. "Just one, please." "Were you listening at all, boy? Respect, compassion. Stop trying to monetize my ghosts."
"I'm not, I swear. I want to record your, methods, for scholarly purposes."
The twist to Marjorie's lips suggested she didn't believe him. Remy cleared her throat, then chose her words carefully. "It may be helpful to have a record of this. If we manage to make contact with a spirit, what they tell us could be important for our work in Carrow. It would be good to have a way to review the session once it's over." Marjorie's stare was frosty, but after a long pause, she made a grumbling noise. "Very well. One camera. But I swear if I find any trace of this on your video tube contraption, I will send a plague of vengeful spirits to your house."
"YouTube,"
Taj mumbled, but fell silent at the medium's scowl. He hurried to set up the camera on one of the bookcase shelves beside the radio and checked his viewfinder to make sure the entire table was in the screen. April leaned forward, her curiosity outweighing any lingering resentment. "Can you really do that? Send angry ghosts after people?" "No." Marjorie exhaled a regretful sigh as she settled at the end of the table. "But regardless, it's bad karma to cross the dead. Bernard, get the lights, please." The medium struck a match and lit the candle as Bernard turned out the lights. With the door closed and the sky heavily overcast, the room was plunged into shadows. Remy had the unnerving sensation that the rest of the world had dissolved away, and all that remained was the little table and the 6 faces lit by the candlelight. Marjorie took the pen and placed it upright so that it was balanced on its end. She then reached out, and the others followed her lead to clasp hands. Piers's fingers were a little clammy, but Mark's were warm and firm. Their table was enveloped in silence for a moment. Then Marjorie took a slow, deep breath. "Are there any spirits present who wish to speak with us?" Remy strained both her eyes and her ears to detect anything. The faces around her were all serious and intent. April's lips were clamped together, and Taj's eyes shone in the candlelight. "We wish to help you. My name is Marjorie, and these are my friends. We will be staying in your house for a few days. I would be glad to meet anyone who wishes to speak with me." A large wave came up outside the window, coating the panes with spray. Remy's chest was tight, but she kept her breathing slow and quiet so as not to interrupt the medium's work. "If there is anyone present, please let me know by tipping my pen over." All eyes fixed on the pen that stood on its end. Seconds ticked by. Remy could feel Mark's fingers tighten around hers. The pen hit the tablecloth with a dull thud. Remy drew a breath. Part of her mind argued the movement could have come from a natural cause. Someone might have bumped the table, or a strong exhale might have been enough to tip the instrument. The rest of her mind had frozen, convinced that they had a 7th guest at the table. "Thank you." Marjorie's voice was slow and soothing, My mind is open and welcoming if you would like to speak." She closed her eyes and tilted her head back. The silence stretched. Outside, the wind picked up, roaring against the house as it drove the rain at a steep angle. The candle flickered. Mark's thumb twitched where it rested on Remy's knuckles. Marjorie spoke in a whisper. "It's a woman. Young. In her 20s, I think. She wears a gray dress. She's frightened." More silence. A frown settled over Marjorie's features and her voice dropped lower. "She was visiting her father. He was sick. She wanted to see him before he passed." Remy bit her tongue to keep quiet. She didn't realize she was holding her companions too tightly until Piers tried to squirm his hand free. "I see it." Marjorie's frown grew. "Wait. Cold metal. There was blood. And then dark and cold. She's still afraid. Afraid of a man. Who?" The wind was faster, harsher, rattling the windows. The icy air seemed to seep into the room. Goosebumps rose across Remy's arms. She wished she'd brought a warmer jacket. Opposite her, April was breathing through her mouth, sending up small plumes of condensation with each exhale. "Don't leave," Marjorie said. "You don't need to be afraid." The flame flickered. A wave hit the window. Noises ran through the house, groans and shudders as the building strained, its supports bending, the shingles on its roof rattling. Fear pulsed through Remy's chest, squeezing her heart in its chilled grip. She saw the same emotion reflected in her friends' faces. Then the flame went out. The room was pitch black. That wasn't natural. Even without the candle, there should have been enough ambient light to see her friends' faces. Remy squeezed Mark's hand, looking for some kind of reassurance that she wasn't alone, and he squeezed back. Lightning flashed, bathing the room in a second of harsh light. Then the black swallowed them again. Remy heard a soft thud come from the wall near the door. Marjorie spoke. "Bernard, lights." They heard the tall man shift out of his seat at the back of the room. Remy was freezing. Piers's fingers were like ice. Her heart felt as though it might explode. Then a muted click accompanied the room's lights coming on, and the world returned to normal. "Wow," Piers muttered. They released each other's hands as Marjorie rose, looking displeased. "Did anyone do something to frighten her away?" Taj shook his head. "No, I don't think so. What sort of thing?" Instead of answering, Marjorie adjusted her shawl around her shoulders. "She was happy to talk, eager even. Then all of a sudden I felt her withdrawing, and she wouldn't come back. I think I know who she is." Remy's mouth was dry. She clasped her hands together to keep her fingers from trembling. "Eva Spears, 23 years old, traveling across the country to see her sick father. She was one of Edgar's last victims. He went to her room in the middle of the night, knelt on her chest to pin her down and cut her throat. She was buried in the basement. Steel and blood, then cold and dark. That sounds correct." Marjorie was gazing about the room as though she might see the woman hiding in a corner. "I'll try to make contact with her again later, perhaps in calmer circumstances. I'd like to help her move on." "I'd like that too." Remy watched as Marjorie collected her pen and candle. It would be good to not just observe the spirits here, but to help some of them if possible. They should have peace. April had her elbows braced on the table and both hands pressed over her mouth. Her shoulders were trembling, but when she dropped her hands, a grin stretched across her face. "That was amazing! Really, really, really amazing!" A flash of pride softened the creases on Marjorie's face. She chuckled and patted April's shoulder. "We're just getting started, my dear. Wait until you see what I have planned next." Piers rose from the table and stepped towards the shelves near the door. He picked up their radio off the floor and turned it over. "I thought I heard something fall when the lights were out. Did one of the ghosts knock our radio off the shelf? Very likely. Marjorie flexed her shoulders. It may have been a poltergeist manifestation. What a shame it happened when the lights were out.
Shame, April agreed, and Remy stifled nervous laughter.
Piers frowned as he fiddled with the switches. Mark, this has batteries in it, doesn't it? Yes, I made sure it worked before I packed it.
Mark crossed to the other man and took the radio. He pressed the same switches Piers had, then opened up the back to check the batteries. He gave the radio a sharp knock, pressed more switches, then looked at the table, his expression equal parts confused and concerned.
It's broken.
Chapter 17. The Recording.
Really?
Taj took the radio. He tried the same tricks, removing and replacing the batteries and rapping on its side, but without any response.
It could have been an electromagnetic pulse. Strong ghosts can create them. Sometimes they jam electronics.
A sense of prickly foreboding rolled through Remy. That's our only way to contact the outside world, isn't it?
Unless we drive to land, yes. Mark frowned. I brought the radio as a backup. I never thought we'd need a backup for the backup. Sorry.
Can't be helped. Remy brushed stray strands of hair beside her ears. She kept her voice light despite the lingering unease. Come on, Marjorie, I'll help you pack up. Bernard left, muttering something about starting dinner. Taj snatched up his camera and took it to his station in the room's corner. The others gathered into a loose group, discussing the séance and the radio in hushed voices. It's a shame Eva left so quickly, Remy said as she folded the tablecloth. Did she cause the lights to go out, or was it another ghost that frightened her away?
Who knows?
Marjorie returned the herbs to a little Tupperware container and gave Remy an indulgent smile. I'm actually quite happy with how that went. Any kind of contact is a success as far as I'm concerned. Sometimes spirits are shy. Sometimes there's no spirit at all. Sometimes there isn't enough energy and they can't speak even though they may want to. Have you been in many other séances, dear? This was my first, Remy admitted. I guess I'm more of a historian than a ghost hunter. Most of my job is recounting other people's encounters. Well, you may have a tale or two of your own by the end of this. Marjorie tucked her herbs into her bag and sighed. I could do with a cup of tea. Where did Bernard scurry off to? He's so antisocial. He's making dinner, I think. Remy cleared her throat. Please tell me if this is none of my business, but... Why am I employing him when he's such a miserable wretch? Remy cringed. She'd been planning to phrase her question in gentler terms, but that was the essence of it. Marjorie settled into one of the chairs beside the fireplace. Be a dear and relight the fire, please. My feet are cold. Oh, sure. Remy knelt by the hearth to stack kindling. Marjorie watched her for a moment before speaking. Part of being an empath is the ability to read people. I can see beneath the masks we wear and uncover the vulnerable, raw humans underneath. And, unlike many people, Bernard's insides are quite a bit nicer than his external disguise. Oh? Remy lit a firelighter and waited for it to catch. He always had trouble getting and keeping jobs because no one liked him. But I've employed him for 6 years now, and I can honestly say my empath abilities haven't misled me. He's one of the most honest, hard-working individuals I've had the pleasure of encountering. Remy remembered the night before, how Bernard had come downstairs to retrieve his sleepwalking employer. He'd said it was a frequent occurrence. Remy wasn't sure she would have the fortitude to coax Marjorie back to bed every night. Do you ever tell him that? Sometimes you can sound a bit, she hunted for a word that wouldn't hurt the medium. Unconcerned. Marjorie exhaled a laugh through her nose. We have an understanding. I don't baby him and he doesn't censor his opinions. Oh, you can stop trying to look after him too. Marjorie stretched her slippers towards the infant fire. He prefers being alone. Cooking is a relief compared to having to sustain conversation. I'm not being cruel to him. This is a system that suits both of us.
Remy chuckled and pushed new pieces of wood into the fire. I'll keep that in mind. The door at the back of the room groaned open, and Bernard entered. He carried a cup of tea, which he dropped unceremoniously on the table next to Marjorie's chair. She beamed at him. Thank you, dear. I didn't even have to ask. He grunted and disappeared back through the door. Remy watched him go in mild fascination. Is Marjorie right? Is he happier when he's being a solitary grouch? You have quite a nice aura, dear, Marjorie continued. A little too quick to step into business that doesn't concern you. A little too eager to fix others' problems. But generally nice. Thanks, I think. That Mark has a nice aura too, but it's not clear like yours. He's keeping secrets. Remy shot a glance towards Mark, who was deep in conversation with Piers. What about? That's the problem with secrets, my dear. They're secret. Marjorie winked, then sobered. Sometimes I see people as threads, and your thread is starting to tangle with his, which is why I'm saying this. Be careful. I can't promise he's wholly good. Marjorie picked up her tea and sipped it, leaving Remy to wallow in confusion and faint embarrassment. What does that mean? Before she could ask any more questions, Marjorie waved towards her. Off you go now. I need to meditate to clear my mind, and I can't focus when you're being so persistently anxious. Sorry. Remy threw a final log onto the fire, then rose. Instead of joining Mark and Piers in conversation, she crossed to the window. What pale light managed to claw its way through the clouds was fading as the sun set. She folded her arms and watched flecks of sea spray mix with the raindrops. What sort of secrets is Mark keeping? Can I even trust Marjorie on this? Empaths aren't infallible. A loud, strangled swear word made her turn. Taj jerked away from his computer, knocking the chair over with a clatter. He choked out a laugh, then waved to them without taking his wide eyes off the screen. What is it? Remy jogged between the chairs. Did something happen? I got something. Near hysterical laughter cracked through his shock. I got something on the tape, look. He pressed several buttons, and the image on the screen rewound. The others gathered around, bumping shoulders to get close. The video showed their table, angled so that Marjorie was facing the screen, and the window behind her filled the background. I didn't manage to get the falling pencil, Taj apologized. Piers's head was blocking it. But I got the flickering candle, and then watch this. It's just after the candle goes out. He tapped a button, moving the recording forward one frame at a time. They watched as the room was plunged into darkness. For several beats, nothing was visible except for black. Then the room fluttered back into view as the lightning's glow poured through the window. The light's angle and color were unnatural, and lit strange planes on their faces and created heavy shadows across the table. Look there. Taj tapped the button again to progress one more frame. See that? He pointed to a space behind Marjorie. Oh! Remy pressed her fingers over her mouth. The light was harsher in the new frame. It revealed a seventh figure standing at the end of the table, just behind Marjorie's shoulder. His features were indistinct, and his tall form nothing more than a black blur, but his eyes were clear. They glowed white. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Lucille, at the back of the group, made a faint choking noise and stepped away. It's a mistake. The camera couldn't cope with all of the light and glitched. It's not very clear, Piers said, but I don't think it's a glitch either. No, Marjorie agreed. She seemed calm as she stared at the images. Remy bent forward, squinting as she tried to make out details. What's in the next frame? Taj tapped forward again, but the image returned to darkness as the lightning faded. He kept tapping until the lights came on, but the scene had returned to showing just the 6 of them. One by one, they looked from the screen to the round table, scanning the place where the man had stood. Do you think he's still there? Piers asked. Remy folded her arms around herself. She hoped not. She hadn't been able to make out anything of his face except that it was long and gaunt. but it was a shade too familiar for comfort. It couldn't be Edgar Porter, could it? Marjorie rubbed her thumb over her lower lip. He must be the reason the girl, Eva, left. He didn't speak to you? Remy asked. I didn't sense any other presences, which means he didn't want to be felt. But he approached us, which means he's interested. We'll need to try to contact him again one way or another. Remy sent one last lingering glance at the area where the man had stood. She didn't like how empty it looked. Chapter 18. Secrets and Staircases. Marjorie insisted that she needed to meditate for the rest of the evening, and she did so by the fireplace, with a steady stream of tea supplied by Bernard. Remy suspected meditation was just an excuse to let her relax uninterrupted, but she wasn't about to complain. Lucille took the other fireside seat, her face stony. Glass in hand, she gradually emptied the bottle of wine at her side. Taj had found a notebook, and he, Remy, Piers, and April sat around one of the smaller tables and documented the 3 spiritual contacts that had occurred. Keeping good records is vital, Taj said when April whined about how fussy he was being. If a spirit has a system, if they appear at the same time each day or go through the same routine, we need to know. It will make it easier to identify and communicate with them. Remy glanced up to look for Mark, but he'd left the room while she was distracted. She frowned. He's keeping secrets. Remy? Taj's voice shook her out of her fugue. She blinked at him. Sorry? The first time you saw the ghost boy outside, I didn't get the exact time, but I'm estimating 12:15. Would you agree? She thought back. Yeah, that sounds right. He made a note and flipped the journal closed. I'll leave this here. If any of you see another spirit, make sure to fill out all the data. Remy nodded, but her mind was still with Mark. He'd left without telling any of them. He wasn't stupid, and she knew he didn't need her following him to keep him safe, but part of her worried that he'd returned to the forest to search for the ghosts. She muttered an excuse and left the room. You need to stop worrying. He probably just went to his room. Even so, she couldn't stop herself from going to the front door. Outside was still and quiet except for the falling rain. She scanned the field and the wood's edge, but there were no signs of human motion. There, see? Maybe Marjorie was right about you. You try to fix problems before they even need it. Remy closed the door and turned back to the foyer, glancing from the stern-faced portrait above the fireplace to the windows. The glass she'd accidentally broken the night before caught her eye, and Remy frowned as she approached it. When the window had slammed closed, a single crack had run up its length. 3 new branches had grown from it, dividing the pane. How did this happen? Did someone else touch it, or did the temperature changes break it? Remy ran a finger along the crack. Freezing cold droplets of water seeped through, and she pulled her hand back. The floor above groaned. Remy turned her eyes towards the ceiling, listening to footsteps move through the house. It had to be Mark, but he didn't seem to be going to his room. The team had occupied the rooms on the left-hand side of the house, but the groans reverberated to the right. He's indoors, at least. Leave it well enough alone, Remy. She'd gotten halfway back to the recreational room when a scraping sound came from the second floor, like heavy pieces of wood being rubbed together. Her mind scrambled to identify the noise, but she couldn't place it. Leave well enough alone. But he's keeping secrets. She was already climbing the stairs before her mind caught up with her body. The grating sound had fallen quiet, but the silence felt immeasurably more awful. She moved quickly but carefully, keeping her feet light, and turned right at the top of the staircase. The hallway felt deeply neglected. Specks of dust, nearly invisible in the windowless spaces dark, rose around her shoes with every step. At the end of the hallway, she turned right and found the source of the noise. The retracting staircase that led into the attic had been lowered, It created a dark, gaping hole, inviting her into the uppermost section of the house, the servants' quarters. So many awful things had happened in that area, and not all were Edgar's doing. Staff had murdered each other over small sums of money. They had died from diseases, from pneumonia, and from cuts that had become infected. Even after Edgar's reign ended, the highest level had seen tragedies each time the hotel reopened. Remy licked at dry lips. The attic wasn't safe. Its floor was rotting, and it didn't have any lights to reveal the jumble of discarded junk that filled the space. She opened her mouth to call out, but before she could make a sound, a figure appeared in the opening at the top of the stairs. "Oh, hello." Mark blinked in surprise, then turned to climb down. His hair and jacket had collected dust, but his eyes were bright as he smiled. Despite his carefree tone, perspiration dotted his forehead. "It's not safe up there." Remy tried to return his smile, but her face wouldn't create the right shape. "Sorry, I didn't go far. You said this place had an attic, and it occurred to me that I hadn't seen it yet." He dusted his hands on his jeans, then pulled the cord to retract the ladder back into the ceiling. It made the same scraping noise she'd heard before. "I thought it would be smart to see more of the house before we settled in for the evening." That didn't make sense to Remy. He hadn't seen many parts of the house. Why seek out the attic, the entrance to which had been concealed, above the others? Instead of voicing the questions that lay unspoken on her tongue, she forced brightness into her voice. "It's probably a good idea to let someone know before you explore on your own, just in case you go missing or something." He laughed and began leading the way back to the stairs. "You're right, of course. I'll be more careful next time." Quiet enveloped them. Mark seemed happy to walk in silence, and Remy didn't know what to say. When they arrived at the recreational room, she speared away from Mark and gravitated to the hearth, where a heated discussion was underway. Marjorie and Taj were debating the perks of their individual methods, but that evening's discussion lacked the venom of their previous spars. Remy guessed that the séance had given them a small measure of respect for each other. "But remember," Marjorie said, "nothing's infallible. Gadgets break." "They do, and empaths can be wrong, can't they?" "I will admit to that, dear boy." Remy took one of the spare seats a little back from the flames. The room's atmosphere was pleasant. Everyone seemed inclined to relax that evening. Lucille had finished her bottle of wine and opened a second, but if she was drunk, she didn't act like it. April sat cross-legged on the rug between Taj and Marjorie, a subtle signal that she wanted hostilities to cease. Marjorie noticed Remy and raised her teacup in greeting. "Good, you're back, dear. Shall we devise a plan for tomorrow? I think it would be wise to rest tonight, but have an early start in the morning." "Yes." Remy still felt unsettled and faintly numb. She glanced towards Mark, who stood by the window, his hands folded behind his back. "He's keeping secrets." Remy licked her lips. "Mark, maybe you can weigh in here. You invited us to Carrow after all, but you haven't given us any kind of task yet. What would you like us to focus on?" He smiled at her, but it didn't fill her with warmth as it had earlier that day. "Actually, I'd be happy to leave the planning and orchestrating to you, Taj, and Marjorie. You know more about this business than I do, so I'll trust your good judgment." That answer didn't sit well with Remy. She was searching for a way to express her thoughts when Marjorie stepped in, saving her the effort. "But surely you have a goal in mind, dear boy. Why are we here? What do you want us to achieve?" He shrugged and crossed to take a seat by the fire. "Contact the spirits here. Learn about them. If you want to help them to move on, and if April doesn't mind, that would be fine by me too." Marjorie stared at him, then laughed. "You're an odd duckling. You spend goodness knows how many hours and thousands of dollars preparing for this operation, just so you can turn us loose and watch what we do? I don't believe it." "Well, it's the truth. I don't have any talent in the psychic or spiritual realm, but I am curious about it. I'll follow your lead." "Remarkable." The crease between the medium's eyebrows told Remy that Marjorie didn't buy Mark's story either. You don't want any evidence? You don't want to write a book about the house or be admitted to a paranormal society or become famous from what you find here? Sorry to disappoint. Oh, don't worry, I'm not disappointed. Marjorie sipped at her tea without moving her gaze from Mark. Only very, very curious. Remy studied their sponsor out of the corner of her eye. He looked relaxed with his long legs stretched ahead of him and his head artlessly tilted to one side. But a distant intensity in his eyes made her think his nonchalance was an act. She cleared her throat. If Mark has no preference, that means you can do whatever you like, Marjorie. What's on the cards? I would like to contact Eva again. She looked at the ceiling as she thought. Plus any other spirits I can convince to join us for a séance. And, she pursed her lips. Perhaps Taj would indulge me and set up some of his equipment at our next session, to record any significant events. I'd be glad to. He raised his cup in cheers. I'll also visit the basement again. I sensed something odd down there and would like to know more about it. Other than that, we'll remain open to Carrow and its denizens and see what it wants to show us. At her final word, a door slammed closed above them. Chapter 19. Poltergeist. Remy stood, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. One at a time, the others rose beside her. The wind? Piers suggested. Remy tried to think back to whether any of the bedroom doors had been opened when she'd retrieved Mark. She didn't think so, but then memories from the night before made her hesitate. My bedroom door's latch doesn't seem to catch. Last night it opened on its own. It could have been that. Did you leave your window open? Taj asked. She shook her head. They were silent for a moment, listening to the house shift around them. Then April turned towards the door. We gonna check it out or what? Incorrigible thing. Taj laughed. But I'm game if you are. I am as well. Mark stood, and Piers followed suit. Marjorie wrapped her shawl more tightly around her shoulders. Let's all go. If it's a distressed spirit, I'll try to make contact. No. Lucille's eyes were wide, and her lips frozen in a thin line. I'm not going up there. And you shouldn't either. Lou, you're drunk, April said as she rolled her eyes. Alcohol's meant to lower your inhibitions, you know. What if it's dangerous? Stay here. The fire's warm. This room is safe. You can stay if you want, but I'm going to check it out. April marched to the door. Come on, gang. Last one up there's forever a chicken. Remy felt her laughter loosen some of the tightness that had built up across her chest. Please don't rush. No one ever got hurt by being careful. Hold on 1 second. Taj scrabbled through his equipment. He came up with a camera and a black box with a clear light in its end. He passed the box to Remy. You're in charge of the EMF reader. What should I do with it? He grinned. Wave it around a bit. If there's a ghost present, it'll light up. Marjorie led the party through the foyer and up the stairs, with April close at her heels. As they passed the staircase's first landing, their pace slowed as they looked and listened for signs of movement. Anything? Remy asked when Marjorie stopped at the top of the stairs. The medium glanced down both paths, her eyes heavy-lidded and head held slightly forward, as though she were trying to pick up on a quiet noise. She frowned. Nothing that I can sense. It may have just been the wind after all. Except there's no breeze. They spilled into the hallway. Remy held the EMF meter ahead of herself, but it stayed dead as she moved towards her room and opened the door. As Remy had suspected, the window was closed, and she couldn't detect any sort of draft. She left the door partially open, then stepped back, waiting to see if it moved. It didn't. Check other windows, she suggested. See if you can find a breeze or anything that would slam a door. Taj paced the hallway, camera held ahead of himself as he watched the area through the viewfinder. The others all opened doors, not just of their own rooms, but the uninhabited ones as well.
Guys, look at this.
April had come to a halt on the threshold of room 9. A wondering smile twitched at her lips, but she hesitated on the threshold, seeming reluctant to step into the room. Remy hurried to her side. The wallpaper Mark had cut away from the plaster the previous day still lay on the ground in long shreds, slightly damp from the leaking water. The stains had spread across a wider, splotchy oval area, and the liquid was just as vividly red as before.
It'll keep getting worse with the rain, Remy said.
Don't you see it?
The teen waved a hand at the shape.
Can't you see what it's becoming?
Remy could, but her mind revolted against the image. The distinct spots had merged together to form an ill-defined, impressionistic face. Its eyes cast upwards, its mouth open in a voiceless scream. The red liquid glistened as it continued to trickle from the effigy.
It's pareidolia. The human mind is constantly looking for patterns in chaos. Just because we see a face doesn't mean one's there. You don't believe that?
April retorted, looking petulant. Remy could only manage a very small smile.
No, not really.
Out of the way.
Marjorie shoved between them, closely followed by Taj. He already had a camera in the room, the one he'd set up the day before, but he moved closer with the handheld camcorder, zooming in on the liquid. Marjorie stretched her hands towards the shape, her eyes half closed, her jaw slack. She swayed, her fingers making strange little patterns in the air, then sucked in a deep breath before retreating.
There's no presence here now, but there was one within the last day. Probably an imprint, though the energy has faded so much that it's hard to be sure.
April frowned.
Is it going to come back?
Truly, I have no idea, child. Obviously, these marks aren't old, so something must have happened to rouse the spirit. Our arrival, possibly.
Remy felt faintly queasy.
Does this mean it's not just water like we first thought?
Oh, no, not necessarily. Spirits will use their environment to make a mark on the physical. The ghost may have taken advantage of the burst water pipe to form this shape. Or it could even have poltergeist abilities and be responsible for the pipe's breaking. Either way, the ghost isn't here at the present.
Although Taj continued to film, Marjorie adjusted her shawl and left the room. Remy, feeling uncomfortable with the image, followed. She found Mark and Piers not far outside, gesturing down the hall as they talked. Piers turned towards Remy as she neared.
Marjorie can't find any spirits, and we can't find any breezes. Are there any other possibilities?
Remy scratched at the back of her neck.
No one came up here, did they? Everyone was in the recreational room except for Bernard, and he was in the kitchen.
Just because I haven't sensed a spirit yet doesn't mean there's not one here,
Marjorie called over her shoulder as she continued to pace the hall.
In fact, I'd appreciate a little silence while I do my work.
The other 5 obediently gathered in the center of the hallway to wait. Taj continued to film, keeping his camera on Marjorie. She strode down the center of the runner, her fingers extended towards the walls, her steps slow and measured. At the end of the hall, she stopped and turned, and Remy saw a mix of confusion and fascination on her face.
My name is Marjorie.
She used the same steady voice from the séance, her eyes unfocused.
I would like to speak with any spirits who inhabit this house. If you can hear me, give me a sign.
The black box in Remy's hand whined, making her jump. The light lit up green, then faded. April squeaked, and a smile grew over Marjorie's cheeks as Remy held the box forward.
Thank you, Marjorie said. I appreciate your answer. Tell me, have we encountered you before?
They waited expectantly, but the seconds stretched by without any response from the box.
Have you been in Carrow for long?
The light flickered green again. Remy swallowed and focused on keeping her extended hand as still as possible. "Were you one of Edgar's victims?" The box stayed dead. Marjorie tried again. "Did the owner of this house kill you?" Again there was no response. She tried a different tactic. "Are you a woman?" And after a non-responsive pause, she asked, "Are you a man?" The light flashed green, and Remy drew an excited breath. Both April and Piers stood behind her, leaning over her shoulder as they watched the light eagerly, and Taj had taken several steps back to keep both the EMF reader and Marjorie in the camera's frame. "I would like to help you move on if I can. Do you linger in Carrow because of some regret?" No response. "Is it because you don't feel ready to face the next life?" The box stayed quiet, and a small frown settled around Marjorie's eyes. She licked her lips before asking the next question in a slow, cautious tone. "Is it because you're trapped here?" The light flashed a dozen times over a few short seconds, making Remy twitch. Marjorie's frown intensified, and she took her eyes off the box to look around the hallway. Her lips pursed, and her hands came up to grip her shawl. "Something's not right here." As if in response, low, grating creaks filled the hallway as every door drew open at once. Remy's mouth felt too dry to make a sound. The group shuffled inwards, trying to get as far from the doors as the narrow passageway would allow. The doors moved slowly, languidly, and finally came to rest once they were fully open. For a beat, the house was perfectly silent. Then the doors started slamming. They crashed closed so fiercely that Remy was surprised the wood didn't fracture. The noise was deafening, making them all cringe, and the force seemed to shake the building down to its foundations. The slamming doors started at one end of the hallway, banging closed one after another, passing the huddled group and continuing into the other end of the hallway. The light on Remy's EMF reader made a popping noise as its bulb burnt out. Then silence returned. Remy's shoulders were pressed against Piers and April. The group had huddled into a tight, defensive circle, and she could feel their ragged breathing against her back. They held that pose as they glanced from the doors to the empty hall. Marjorie was the first to move. She shook herself a little and lifted her chin. "Well, a poltergeist. A strong one, too." April's laugh was shaky. "I'm not sure I want to sleep up here anymore." "Really, dear, it's quite safe. I felt his presence. He wasn't angry, only frustrated and frightened. Most spirits are." Remy didn't find that as comforting as Marjorie seemed to think it should have been. "I wish I could have gotten a stronger read on him," the medium continued. "He was old, maybe 60, and said he felt trapped here, and that he didn't die at Edgar Porter's hand. Does that narrow it down at all, my dear?" Remy shook her head. "Sorry. Edgar's era was the most violent, but not the end of Carrow's bloodshed. That spirit could have been a construction worker, a guest who died of natural causes, or even one of the staff. I'll give him some time to calm then, and try to make contact again tomorrow. He likely used up most of his energy in that little show." Piers pulled out a handkerchief and mopped at his face. "I need a drink." Remy could empathize and was about to suggest they return downstairs when a high-pitched scream interrupted her. It stretched out into a raw wail full of terror. Then it broke. Lucille. Chapter 20. Her Black Hair. Remy ran for the stairs, her pulse jumping through her like electricity. Choking, miserable cries echoed from the recreational room. Remy leapt the last 2 stairs, hit the ground too hard, and slammed through the heavy double doors. Lucille had pressed herself into a corner of the room. Her hands were clutched around her throat, and tears washed mascara down her cheeks as she sobbed. "What's wrong?" Remy scanned the room as she crossed it to reach Lucille. The space seemed unchanged from when they'd left it. Mark was just behind her, but she could hear the others still clambering down the stairs. "Are you okay?" "Hair! Hair! Hair!" Remy gripped the woman's shoulders. She could feel Lucille shaking and pulled her into a hug. "Come on, talk to me. What happened?" Lucille buried her face into Remy's shoulders. Her hands held on hard enough to leave bruises, and she spoke in abortive little gasps. "There was hair in my glass, in my wine." Remy twisted to look behind them. Lucille's wine glass had smashed on the fire's hearth, spilling its red liquid across the stones. She frowned. "There was a hair in it?" The other woman pulled back, her face white, her lips shaking. "Not a hair, clumps of it. The glass was full with it." She closed her eyes to draw a breath. "Woman's hair. Long. Black. I felt it. I was taking a sip and I felt it." "Okay, take deep breaths. You're okay now." Remy rubbed Lucille's back. April, her normally cheerful face dark, stepped up to Lucille's other side and wrapped an arm around her. "I want to go home," Lucille mumbled. "You can," Remy said. "You don't have to stay here." Lucille nodded. Tears continued to leak from her puffy eyelids, and Remy and April half led, half carried her to a nearby chair. The others had gone to the fireside to examine the shattered wine glass. Remy shot another glance at it, but she couldn't see any sign of hair. "I want to go right now." Lucille turned to April and grasped her hands. "Please come. I don't want to leave you here. I don't want. April squeezed her lips together. Her eyes were watery. "I'll be okay, Lou. I don't want to lose you." "Shh." Remy, realizing she was intruding on a private moment, stepped back. She kept shuffling away until she'd joined the others near the fire. Taj had his camera focused on the glass, but the others had given up examining it. "No sign of hair," Mark whispered. "She's had a bit to drink, but I don't think she's intoxicated enough to hallucinate things." "It was likely a momentary apparition," Marjorie said. "The sort of thing that appears for a second, but vanishes as soon as you look at it closely." "Either way, she wants to leave," Remy said. Mark nodded. "Yes, of course." Remy looked back at April and Lucille. They'd shuffled close together so that they both fit on the one chair, and had their arms around each other as their heads rested together. For the first time, they reminded Remy of sisters. She wondered if that was what their relationship had been like before the fight. She went to the window. A wave crashed, washing seawater past her eyes. She folded her arms and exhaled deeply. The storm was still in full force and showed no sign of abating. Mark appeared behind her. "I could help pack Lucille's luggage. That way she wouldn't need to go back upstairs." "Thanks, but it will have to wait until tomorrow. The storm's too strong." "What?" April's head jerked up. "No, she wants to leave tonight." Remy gave a helpless shrug as she turned back to the room. "I'm really, really sorry, but the storm's awful. It wouldn't be safe." Stubbornness froze April's face into hard angles. "Well, tough. Lou's a good driver, and I got my license so I can take over if she gets fatigued." "I wouldn't trust the world's best driver on Carrow's road tonight." Remy grabbed the back of a chair and pulled it close so that she could sit opposite the pair. "Do you remember how the road dips into that bridge to cross the chasm between Carrow and the mainland? During storms, waves crash over it. It's like how they hit this room's window, but worse. The bridge doesn't have any guardrails. Your car could be swept over and into the ocean." "Well, it's only waves. It's not like the bridge is submerged." The teen's eyes were flashing. "We'll just wait for a good moment and 8 people have died on that passage." The words left Remy more harshly than she'd intended. She squeezed her hands together. 8 people, all sober, all experienced drivers, who thought they could handle the bridge during a storm. April's lips pulled together. She looked livid, but didn't reply as Remy took a slow breath to calm her voice. It's not safe to leave during a storm. It's the sole reason why my winter tours are subject to the weather. The risk is too great. They were both quiet for a moment. Mark began pacing, while Piers settled into a seat. April still had her arm around Lucille, whose expression had slackened, possibly from shock. Then April said, "We can leave tomorrow morning." "As long as the rain has cleared, yes." The girl nodded, then cleared her throat. "Are any of the nice rooms still free? You know, the not awful ones?" Yes. Room 14. Remy tried to smile, but the expression didn't come out right. "It's a really calm room. I can help you move your things over." "Nah, I'll handle it. Are you okay with that, Lou? We'll stay one more night, but we can leave first thing tomorrow." The woman blinked, then gave a slow nod as she leaned against April's shoulder. "Thank you." "Did anyone else want to leave with them?" Remy ran a hand through her hair as she glanced about the small group. "No one is expected to stay for the full 2 weeks if things have become too intense for you." Piers cleared his throat. He looked nervous, but his eyes were bright.
"In all honesty, I'm having a terrific time. There's zero chance my grandchildren will think I'm boring after this."
"No offense to Lucille," Taj said,
"but wild horses couldn't drag me out of here."
"Okay." Remy looked at her watch. It was already late. What had started out as a relaxing evening had gone disastrously awry. But they would need to return to the upstairs rooms with their slamming doors before long. She just hoped Carrow had expended some of its excess energy and would stay dormant until morning. Like how a minor tremor can stave off an earthquake. They huddled around the fire in the sitting room for a while longer, talking in soft voices. Mark cleaned up the smashed glass, and Bernard wandered in and out of the room, occasionally bringing cups of tea. By the time Lucille started to fall asleep on April's shoulder, Remy called it quits and went upstairs to shower. She washed quickly, skipping the conditioner and plaiting her wet hair without drying it. Then she sat in her room with the light on and door open, while the others took turns in the bathrooms and got ready for bed. She didn't dare drop her guard until every other door was closed and the lights were turned off. Then she reluctantly shut her own door and crept into bed. Like the night before, she lay on her back, facing the ceiling, as her eyes picked out patterns in the cracked plaster by the light of her alarm clock. It was nearly 1 a.m. when her bedroom door creaked open. Chapter 21. The Attic. Remy stayed in bed, highly conscious of the open door but not willing to play games by getting up to shut it. A crawling, creeping sensation made her feel as though a person or a presence stood just beyond the doorway, past the reach of her alarm's glow, watching her. She squeezed her eyes closed. There's nothing to be afraid of. A floorboard creaked. It was moving away from her, towards the other end of the house. Good. Let it go. Remy didn't want to listen, but her ears strained for any more noises. In the middle of the night, the house seemed eerily loud. The structure groaned. Wind whistled through the multitude of tiny holes, and the storm refused to abate, buffeting the building with unyielding aggression. Then came the slow, drawn-out scraping sound as the attic's staircase was lowered. Remy's eyes popped open. She held her breath, fear gnawing at her. It was faint, but she could hear the stairs groan as someone ascended them. Is it Mark? Is he going into the attic again? I warned him. The noises fell quiet as the unseen person finished climbing. Dread filled Remy's mouth with a sour taste. The attic was a maze of ropes, metal implements, and collapsing furniture. Whoever was up there hadn't taken a light, which meant they would be blind to the hazards in their path. It's got to be either Marjorie or Mark. I can't just ignore them. Remy rose, shivering against the cold, and crossed to her bedroom door. She would need light to see inside the attic, and the area didn't have any electricity run through it. A glint of glass caught Remy's eye, and she saw the lamp she'd left on her bedside table from the previous night's outing. She fumbled through her bag and found the lighter she kept in a pocket of useful tools. She lit the lamp's wick, waited for the flame to stabilize, and stepped into the hallway. For a moment, she seriously considered waking some of the other occupants, but eventually settled against it. She didn't want to risk disturbing Lucille, who had shown signs of shock. The others were all exhausted from the day. Besides, she told herself, the attic wasn't too far from the occupied rooms. If something went seriously wrong, she could yell to wake them. The carpet muffled her footsteps, but didn't stop the floorboards from groaning as she followed the hall to its end. The retractable stairs created a gaping black hole that not even her lamp could penetrate. Remy cleared her throat and stage-whispered Mark's name. She didn't get a reply. Don't panic, he's probably fine. She squeezed her lips together and took the first stair. The wood felt flimsy under her shoe, but it held her weight. She climbed the second step and called, slightly louder than before, "Mark?" A muted sound echoed back to her. Remy couldn't tell if it was a response or ambient noise from the storm. She blinked watery eyes and continued climbing. The attic was freezing. As she moved through the square opening in the ceiling, she felt as if she were immersing herself in a different world. The smell of decay and mildew tickled her nose and made her squint. The second floor's ceiling and the attic's floor didn't line up, but had a 2-foot interstitial space between them. Remy was surprised at how much difference the gap made. The subtle sounds from the lower levels faded out of hearing, and the noises from the external storm magnified. As she stood on the top step and blinked at the dim space, Remy felt wholly separated from the rest of the party. Mark? Although the attic only covered half of Carrow's floor space, it felt immense. It had been used to store some of the old furniture during renovations, and the space was still cluttered with old mattresses, broken furniture, burnt relics from the first fire, and dozens of empty crates. By the light of her lamp, they were barely recognizable. Long shadows stretched out behind them, creating a mosaic of light and dark on the slanted ceiling and dull windows. She took a step forward, testing the floor before she trusted her weight to it. The roof leaked and had rotted sections of the floor, so she moved carefully, keeping to the parts she knew were solid. Mark? She couldn't see him. The attic seemed to stretch forever, its contents offering infinite hiding spaces. Loops of rope hung from the ceiling like nooses, and a mess of construction supplies blocked part of the room. She licked her lips. Marjorie? A clattering, scraping sound made her twist to her right. She took a hesitant step in its direction. The sound repeated, and this time she saw motion. A large mahogany wardrobe, one of the house's originals, stood amongst a heap of broken furniture. Its doors were closed, but glints of light reflected off the handle as it jiggled. Fear coursed through Remy's veins. She tried to call out, but her voice felt awfully quiet in her own ears. The storm's roar increased, and the rumble of shaken roof tiles made her flinch. A drop of water landed on her arm, and she wiped it away. Hello? The handle rattled again, more urgently. Remy's throat felt too tight to even swallow as she moved closer. The wardrobe was locked, but the glittering key hung off the handle by a ribbon. Remy reached towards it, her heartbeat loud. The lamp's light wavered as her hand shook. She thought she could hear breathing coming from inside the wardrobe. Low, panicked gasps, infused with fear and claustrophobia. She took the key, feeling how cold the metal was, then slotted it into the hole and turned it. A quiet click announced the door was unlocked. The breathing fell quiet. Remy drew back and waited for the door to open, but it didn't. She turned the handle and the door opened in a slow arc, its hinges wailing. Inside was empty. Remy stepped away from the wardrobe as clammy sweat rose across her skin. She looked towards the attic floor. Her shoes had left clear impressions in the dust, but only one pair led towards the wardrobe. She looked back towards the stairs and saw 2 pairs there, her own and another, which took 3 paces into the attic before returning to the lower level. My own and Mark's from yesterday. No one is up here. No one living, at least. She began backing towards the ladder, but a muted crack froze her. Remy turned back to the open wardrobe, her nerves taut. The back of the structure had a split in it. As she watched, the split widened, and fragments of wood poked away from it. Remy's mouth opened, but she couldn't make a sound, couldn't move, couldn't do anything but stare in horror as the false back of the wardrobe fractured open, widening to expose the secret cavity behind. A jumble of shapes had been hidden inside. Some were cloth, others were off-white lumps. Her mind revolted against the image, trying to block it out, although she already knew what she was looking at. The wood decayed, crumbling before her eyes, then with a final, loud crack, the skull tumbled out of the secret compartment and rolled towards Remy. She screamed and scrambled back. Her feet hit a soft part of the flooring. She had a fraction of a second to realize what was happening, then the boards gave way. She plunged through the floor. Chapter 22. Skulls and Confessions. Remy threw her arms out, fingers grasping for any kind of hold, and managed to grab onto the floor as her torso dropped past it. The edges of the rotten boards dug into her, and she gasped, but didn't loosen her hold. She came to a halt with her head and shoulders in the attic, her hands planted on the dusty floor and straining to keep her from falling farther. Her legs kicked at darkness. Terror flooded her, the adrenaline lending her strength, and she tried to pull herself up, but froze as the wood under her arms splintered. Her legs hunted for purchase but found none. She couldn't understand that. The interstitial space was only 2 feet deep, so she should have been able to push against the second floor's ceiling, but there wasn't anything underneath her. The lamp, its wick still burning, had fallen on its side. Remy risked a glance over her shoulder and saw nothing but darkness below, as though the hole opened into a void, as though the house intended to swallow her. "Remy." The voice was familiar. Remy looked up and saw a lopsided face leering at her. The skull had come to rest not far from her fingertips. The shock sent tremors through her limbs. She was slipping into the darkness, sucked into the house's gullet as her fingers lost their tenuous grip. She squeezed her eyes closed as terror churned her stomach and clouded her mind. Then, something warm touched her arms. Fingers wormed under her shoulders and pulled, dragging her out of the hole. Remy opened her eyes and saw Mark, on his knees, his eyes wide as he pulled on her. "Careful!" She didn't have enough breath, and the words came out as choked gasps. "The floor, rotten." "I know." He shifted backwards a fraction as the wood splinted under their combined weight. "Hold on." He leaned back, using his body weight to help pull her up. The ragged wood hurt as Remy was dragged over it, but she bit her tongue to keep silent and focused on holding Mark's arms. The wood fractured. Mark jerked them both back, pulling them clear of the hole as boards fell silently into the darkness below. They collapsed into a pile, their limbs tangling, their breathing heavy. Remy's heart felt like a caged bird fluttering frantically. Mark kept his arm around her, his fingers gripping as though ready to pull her farther back, but they'd landed on one of the solid parts of the attic. Remy propped herself up, swaying slightly as the adrenaline drained from her limbs and left weakness in its place. The hole, although lit by her lamp, looked impossibly dark. She glanced to her right. The skull was barely visible in the edge of the lamp's light, and the dark hollows of its eyes seemed to watch her. "We need to go back down," Mark said. "Can you stand?"
"Yeah."
He hadn't loosened his grip, so Remy let him help her to her feet. Now that the fear was fading, she was aware of the pain of cuts and unformed bruises. Mark ushered her down the stairs before he retrieved the lamp. As she stepped into the hallway, she found Piers waiting for her, wearing pajamas with a cartoon duck patterned over them, his graying hair a mess. Not far behind him was Marjorie, who looked immensely annoyed.
"What was that hullabaloo about?"
The medium adjusted a bandana, which hid her long gray hair.
"Were you sleepwalking? Heaven forbid Bernard has a second night wanderer to follow."
"Not quite." Remy swayed, and Piers kindly took her arm to keep her steady. "I heard something in the attic."
"You're hurt," Piers said.
Remy glanced down and saw a gash on the side of her upper arm. It didn't hurt beyond a throbbing sting, but was dripping blood. She pressed her other hand over it. "Oh, damn, sorry. I'll clean it up." Piers, looking agitated, scratched at his scalp.
"It looks bad. Might need stitches. Someone should take you to the hospital."
Remy tried, and failed, to pull away from his supporting arm. "We can't leave while there's a storm. It's not bad, really. It barely even hurts."
"You're in shock. You're not thinking clearly."
Mark took her other arm and nodded to Piers.
"Help me get her downstairs. I have a first aid kit."
She tried to argue, saying it wasn't serious and could wait until morning, only to be shushed by Marjorie.
"The others are still sleeping. Go clean up, for goodness sake, and keep the noise down."
Mark and Piers, one on each side, led Remy down the stairs and into the recreational room. They put her into one of the chairs beside the dying fire, then both disappeared into different parts of the building. Once she was alone, Remy's head started to clear. She closed her eyes and saw the image of the skull rolling towards her, its hollowed eyes staring, its detached jaw falling away from the cranium. Was that a real skeleton or just a spirit's manifestation? She tried to think back through Carrow's history. Edgar had hidden at least one body inside a wardrobe. Following his demise, the police had searched the other wardrobes but hadn't found any victims. But what if a wardrobe had been moved into the attic before Edgar's death? The police probably would have opened it, but would they have thought to look inside the hidden compartment? Her head throbbed, so she rested against the chair's back. If the skull was real, it would need to be referred to the police. It was so old that a positive identification would be nearly impossible, unless it was accompanied by clothing or jewelry with the victim's name on them. But either way, the remains would be given a proper burial. A blanket dropped over her lap. Mark had returned, carrying a bundle of towels. He knelt beside her, gently eased her hand away from her arm, and placed a cloth underneath to catch the drips. She tried to smile. "Don't worry about that. I can clean it up in a minute." Mark shot her a dark look. Piers trotted through the doorway, holding a steaming kettle.
"Is this okay?"
"Thanks." Mark opened his first aid kit and rummaged through it.
"Hold still, Remy. This will hurt a bit."
She gritted her teeth and fixed her eyes on the dying embers while Mark washed, disinfected, and stitched the cut. He worked quickly and with steady hands. She guessed his father, the surgeon, must have taught him some tricks. Piers hovered nearby, alternately putting more wood on the fire, fetching them both cups of coffee, and offering to get more towels.
"There."
Mark tied off the bandages and took away the towel.
"It's not as bad as it looked, thankfully. But you should probably catch a ride to the mainland with Lucille tomorrow and get it checked by a hospital. Some antibiotics wouldn't go astray."
"Told you it was fine," she retorted, then grinned to let him know she was joking. She didn't want to leave Carrow while the others were still inside. It felt like abandoning a tour. A panic started to rise in her. After what had happened that night, she knew she wasn't being irrational when she worried about her group's safety. The disinfectant and stitches had woken up the nerves in her arm, leaving a constant, throbbing ache. She tested it by moving her hand and managed to hide her flinch. "Would you like to go back upstairs?" Mark asked. "Or stay here tonight?" For a moment, she imagined her bedroom door gliding open once more, followed by the scrape of the retractable staircase being pulled down, and felt chills crawl along her spine. "I'll stay here. It's warmer." "Good thought." Mark stood, folding up the bloodied towels, and nodded to Piers. "Thanks for the help. Go get some sleep. I'll stay." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." Piers gave Remy a smile and a wave, then left the recreational room. The neon yellow ducks on his pajamas were last to disappear from her sight. Remy wrapped the blanket around herself as she watched Mark pace the room. "You should go to bed too. You must be exhausted." He chuckled and shook his head. "I don't think I'll sleep any more tonight. Let me keep you company." She watched out of the corners of her eyes. He moved with quick, efficient motions as he packed away the first aid kit and bagged the towels. But underneath the steady demeanor, she saw a tightness in his muscles and a sheen of perspiration over his face. He'd been frightened. "Hey, Mark." He turned towards her, eyebrows raised. "Thanks for saving me." "Of course." He smiled and ducked his head again. "I wasn't about to leave you up there." "How did you know where I was, anyway?" "I had a bad dream. It unnerved me enough that I got up to check on the other rooms, but your door was open and I couldn't find you. I was about to go downstairs when I heard a noise above my head." He shot her a quick look. "If you don't mind the question, why were you up there? Did you say you heard something?" "Yeah. A ghost wanted its body found, I think." She rubbed at the corners of her eyes. "Or maybe it just wanted to mess with me. If the bones are still there tomorrow, if it wasn't just an illusion, we'll have to call the police about it once we get back to the mainland." Mark left the kit and towels on one of the tables by the door, then pulled up an armchair next to Remy. The logs Piers had put on the fire had caught and spread heat across her legs. If she'd been less frightened of the building, it would have been enough to make her sleepy. Instead, she watched the man at her side. His pose looked relaxed, but his muscles were still tense. He's keeping secrets. "Mark?" "Why did you come to Carrow? And please don't give me any more of the vague excuses you've been feeding us. I've trusted you so far, but I need some trust in return. Why did you really come?" He stared at her for a moment, and she saw a deep, unyielding sadness in his eyes. When he spoke, his voice was raspy, as though the words hurt him. "Sometimes people can be afraid of things. Horribly, permanently afraid. And the fear takes root in their lives and twists them and controls them. And they know it will haunt them to their grave unless they confront the thing they're frightened of, meet it, feel it, then immerse themselves in it." Remy shifted closer. "You're afraid?" He held out his hand. The fingers trembled. "Of houses like Carrow? Of attics like Carrow's?" "Oh." That explained why he'd ventured into the attic alone the previous night. Remy brushed loose hair away from her face. "Have you always been afraid?" "Since I was 8. His eyes fixed on the fire. "I'd prefer not to talk about the whys, please." "Right. I'm sorry for prying." He's keeping secrets. Marjorie's warning now felt strangely hollow. The barrier it had put up between her and Mark melted away, and left Remy feeling embarrassed for being so wary of him. "If you don't like haunted houses, Carrow's about as far in the deep end as you can get. I don't know if it's any consolation, but you're holding together remarkably well.
Huh. That's why I went on your tour first, to see if I could handle it.
His expression softened as the haunted sadness left his eyes.
I'd expected it to be one of the worst nights of my life, but you were there. You were so bright and full of enthusiasm, and you made it fun and easy, and I thought, I wouldn't be frightened of anything if I had this woman with me. I knew that if I wanted to spend a longer stretch of time at Carrow, I'd need you there as well.
Oh. Remy hoped he wouldn't see the color spreading over her face. Wow, that's a lot of pressure. I hope I'm not a disappointment.
No, the opposite.
His eyes were enthralling. The way his lips twitched into a smile made her want to touch them. Instead, she leaned towards him, resting her head on his shoulder. He shifted closer to hold her, and they let silence absorb them as the fireplace crackled and popped.
Chapter 23. Broken Glass.
Remy hadn't expected to sleep that night, so she was surprised to wake up and see the fire was dead and her lamp had burnt out. A muscle in her neck felt sore, and she rotated her head to loosen it. Mark stirred beside her and rubbed sleep out of his eyes.
What was that?
She blinked at him. Then the noise, the one that had woken her, repeated. It was a cry of, "Piers!" Remy bolted out of her chair, remembering too late that her arm was hurt, and flinched as she used it to wrench open the door. Mark followed close behind as they ran into the foyer. The sun had risen, but it was hard to tell through the overcast sky. The air was frosty as the storm continued to beat at the house. A small group had gathered on the rug in the center of the foyer, and Remy shambled towards them, trying to pick out the source of the distress while her mind was still half asleep. April and Lucille were at the head of the group, April holding her guardian back with one arm. The cry had come from Lucille, who was reduced to gasping, near-hysterical sobs. Taj stood beside them, his long hair still mussed from sleep, his eyes wide and jaw slack. He looked strangely lonely without a camera in his hand. Marjorie came down the stairs, wrapping a shawl about her shoulders, with Bernard on her heels. And Piers lay on the ground. Confusion clogged Remy's mind. Had Piers fallen asleep there? He didn't look like himself. His skin was ashen. His normally lively face was slack and blank, and his open eyes stared at the ceiling. The remains of a smashed glass lay at his side. She almost wouldn't have recognized him except for the duck print pajamas. "Piers?" She dropped to her knees beside him and shook his shoulder. His head lolled. He felt cold, far colder than any person should be, and Remy withdrew her hand. Mark gripped Remy's shoulders and turned her to face him. His voice was brisk and tight. "Listen, I need your help. Can you think?" Numbness was creeping over her, but she nodded. "Take April and Lucille into the recreational room. Look after them. I'll be in as soon as I can." "Okay, yes." Remy rose and moved towards the two other women, but she couldn't keep her eyes off Piers. He looked so wrong, lying there like that, like a wax sculpture or some awful impressionist painting that had gone awry. She glimpsed a pale face out of the corner of her eye and turned towards the fireplace. Edgar's portrait hung above the mantel. The small smile curling his lips looked nearly triumphant as he watched over the scene. Remy grabbed April's shoulders with one hand and Lucille's with the other and began pulling them towards the recreational room. Lucille was hysterical. April looked stunned, as though she couldn't understand what was happening. Remy felt somewhere between the two extremes, but bottled up the emotions as she urged her friends into the room. Marjorie passed them, dragging her fingers through her gray hair as she approached Piers, a tight-lipped Bernard close behind. Remy turned at the door, and the last thing she saw was Mark kneeling on the rug. pressing his fingers to Piers's neck as he searched for a pulse.
"He's going to be okay, right?"
April whispered. Remy closed the door firmly, willing herself not to watch any longer. She knew the answer, but didn't want to speak it into being, so she kept her lips fixed firmly together. April took Lucille's hand in one of hers and led the older woman towards the chairs. They sat, and Lucille's sobs finally ebbed into muted hiccups as they waited. They weren't left alone for long. Mark, his face wan, opened the doors and stepped inside, followed by Marjorie, Taj, and Bernard. He hesitated, opening his mouth and then closing it again as he hunted for words. At last he said simply, "Piers is dead." Remy had known it since she'd first seen the man's face, but the words still felt like knives gouging her insides. She folded her arms across her torso in an attempt to keep herself together.
"Do you know how?"
"Heart attack, I think." Mark stayed standing but braced himself against the back of one of the chairs. Harsh shadows played over his features. There's a broken glass beside him. He was probably getting a drink from the kitchens. Bernard crossed to the serving table at the back of the room and poured a mug full of wine, which he began consuming in gulps. Lucille watched for a moment, then beckoned to him.
"Give me some of that."
Bernard poured her a cup of her own, then held the bottle out towards the others with a questioning look. They all shook their heads, so he refilled his cup and put the bottle back.
"If it's any comfort," Marjorie said, "I searched for a spirit but was unable to find anything. Piers has moved on."
Remy looked up.
"He didn't leave a ghost?"
No, thank mercy. Considering the environment's abnormally high energy levels, I was afraid he would have been trapped here. But it seems he was at peace with this life and able to move on to the next.
Frowning, April still clasped Lucille's hand tightly in her own.
Heart attack. You don't think he saw something that frightened him, do you?
I have no idea, Mark said. Taj cleared his throat. He had his arms folded, and his face looked haggard, but his voice still kept its crisp edge. I had a camera set up in the foyer. It should have filmed whatever happened. I can review it and... Marjorie made a faint, disgusted exclamation.
Do you have no respect? A man is dead and you want to watch his final moments?
I only thought...
Shall I get you some popcorn, too? We can make a movie night out of it.
Enough. Mark's voice took on a steely edge. I won't tolerate bickering right now. Whether we view the film or not is an issue for later. Right now, our friend's body is in the foyer. We need to decide on a course of action. He looked to Remy, a hint of pleading in his expression. Can we leave the house? She licked her lips and glanced towards the window. The storm raged against the building, gale-force winds driving torrents of rain into the glass. She turned back to Mark and opened her mouth, feeling helpless, but words refused to come. That's a no, I take it? He closed his eyes, a muscle twitching in his neck. Without the radio, we have no way to contact anyone for assistance. We'll wait until it's safe to leave. Taj spoke. What will we do with the body? Treat it as respectfully as possible. Remy, how long do these storms normally last? Her tongue was dry, but she made it move.
It varies. Sometimes half a day, sometimes as long as a week.
Then we will need to move Piers somewhere cold to prevent decomposition, just in case it takes that long. Where? Taj asked. The freezer unit? Lucille made a gagging noise and doubled over. Remy tried to imagine folding the man into the freezer. It was horrific and inhumane, and the thought made her feel queasy. We can't do that to him. I feel the same way, Mark said. Are there any other options? An unpleasant silence flooded the room. Then April spoke.
There's the cold spot in the basement. I bet that would keep him chilled.
Lucille's body lurched as she gagged again.
Really, dear?
Marjorie said. April blinked watery eyes as she scowled at the ground.
Do you have any other suggestions?
Again, the question was answered by silence. Mark blew out a breath through his nose. Okay, it's not a pretty choice, but we need to decide. Freezer or basement?
Basement,
Remy said after a moment.
Wrap him in a blanket. It will be like he's resting.
Marjorie pursed her lips.
I suppose it's the more dignified out of the two, which isn't saying much.
All right. Mark pushed away from the chair he'd been resting on. Let's take care of him now. I don't like leaving him in the foyer like that. I'd appreciate any volunteers who want to help.
I'll come,
Taj said. Bernard drained his mug of wine, placed it back on the table, and followed the other men to the door. Marjorie trailed in their wake. After a moment, Remy stood and followed as well. Mark and Taj did almost all of the work. Remy appreciated seeing how much care they took with Piers. They folded his hands over his chest and placed his spectacles back on his nose, then wrapped his body in one of the clean sheets before carrying him to the basement. Remy stood at the top of the stairs, watching helplessly as her friend was lowered into the dark and placed in the basement's corner, where the cold spot persisted. She didn't realize April had joined them until the teenager touched her arm.
Will it be okay leaving him down there? I mean, with the heightened energy.
Don't you worry, child, Marjorie said. He didn't leave a ghost. All that remains is the human flesh, which will ultimately be returned to the earth where it came from. The spiritual realm cannot touch him now.
Mark and Taj returned from the basement. Taj cradled 2 cameras under his arm. He nodded at them sheepishly. Seemed a bit disrespectful to leave them on. Mark touched the door. Open or closed?
Closed,
April said.
I don't think I could stand looking down the stairs at him every time I went through the foyer.
He shut the door with a soft click. Then, as a group, they returned to the recreational room. Unlike the previous day, they didn't gather around the fire together, but broke off into small groups. Remy found herself sitting next to Mark near the window. She suspected he wanted to watch the weather, too, and together they searched for anything that might indicate it was clearing. It was one of the worst mornings of her life. She couldn't stop her mind from going back to Piers and how he would have collapsed in the foyer, his glass shattering, so close to help but unable to call for it. She and Mark had slept through his death just a room away. And what if April is right and the heart attack was brought on by something he saw? Would he still be alive if he hadn't come to Carrow? Am I indirectly responsible? This isn't your fault, Mark said. Remy startled and stared at him. Was I talking out loud? His smile was weary. No, but your face speaks volumes. They fell back into silence. Bernard moved through the room, passing around plates of fruit and toast with jam. Remy took hers with muted thanks and added, I'll help with food for the rest of today. Don't bother. I don't want company. He moved away before she could say anything else. Despite the snippy tone, Remy sensed he was doing what he could to help the group, and she was grateful for it. Midday arrived with no change in the weather. Lucille continued to drink, while April paced the room, occasionally stopping to look at the antique books on the shelves. Taj quietly returned to his computers. Remy wondered if he was looking at the tapes from the previous night despite Marjorie's chastisement. If he was, he didn't say anything. Marjorie sighed loudly and stood.
Well, I'm going to conduct another séance. I need at least 2 assistants to create a circle. Who'll help?
What? Taj swiveled in his seat to look at her. Piers is dead, and you want to have a séance? Marjorie bristled and adjusted her shawl.
Piers has moved on. He'll neither hear nor appreciate our tears. Meanwhile, I have a very limited window during which I can help those who do need it. The trapped spirits. If I can assist even just one of them to pass over, our time here won't have been a waste.
Taj mumbled something that sounded like tasteless, then turned back to his screens.
Well, what about you, Remy? You'll help, won't you?
Remy cringed at the medium's tone. Thank you for the invitation, but I don't feel like I can right now.
Honestly,
the medium puffed her chest out as she scowled at them.
You're a miserable bunch. It's toxic to wallow, and it won't help any soul one whit. We came here to do a job, and right now we have time to burn. I say we do what we promised to do.
After a moment, April spoke. I'll help. She sat cross-legged on a sofa, staring at her hands, and shrugged when Marjorie looked at her.
There's nothing better to do. That's the spirit. I need 1 or 2 more. Come on, who'll it be? Mark?
He sent a questioning look towards Remy, and she knew what he was asking. He didn't want to take part in a séance without her. Okay, she whispered back, then added more loudly, Mark and I will help.
Good, good,
Marjorie said as they stood.
Everyone else clear out.
I'm staying here, Taj snapped from his corner. Lucille only pulled a face, then picked up her wine glass and downed it in one go. Remy cleared her throat. Marjorie, can we do it in another room? That way we won't have to disturb the others.
The atmosphere's really best here.
Marjorie saw the look on Remy's face and sighed.
All right. I saw a lovely little smoking room not far from here. Take a few minutes to center yourself and clear your mind while I prepare, then meet me there. If we're very lucky, one of the spirits may be able to tell us what happened to Piers.
Chapter 24. The Smoking Room. Remy tried her hardest not to look at the basement's door as she passed it, but the discreet wooden shape was impossible to ignore. She went to the nearest bathroom, turned on the tap, and dunked her face under the icy water. She'd started to feel more human by the time she came up. Her skin was sallow and blotchy, she noticed in the cracked mirror, and she tried to brighten it with a smile. The result was a grimace. Marjorie's right, in a way. Crying won't bring Piers back. The best I can do is hold things together until the storm clears. Thunder rumbled outside. Remy shuddered, knowing the storm was nowhere near done, and dried her face on the hem of her shirt before leaving the bathroom. She found Marjorie, Mark, and April in the smoking room. It was a small, dim area with too much furniture and not enough ventilation. Even though no one had smoked in it in decades, the musty, sour smell remained. Close to a dozen paintings of landscapes and people cluttered the walls. Its fireplace hadn't been lit, which made it feel cold and unwelcoming. Marjorie had cleared a space around one of the circular tables and was covering it with a tablecloth. Remy helped light a candle while Marjorie placed her pen and the herb sprigs on the table.
What are the plants for?
April asked from where she'd perched in an armchair.
Herbs, dear. They attract the spirits. A candle for those who are trapped in the dark. Fragrant food for those who are hungry.
Marjorie turned off the lights, set the pen upright, then beckoned them close. They pulled up their seats and held hands. Remy closed her eyes and felt Marjorie's papery, aged skin in her left hand, and Mark's warm fingers in her right. She took a deep breath and tried to ground herself.
My name is Marjorie, the medium began. I would be glad to speak to any spirits who are present and willing to communicate.
The smoking room had no windows, but Remy could still hear the storm outside. She tried to block out the environmental noise and focus on what was happening in their circle. Marjorie's eyebrows pulled together, and she spoke again, maintaining the same steady tone.
I wish to communicate with any who are present. If you can hear me, please tip my pen over.
All eyes turned to the little implement standing on its end. Remy held her breath, ready for it to fall. It stayed still. Marjorie let the quiet stretch for several minutes, then spoke again.
I feel your presence. I wish to communicate. If you are able to,
Please tip my pen over." The pen refused to move. Remy swallowed and adjusted her grip on her companion's hands.
"It's strange," Marjorie whispered. "I can feel someone here, but they're not replying. Usually spirits are eager to communicate."
"Maybe they're too weak?" Remy asked. As soon as the words left her mouth, the pen clattered to the table. A smile lit Marjorie's face.
"Ah, thank you. My mind is open if—"
The candle hissed and died. The windowless room was plunged into darkness. Remy blinked against the black as anxiety rose in her chest. It was the same deep, permanent dark that had swallowed them the day before. She could feel the icy cold creeping across her skin and seeping into her, chilling her core. Marjorie's fingers tightened around hers. They pinched to the point of hurting. Then Marjorie exhaled.